5 regions have already finished play for Split 1 of 2026, but one still remains, and it's the region that calls itself Crazy by their game, and it's been a crazy run through Split 1 of the LPL playoffs. We've seen comebacks, we've seen upsets, we've seen 5 iterations of Silver Scrapes, and we might have one more ready for us today with the honor of a championship on the line. It is the grand finals of Split 1 of the LPL season, a rematch of our upper bracket final between Billy Gaming and JDG. Welcome everybody to the analyst desk, where we'll be covering everything, is getting you all set for what could be a fantastic rematch between these two squads. My name is Graves, joined alongside Jay Beto and K-Man here on the analyst desk. You'll hear from our casters a little bit later. But Jay Beto, we've made it all the way to the end of Split 1. We have our first stand participants locked in, and now we get to say who exactly will be lifting up that trophy today.
Yeah, I feel like this is a matchup that over the course of the start of the year that we've seen, and maybe the following time we have, that might develop into a good rivalry. Like we had, AL, BLG last year, and I'm not saying that AL, isn't an amazing team, but we've seen these teams play against each other in the regular season, and obviously the results from that were very surprising to a lot of people, and then a massive 5-game barn burner in the upper bracket finals, and now another rematch to, I guess, crown the Split 1 kings here.
I'm so excited, guys. This finals is so fun on paper. You're absolutely right in calling out that this is a budding rivalry here in the LPL. We have some of the brightest young talent in this series going up against some of the veterans that have really paved the way for them throughout a lot of the last couple of years. Both of these teams have looked great, but in very different ways coming into this series, and it's just really fun to get the chance to kind of see who's going to be able to come out on top. Is it going to be the veteran team that's been here before, or are we going to perhaps see maybe some shocking outcomes? I'm really excited to see these two teams get on the Rift.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be great as long as the upper finals was a good indication of that. Speaking of, let's take a look at how we got exactly to this point with the unveiling of our playoff bracket. Just one more series to go, that being our grand finals between JDG and BLG. As we mentioned, 5 series total went to 5 games, 4 of them in the playoff bracket, 1 of them in Knight's Rivals, and 3 of them here, Jay Beto, involved JDG.
Yeah, this team has been around the ringer through the playoffs. 5 games, 5 games, 5 games, back to back to back. Maybe we make it a 4th in a row. Who knows? That would be really something. But BLG, outside of the upper bracket finals, has had a pretty cruising time so far in the playoffs.
Yeah, they have only faced that one small obstacle, and hey, it's going to be their same opponent again here in the grand finals, but played the fewest games out of anybody that has made it all the way to this point so far. And I feel like that is perhaps indicative of our top performers in the postseason as well, K-Man, because we, have played a lot of games here in the LPL playoffs, a full 8-team double elimination bracket. That means there's been a lot of Player of the Game awards to give out as well. And so when you take a look at who exactly has been hoisting the most there, you see Knight all the way down with 3 of them, or I should say 3 of these awards, but Junja actually towards the top, and I think part of that has to do with the amount of games that this guy's played as well.
That's exactly it. I mean, no one's played more games than JDG in the playoffs up until this point, but notably, when you're talking about someone with 6 Player of the Games, 4 of those have come in the last 2 series. The upper bracket finals, the lower bracket finals. Junja has been peaking at the right time for this team. He's been incredibly important towards their ability to get here in the first place. And we're talking about a player that obviously has a lot of pedigree, but for someone like Knight down at 3 times to be, sharing the ranks with people who only played 1 series, like he is obviously someone that needs to step up as well. BLG have had a pretty easy road, as you called out, but Knight has been a big part of that. I think we're looking at a graph here that kind of showcases that both of these teams want to play through the middle of the map, and that's really exciting.
Shout out to JJ as well on Weibo, making it all the way to that top 3, although perhaps a little bit outclassed in that lower bracket final just a couple of days ago. But these two teams, JDG and BLG, let's dive into what they have in store for us, because they've already made it and qualified to an international competition, that being first stand. And there's, of course, other teams from other regions qualified. But when it comes to players that are making their way back to the tournament from the first iteration of it in 2025, Jay Beto, the only ones that are making it back in any region are here in the LPL, including Viper, the lone person remaining from Hanwha Life, although now he's on a different team here in BLG.
Yeah, I like the joke I made last night that maybe Viper and BLG, like maybe they claim themselves as defending champions because he's the only one from that roster. I mean, Life did get out 10th, so they're almost the furthest away from first stand. Viper is technically a defending champion. Honkyu and Junja, last year went to all 3 internationals. Continuing up this streak is pretty impressive, but I have to say I'm not super surprised on the Viper one, but seeing how JDG did in the regular season to now, I think they've improved a lot.
Yeah, they've improved a ton. Over the past couple of weeks, I think their consistency has gone up a lot. And let's not forget, Viper, obviously the defending champion. Honkyu and Junja were great at that tournament last year. It was a very, very impressive performance from the Oysters in terms of how they were able to showcase themselves internationally. We know these guys can perform well on a big stage, as we saw at Worlds in that same vein. And so it's really exciting to see all 3 of them get the chance to kind of repeat that success from 2025.
Well, in order to have international success like these 3 players have, you have to also have that domestic level of success as well. And there's 2 players specifically in this matchup that have also had their fair share of domestic results, that being Junja in the LCP/PCS over the past few years, and Knight as well. In the past 5 years, these 5 players have dominated their respective regions. Obviously now, K-Man Junja no longer in the LCP, he's over here in the LPL, which makes it all the more exciting that one of these guys is going to be adding to that trophy collection today.
It's actually staggering to see anyone be able to go up against Knight in terms of championships over the past few years with how dominant he's been in the LPL, but that's what Junja has been over in the LCP in terms of consistency. It's been unreal to see the ability to dominate that he has shown since he left the LPL back in 2022, and now, coming back to kind of reclaim some of that success to show that he can carry that form through into the LPL. It's really exciting. We're getting basically every major player from every region getting to showcase their talent at first stand, and that's going to be a really exciting showcase of who really is kind of the king of the beginning of the year here, as, we have a lot of teams that are playing really aggressive and really fun right now.
Yeah, those 3 players at the top of your screen, Caps, Chovy, Inspired, all winning their respective regions this year. Only one of those 2 guys at the bottom will be able to do so tonight. And let's start talking about these rosters right now, getting into the swing of things with BLG, the team that has made it there through the upper bracket. They are really the strongest team, we feel, coming into this playoffs. And Jay Beto, this team maybe had some inconsistencies at the start, trying to reintegrate Shun, integrate Viper for the first time into this team, but they've suddenly looked pretty good on all cylinders, albeit a couple of mistakes in that series against JDG.
Yeah, some of the late game macro, which I know you guys talked a lot about last year, the BLG macro, not the best, and that ended up costing them a couple of games in the series against JDG, but they've still looked incredibly dominant in the regular season despite some losses, and I do really think that Viper has put himself into a position in this team where he can flourish and actually fill a role rather than be a bit awkward.
Yeah, I mean, Viper being able to take a big step up, I think, during the playoffs has been really important for this team as well. But K-Man, when you think of BLG over the last few years, there's one person you really have on the top of your mind, and that is Knight in the mid lane. This guy, always such a incredible player at the domestic level, or even at the international level. I mean, in terms of all of the tournaments that Knight has played in the LPL, he has made the finals in 60% of them. And this, of course, is just another edition of that. He's won 11 of them. He has the most, or sorry, appeared in 11 of them. It's the most times that he has appeared in the most finals, I should say, of any player in the LPL.
The winningest player in LPL history. I think it's becoming harder and harder to justify saying anybody else is the LPL GOAT at this point in terms of the way that Knight just continues to win over and over again, and no one really knows that better than JDG when he was able to get them into some dominant super teams in a couple of years ago. So this is obviously going to be a matchup that Knight and the organization of JDG know very well, and I'm just excited to see if he can get the job done. Like you said, he has really just been able to come up in the clutch in basically every moment that he's been asked to over the past couple of years. That was no different in the upper bracket finals, where he was really important on the Silas in game number 5 against this JDG team. Honkyu, obviously a very young player on the other side of this matchup. It's going to be interesting to see if Knight can continue that run of dominance, or if perhaps he finally has a challenger.
Yeah, our regular season MVP voted by us here on LPL English as well. And although he's had a lot of success, Honkyu certainly has proved to be a formidable opponent. As we get into JD Gaming's roster as well, K-Man, they bring in Honkyu and Junja over from the LCP, as we said, really reviving and restructuring their entire roster after what was a very disappointing 2025, and they seem to have been rewarded with it by an international appearance.
Yeah, I think this team had expectations going into the year, but I think they've accomplished those expectations a lot faster than they ever expected to. It really feels like they've already started to understand exactly what their style of play is and how to get the most out of a lot of their players. Players like Junja have always been a little bit slower in terms of the way they like to play the game, but now we're looking at a team that has really come together as maybe the most consistent team fighting team in the entire region. And boy, does that make them scary, especially when you have lane talents like Xiaoshu on the top side that have been so consistent in the 1v1, Honkyu doing a great job in the 1v1 in the mid lane as well to generate resources. The positions they're putting themselves in are fantastic, and you know, it's a very consistent way to win games.
And after so many years of JDG running rosters full of veterans all throughout top to bottom, now a little bit of mix of youth and experience that has made this JDG team really exciting to watch. And the one mastermind behind all of it is their new head coach in Tabe J. Beto, and this guy is just increasingly impressive the more teams that he is able to go to and really improve. This is his 4th team that he's made a domestic finals in here in the LPL, the first coach to ever do that.
I think we talk a lot about how it's really difficult. I've heard multiple casters from different regions, in fact, talk about how it's really hard to quantify how good a coach is. I was listening to the LCK casters say it's really hard when you have to do coach of the year, but this is an undeniable level of coaching when you can do this back to back multiple times with different teams, different players, and with this JDG team, I really feel I don't have any proof of this, so it's kind of like that the Dokes meme. I just can't prove it, but I really feel as though Tabe did some scouting at Worlds. I feel like, and MSI, he would have had to have scrimmed CFO and gone, man, these guys are really good. This Honkyu kid is so good. And he's built a team around these two in the duo, brought in some talent from Missing and Gala and kept Xiaoshu, and the team is looking hot.
Yeah, you know, they have looked really good in the macro sense, which is why we're excited to watch Tabe with this new team. But it's not always the cleanest of gameplay. We're going to take a look at some of the gold graphs that they've had throughout their playoff run so far here, K-Man. It has not been the prettiest. There's been a lot of times where they're down, and then they end up winning one last fight and coming back. There's other times where they throw big leads and end up losing. And so when it comes down to it, not always the perfect team, but you have a good segment here to explain to us how exactly JDG is able to play the macro game when they are looking at their peak.
Yeah, absolutely. We have a little bit of a clip here that we can jump to kind of illustrate the point here. This is from the upper bracket matchup against Billy Gaming. This is, of course, what we saw just a couple of days ago in terms of these two teams playing together. It is really interesting to identify where JDG get their advantages, as we can kind of showcase it a little bit here. We can see the BLG have a pretty strong lead, and the Dragon is coming up in just a second, and they have the inside track on this line. So what do they want to do? They want to try and control this space, as we see pretty accurately from the way they end up positioning here. But BLG, a team that sometimes can get a little bit ahead of themselves, actually make a pretty big mistake at this point, and I think it's really interesting to kind of call this out. Bin is completely isolated from his team on the top side of the map here. There is nobody protecting this very squishy comp, and you're looking at a Jax, an Olaf, a Twisted Fate, a Lulu that can start to make their way into a lot of these exchanges and really take the fight to a squishy comp. And these are the kinds of mistakes that JDG are really good at punishing. They are not afraid to try and pull the trigger, as Junja, as we can see, immediately going in, getting onto the backline with that ultimate. And then, very importantly, as we rewind just a second here, a pretty big mistake from BLG as well to call out, and this is what JDG forced. You have the Mel W coming out when there's really not a lot of pressure on that champion. Now you're sitting at a point where you don't really have defensive tools. You have the bullet time coming in, but Viper is gone, and your main carry of this fight is Knight, who's getting jumped on by a Jax without Mel W, with no defensive tools, has to burn the Seekers on the gold card, and from this point the fight is over. Xiaoshu does a great job to clean everything up, but it just goes to show the aggressiveness that JDG are playing with right now. They're not afraid to pull the trigger, even down in resources, and I think that's why we're seeing a spot right now where they're able to come back and able to even keep themselves in games that a lot of other teams normally wouldn't be able to.
I think the series against Weibo last night, we kind of saw like JDG on the other side of that, where they're perfectly blocking Weibo out. They're getting the Dragons perfectly. The team fight setup was immaculate. That was also there was no Jax. He was TPing late to that fight. It was 1-4v5, right? So excellently played by JDG. I think this team's team fighting and macro is next level.
So that's the thing, is it feels like BLG have a lot of these highly mechanical players, but maybe the macro is not necessarily on their side. That's at least what we felt like watching that upper bracket final between these two teams. Now that you're going to be facing off against each other once more for an LPL championship. We'll see if that high level of macro play from JDG will be able to pay off, but we're getting ready for the Game 1 draft. Before we do that, it's time to head over to our predictions. All of us here on the LPL English team ended up deciding what we thought the results of this final would be. I personally think it will be a BLG 3-1, but looks like you've got a JDG upset here. Tell us what you're thinking here.
I think now that game against BLG, or the series, sorry, I've heard it said that it could have been a 5-0 for JDG. And yes, that is true. BLG were up every single game. But I think that there was a stat that I was talking about last night on the cast that in the last, it was 9 at the time, so now it's 12 games, the team that gets sole point wins the game. And that's regardless of gold lead. It's very likely that that team gets sole. It's very likely that that team has enough juice in the tank to win the game after that. It's not about gold. JDG were down in some games when they did that, and I think that their Dragon macro is superior to BLG.
Okay, man, you have a 3-1 here for Billy. I felt like the reason I went with the selection is BLG won a lot of these early games and just weren't able to close things out late. Now that they've had the experience in a 5-game series against JDG, I feel like they're going to be a little bit more prepared to face some of these unique situations that JDG were able to put BLG in last time.
That's exactly it for me, Grapes, is just you can only go up 4,000 gold so many times and lose to the same team. I really think if this team continues the process that they've been on and continues to generate the leads they've been able to early in these side lanes, that's going to be a big problem for JDG to be able to answer. We saw some fantastic early play specifically out of jungle and support from JDG in the lower bracket finals to be able to actually get them in good spots in the mid game, something they weren't able to do against BLG. That will be necessary today because Shun and On have been great as a duo in terms of generating those resources, and if they get them, BLG are definitely going to be favorites in that regard.
A spot here, not necessarily for international because both BLG and JD Gaming have already locked up those spots, but seeding is very important. And just a reminder for all of you guys watching at home, we will be doing the draw for first stand immediately following this series, so make sure you stay tuned after that third Nexus for either team does drop, because we will be figuring out exactly what those matchups are going to be. The draw is more specifically for the teams not in the LPL, funnily enough, the LEC, yep, LCS, LCP, and CBLOL. But what we do know right now is that the winner of this series will get to play against BFX in the first round of First Stand. The loser will have to play against Gen G. And Jay Beto, I feel like, no offense to BFX, they have had a really fun story so far. I think Dial was one of the most fun young players that we have in the world at this point. But you'd rather play them than play BLG, than play Gen G, I would think.
Yeah, I think Gen G still look like the best team in the world. There is, like, I don't know, something back there that says Worlds, but we're a while away from that, right? If it doesn't have Worlds on the title, Gen G is an extremely scary team. Last year, they didn't make it to First Stand. Hummerlife looked quite good, but BNK against T1, I think a lot of the drafting from T1 in that series was pretty disrespectful. BNK have obviously a good head behind the team, and I think that they've done a really good job. There's this kind of joke about, like, you look at the names on BNK and it's like, these guys beat T1, they beat DK, they're in First Stand, they made it to finals, how? But it's a team that is more than the sum of their parts. But yes, Gen G is very scary. I would love to see, this is not just my JDG bias, I would love to see JDG versus BNK Firax. I feel like that matchup is just chaotic and very entertaining. But yeah, like you mentioned, the other regions' picks are important. The groups as well, what sides you're on. So going to get that a little bit later, hoping for a really nice finals. So hopefully much later.
Any thoughts here, K-Man, about the draw or anything like that for First Stand?
I mean, I definitely think you don't want to lose this series. I think that is definitely the feeling. You're absolutely right there that while both of the teams from the LCK are dangerous, I think it might be fair to say that Gen G is playing even better than they did at points last year in terms of the sheer dominance that we're seeing out of them right now, with how consistent they're able to win in both the early and the late game, whether they're playing fast or whether they're playing tempo, doesn't really matter. BNK Furex, to their credit, again, have been very scary, but there are some exploitable lanes that they could potentially have where, you know, players on JDG or BLG could potentially have some advantages. And if you are able to get into a matchup where you can start to hands check a little bit more, it just opens up more doors. Really excited to see that pool 2 draw, though. You know, those Western teams kind of getting pulled together. I think there's a lot of spice. I think one of the big things for JDG at first stand is going to be, aren't really a lot of macro-oriented teams. It's a lot of aggressive teams. So going to be exciting to see where they land.
I think that one thing that's good for LPL teams is the game is not as cross-mappy as it was last year. We've still seen some big leads develop from the cross-map, but the Dragon fights are so important. I think that both of these teams, more so JDG, but LPL in general does that fairly well. Last year was not a great year for the LPL internationally, so we're looking to start the year on a highlight.
You can see our teams making their way out onto the stage right now in Suzhou. BLG, your defending champions. Remember that. They took the title in Split 3 of 2025, albeit following that, a bit of a disappointing performance at Worlds, as you alluded to. But JDG, on the other hand, haven't made it to an international in quite some time. Haven't made it to a final since 2023 when they were on that road to the Golden Road that ended up getting stopped short in the semifinals of that World Championships in 2023. Things are looking very, very shiny, very exciting as we have our players lined up and ready to go. Hopefully a very competitive series, much like we saw just a few days ago between BLG and JD Gaming. Any last thoughts, guys, before we send it on over to our casters?
JDG Jayo.
Oh, we got the call out here. I'm just hoping we get action. I think it took a little bit of time for these teams to get comfortable last time. I don't want to see the feeling out process. We're done with that. I want some chaos for moment 1.
All right, well, the captains have shaken hands, and it looks like the draft is about to begin. Our final regional final in Split 1 of 2026 about to take place here in the LPL. Will BLG be able to prevail just like they did in the winners finals, or will we see JD Gaming go through the lower bracket and end up lifting up their first trophy in over 2 years? Time will tell, but for now, it's time to send things over to our casters, Dia, Alk, and Quacks.
All right, well, thank you so much, Grapes. Thank you so much to the desk. And now time to introduce our new desk, because we've got Alk and Quacks with me today for the grand finals. My name is Dia, in case any of you didn't tune in for the regular season. We are back. We've got the same crew, and Alk, it's the first time that we've cast together since last year, but what a poignant time to do it as BLG v JDG, highest stakes match of the year.
I mean, yeah, we've had a lot of new people join the LPL English crew, whether that is talent or just supplementary roles across the broadcast. So I'm honestly just really excited to have you two along to experience hopefully an amazing and exciting LPL domestic final.
Yeah, Quacks, this is the first time that you and I are seeing each other outside of a Ninjas in Pajamas series. Are you ready for the grand finals?
You beat me to it. I was gonna say we've come a long way, and frankly, first finals, I'm not nervous at all.
Does it compare, guys? Do you think that NIP would have maybe given us a better show than BLG JDG? I don't know if we can ring them up.
They might be in their pajamas right now.
I can tell you right now, they'll be in my hearts, even if they're not on this stage. But the teams that have made it here, like you mentioned, Alec, gave us quite a show last time. The desk mentioned it as well, but going to 5 games, JDG are the team that has taken the most games off of BLG so far this season. And if anything, I'd expect today's series to go to 5 games, as you would have seen during the predictions.
All right, look, not only has this tournament just shown us that JDG really want to play as many games as possible, BLG have also shown that they're willing to kind of play as many games as they need to. They've thrown a couple of those big gold leads, as we saw from the desk talking about, and if we're kind of taking anything from the last series we saw from these two teams, is that BLG is by and far away the better team when it comes to early skirmishes, early game proactivity. Their lanes in particular have some of the most goal differential here in the playoffs, and we're kind of just continuing what has been a long-told story for BLG with Knight and Bin, which is dominance through mechanics and kind of running over your opponents.
And I also think another factor that really plays into the dominance that Bin and Knight have had, like you mentioned, Ulk, has been the side lane play. Particularly in the playoffs, I think that BLG have been one of the best side laning teams in the LPL, bar none. Of their ability to generate gold on their own in the solo lanes has been something that just puts them so far ahead that when it comes time to actually team fight, on top of the early skirmishing leads that they got and the gold that they received from those early plays, they can now kind of bump that up an extra amount by playing on those side lanes. And JDG have been a team that I think, out of all of the other squads in the LPL, have, from the drafts that I've seen where we have watched these two teams face off before, have been one of the teams capable of responding to a lot of that side lane dominance that we have seen.
I think a lot of that also comes down to the fact that they've got Junjia, who has been fantastic for them so far, and a lot of his proactivity has become incredibly important. As we get into the draft for Game 1, we've already got Azir taken off the table, a bit of an odd ban given what we were talking about in the pre-show, Alec, but Azir hasn't really worked out for either of these teams, with Renekton, Varus, Rumble, and Orianna out as well.
Hongq went 0-3 in the regular season, and then they were like, yeah, we're not playing this champion anymore in the playoffs. And Knight, very storied for his ability or lack thereof to play Azir, at least in the current day. So we're still waiting for that champion to get picked up by this guy. But I think the ban's quite normal in my mind. We're getting rid of Renekton here, a big champion for Xiaoshu in his career. The Rumble, as Jack was very excited to talk about last night. And the Orianna. Orianna is the most pick ban champion in basically the entire patch and globally speaking, so not all too surprised to see these champions taken away.
And we're gonna see the Ambessa just quickly snagged up here for Bin, one of his better champions, but we have been seeing, I think, a different side of Bin throughout this playoffs. Most notably, I think that he's been really good on the side lane champions that we talked about. The Gnar, the Yorick, the Scion are all some of the champions that I think he has been super proficient on. So to see him kind of return to his roots in that lane dominant position on this Ambessa will be really interesting, because I think the last time these two teams met, Bin definitely got the better of Xiaoshu in the first 14 minutes, just in a vacuum without much interference being factored in.
Yeah, and actually knowing that this is a flex pick as well gives Bin the opportunity to pivot back to this later and perhaps revisit the matchup. I will note as well, Jarvan ban for JDG into an immediate Vi pickup is just a lot of focus put on enabling Junjia and what he means to this series, Alec.
Ooh, okay, so we're taking away Karma. Already it seems like they're kind of willing or waiting for BLG to go for something like either the Nami Corki early on or start off with a Nico who has gone through this draft already. You're talking about the Ambessa. For me, what I would like to see if we're going to continue to go down this line is for more of this dive potential coming in from Shun. It has been so clear watching BLG in these playoffs and even in the regular season that right now what they're working with is just highly explosive compositions that can be extremely volatile when it comes to trying to make picks. There's that Nico that we were talking about. Straight, a really good lane, also taking away the pairing with Karma, now with the Ezreal here for Viper. I just think Gala has a lot of options in what he could go for an AD carry, and I think even though they have the Vi, JDG aren't necessarily locked into trying to make a dive happen.
And I think the Ezreal is not only a really good denial because of the pairing that it would provide with Karma. We have been talking a lot about how JDG's synergies have been something that the 2v2s particularly have been super big, at least on the talking points, and how this is actually kind of breaking away from the mold that we were discussing before we went live, where JDG typically pick their bot lane in tandem with one another. So this Karma being picked completely solo could open up opportunities for BLG to just further take away some of those really good Karma pairings, while also allowing for this poke lane in the Ezreal and Nico to get that priority and maybe stack an aggressive jungler over to Shun that can make use of that.
This is an interesting lack of identity, I'd say, by JDG. You mentioned it before, Alk, but with the Jax pick, they have sort of delayed actually figuring out what's going on with their main carries. They don't know what we don't know what Honkyu's playing. I assume they have an idea. Same thing for Gala, and those are going to be the most important picks, especially considering that we have so much threat onto them with Nico and Mbessa already.
I'm more so just really surprised we haven't seen Ryze take it already. Like, Ryze is... If we're going to ban away Ori, Ryze is basically like next up in line for best mid laner on the patch. And so to not see him here is quite surprising. With a Jax, to me, that would signal that they would want to go for something like that. But we now have Ryze, Galio banned away from JDG. To me, that almost screams like we're looking for either a Taliyah early on or even setting up for a Twisted Fate, which I think would work really, really well when you have this Jax on a side lane. Now, continuing to go on, as we get further into these drafts, with obviously BLG already having their bot lane chosen, I'm really looking for what they're going to be pairing up for Bilibili with Knight and Shun. They have been excellent on these really high explosive duos, thinking of the 3 games on a win streak of LeBlanc plus random massive skirmisher in the jungle.
Yeah.
And so, Xin Zhao still available. I think there's a lot of tools still up here for Bilibili to look for.
Yeah,
a lot of
I was
these
noticing
really
that things like Nocturne also still up as well. That was something that we actually saw JDG prioritize pretty heavily last time these teams faced up against each other. Jin Zhao, Wukong as well. Quacks.
And it's interesting, too, because we talk about the response on the side lanes here from JDG, and a lot of the options are frankly, I think, completely taken away now by not having that Taliyah available or that Galio available. Taliyah, Galio, and Ryze, frankly. These are all champions that are great at being able to respond with their ultimates to a side lane play. You don't have any of that. You picked your jungler, which means that BLG, are just going to snag up this Pantheon. Not only do I think that this is a really good matchup for Shun and can be paired up with a lot of those big mid laners like you mentioned, Alk, but it also just further reinforces that BLG are going to have total map dominance in the mid game, where JDG have historically had the opportunities to come back from any of the early game deficits we've seen them have.
How do you feel about that, Aurora? Your face says a lot.
Look, Knight has been really, really clean on this champion, not just in playoffs, but across his career. And I just think having an Aurora Pantheon as a 2v2, there are very few matchups that I'm going to be looking for from JDG that will help them win the skirmishing power there. So what I'm expecting is everything we've seen from BLG, even if you go back to 2024, get bot priority, invade early onto the bot side so you can get vision on not only enemy jungle, but maybe even get some ideas of where respawn camps are, and then just play around with how flexible the solo lanes of BLG can be, and now have them even be supported by a Grand Starfall on this Pantheon. I mean, JDG, Quacks, I don't know about you, but I feel like this team is a little bit more reactive. The 2v2 is great, but Ari has sustained a lot of nerfs, and you have Jax, Yunara really as your kind of big carries as we go later on.
I also think that you just don't get nearly as much value as you were hoping for here from this vibe, because your main targets are going to be on to the bot side of this BLG comp, and it makes it very difficult for JDG to actually react to any of those ceases and desists. I mean, you got Ezreal being able to Arcane Shift, you got Aurora being able to kind of dash away and do her own thing. Nico is probably not the target if, we're talking about all three. Probably last on the totem pole that you want to be ulting as the Vi, because the Nico could just ult and potentially buffer your own knockup with that animation cancel. So it feels really tough, I think, for the JDG jungler to actually find value in the mid to late game. And it's going to be hard for him to have a good early game because of, like you said, that pressure and that push that BLG will be having.
Why was Mukau Alistar on this?
What is going on? Yeah.
I got completely flashbang. I'm sure, Quacks, you had a lot of great insight there. I'm just seeing Mukau Alistar emote.
Really?
I can hear the cowbell in my ears even without having to see the game.
Sleep paralysis demon.
And you know what? Even with that cowbell still ringing in our ears, there's no time to delay. It's time for game 1 of the grand finals. You guys could hear the cowbell, right?
Yes,
oh, yeah.
I heard it. I'm glad that it's real. We're still going to have an Alistar later in the series, but I'm just hoping with this early start that we get a good best of 5 here. between our two teams. Junglers are starting on opposite sides, and we do have some early vision already being gained here by BLG, so hopefully that they'll be able to spot out Jinja early on his Raptor camp once he shows.
I already see some summoners being burned bot lane. I don't expect that it is probably going to be a pivot here for Shun. We have seen some Pantheons after they hit level 3 opt to not go for the full clear and instead just kind of go toward the enemy's bot side and maybe look for a play there. I think the opportunity is open if Shun wants to take it, but could be maybe a little bit more risky, as maybe that is what does it. Huge chunk here for BLG's bot lane.
You have
It looks like the people are on board with the BLG win con as well. They've seen the lane dominance bot lane, the lane dominance top lane. They've seen enough, Alec.
Yeah, this is exactly what we had in 2024 when BLG was the best team in the league. Playing the 2v2, it might have been Elkanon, we got Viper on, it's basically the same thing. Now Vampire can try to help, but On's already here, and they're having Ezreal move over. Gala's still level 1 on this wave. This is now multiple camps that Jinja's not going to have access to, as well as a plate and all of that golden experience that was denied to Gala.
And it's exactly what you had talked about. Alec, he had mentioned that in the pregame, this was the plan for BLG, to get early lane prio, to transition that into a Pantheon invade, and now a flash from Hongq does force flash out of Knight. Shun's in the mid lane as well. Flash from him to maybe take out this Ahri early on. One more auto will do it, and first blood goes to Shun.
Yeah, good stuff there from Shun, cutting the map and immediately, abandoning the crab like a good jungler, like a jungler who actually cares about his lanes, and manages to secure that first blood. So not only is it the flash burn from Hongq, which significantly reduces the threat of this Ahri being able to roam around the map, but also because of that pivot on the first clear that we saw from Shun, he delays this level 6 timer for Junji even more and really starts putting this vibe behind. So already the proactivity of this team, the early game dominance that we mentioned, starting to come through.
All right. So he's going to get at least one camp back to himself. He'll take the respawn Raptors here from Shun. Shun already doing a lot of work on this Pantheon, which was a pretty contested pick from these two junglers so far in the playoffs. Makes an impact on bottom lane, makes an impact on mid. I think that's exactly what we wanted to see in terms of setting up BLG for the early game. JDG so far, I think through these playoffs, have shown to be the best team fighting team, especially in the mid to late game. So it's not all too unfamiliar for us to see them with a gold deficit going early into the game. It'll just be whether or not we see them either early prioritizing dragons and how they're really going to have to problem solve from this deficit right now.
And Jay Beto had mentioned even after yesterday's series, thinking about JDG's advancing to the grand finals, how good this team has been at setting up for objectives. He called them second to none. And even the last series between JDG and BLG, that's reflected. JDG getting far more dragons overall, something that we could see become very relevant in about a minute. BLG have bot priority, and Quacks, it's feeling a bit awkward.
Hongq wouldn't even be able to roam here if he had priority because of just how significantly nerfed this Ahri is at the current moment. No ult, no flash means that you're completely immobile and at the mercy of maybe just an empowered E coming out from Shun and getting that stun onto you. And the damage from BLG, plentiful to finish you off. So, yeah, I like what we're seeing here. Just further invades from Shun. Gamer.
He just smited the big wolf.
That too.
Quacks, you're our jungle main, but I'm going to just say you have all the timers on the bot side jungle as blue side, and now you just took away Wolf. Bin?
It's the old, he had to flash away. He's still alive, still alive. My bad, my bad.
Yeah, but Quacks, get in there, brother. Like, you're getting contested on all your bot side camps. They know when all of your camps respawn. Is there, what are you looking at for Jinja? How are we thinking he's going to try to get back from this position?
I think that he has to just kind of tough it out, honestly. We're talking about this JD comp as a composition that doesn't really want to be super proactive in the early game. Those level 6 spikes are obviously kind of a break point that they can look to abuse. But then past that point, like the 2 to 3 items on the Yunara, the 2 to 3 items on the Jax, that really is when these powerful picks start to come online. So Just kind of gotta tank it, if I'm being honest with you. You know, honor your jungler for tilt proof.
Okay.
Junja getting
Right, so-
first dragon. Just despite the bot lane priority that we saw earlier, Shun is using that to just continue clearing the jungle, move himself ever closer to level 6 for Pantheon.
I think so far what we have seen from BLG in this playoffs, and maybe to JDG's credit as to why we've seen them be so good around objectives, is that BLG have been super abusive of all the influx of gold so far in this season. All of the turret plates, the addition of bringing back First Blood back into the game, all of these have kind of helped BLG mask some of their objective setups and the issues we've had with their macro for years by just letting them have massive gold leads that let them fight whenever they want, as we see here with their champions.
As soon as the Grand Starfall comes online, it's used to bail out Bin, but fortunately enough for JDG, they have enough people in the area that this doesn't turn straight up into a kill. Xiaoshu's got a great disengage, and now they could even turn this around. Xiaoshu and Junjia both heading up into the top side, and Shun's nowhere near.
Oh, we're out. Cool.
Yep.
Good.
Nothing really to be had there. I will say that I'm really starting to pay attention to these level 6 timers on the supports. We do see 30 seconds until those grubs spawn. And we did mention several times in the draft BLG their love for side lanes. I would say, looking at the comps, other than Viper, the siege on BLG isn't something to super gawk at, but having those grubs could help them further some of these gold leads that have been growing here in the top side for BLG.
Okay, some skirmishing. Seems like for right now, JDG want to assert pressure on this bot lane. Mostly what I assume is to get Gala a recall and then have Vampire shift up. Already, Junja is sitting in the river. He's taking control of this as the Scuttle is going to be spawning soon. We won't have to worry about those level 6 marks for now, but I mean, BLG, they need to make a decision now. Are we even contesting for these grubs, or are we going to go for more of the respawn camps as we've been talking about so far in this series? You have all of the entire quadrant here for JDG on the bot side ready. It seems like instead Shun is going to forego that with his half-level lead and continue to just run over, maybe even leverage Knight's priority here.
It has been very lane-focused so far from Shun, not nearly so much on the objectives, and with the trade of sides, you could ever see that pivot. Knight and Shun gonna back right off into the river, likely securing Scuttle, and perhaps a little bit more as Shun does refocus on Void Grubs. This appears to be uncontested by JDG on the opposite side of the map.
This is going to be, I think, really big for just the top side in general. BLG have been having prio mostly toward themselves across this, so now it's just going to make it that much more consequential. But also, I mean, when you've got champions like the Pantheon being able to throw down that Grand Starfall, if you can get a kill, it just means that the reward you get for actually getting a kill off of a successful gank here for Shun is that much greater, being able to get gold in the form of just more plates.
It's kind of insane, actually. Like, you have a team with crazy solo laners, with an aggressive jungler who can gank anywhere, and the ability to do more damage to the structures every time it works.
It turns out that's pretty OP. And we have 2 champions, or at least we have 1 champion that's going to be building a Sheen item, so that'll help him with taking down these turrets. So far, I mean, we've kind of seen a bit of a more lax early game here for JDG, but it's only 1,000 gold lead here for BLG, and Jindong Gaming were able to grab the dragon, which I think is a really big boon for them.
Yeah. And on top of that, we can also see, I feel like Junja really hasn't been able to impact the map quite yet here on the Vi, and like we talked about in the draft, it's really only going to get more difficult. Looking at all of the bot laners here, or the bot side rather, for BLG, they all have means to just take Vi deeper and deeper into the weeds with that cease and desist and make it more difficult for the rest of JDG to actually follow up. So we could see that in this team fight. Whoa!
That goes over the wall between worlds pumped, and he's out. And he's out. Aurora Magic, we're all good. But perhaps not the wisest positioning from Knight.
Hey, he got out. That's all that matters. We didn't give over a kill to either the Ahri or the Vi. Kind of noticing, piggybacking off of what you were talking about there for Jinja, it is a surprise, I think, considering the start to the playoffs. I thought he was a Game 5 merchant. He played all 4 of the games going into both of his first and second series for JDG, kind of being invisible for the team. But after the upper finals, during this matchup actually versus Shun, it felt like Junja finally really stepped up for the team, was outsmiting Shun in basically all 5 games. And the lower bracket didn't seem that much different. Junja has really had a big revitalization towards the back end of the playoffs.
And just looking at the recall timer here, Junji is going to take right as the dragon is spawning. Kind of signals that JDG don't really have an interest in being able to actually try and contest this second dragon. Not a huge deal. It would only be the first that you're giving over to BLG. But one trend that I did really start to notice in the first series that they played in the playoffs, the games are really dictated by who gets this bot side objective. This controls the trajectory of the game. So I feel like just the more important aspect of this match is this.
Gala separated from the team, but now just rejoining them. Shun goes low, but flashes away, and it will just be On that falls. Hongq following up on Shun, but it's going to get stunned in response. Maybe taken down. Flash forward from Vampire does secure the kill for Hongq, but Viper's looking for a little bit more. Looking to answer back for BLG, and he will find Vampire. Knights arrived as well, making this dragon that we talked about as being also important, that much more difficult to actually focus on for JDG.
JDG will not be able to contest for this dragon now. They had a window where, because Knight was second to the recall to come back in the lane, that was their timer to look for something. They kill Shun. They take away some summoner spells. Yes, I love the fact that we're getting big burst combos between Junja and Hongq. It has been a duo that we've been looked at all season long and have not been able to get much of. But now they lose access to this dragon if BLG want it.
A big reason of that is because of the Pantheon. Even though you kill him, having the ability to, grant Starfall your way right into the fight, as Knight as well is getting that ultimate back up, so the mid-jungle of BLG have really good conditions to fight, means that JDG wisely back off. And going back to live, it looks like BLG, we're kind of in the exact same spot that we were before the fight even started, guys, where BLG have control of the river and aren't pulling the trigger. They're looking for some kind of kill, or rather Shun is just looking to assert his dominance as the better jungler by trying to steal away more camps.
It turns out you can't miss smite fights if you never start the objective with the enemy jungle there.
Big if.
There we go.
Objective tentatively tickled. Junja wants this flash forward with the charm from Hongq, but he's immediately taken low. So is On, who goes down. Gala being focused by Shun, but there are too many members of JDG in the river, and Viper nowhere near it, is going to have to back away. Hongq's all over him once again with the Spirit Rush, and will take him out, giving Gala a double kill in this fight, and JDG, the dragon.
Setup be damned. I mean, Junja was so tanky in that fight. He was in the middle of BLG, and they just couldn't burst him down. The rest of the JDG members are free hitting in that fight. BLG are all grouped up, and they all get knocked down. Second dragon over to JDG. And the trend of these Drakes dictating the way these games go could start to, get rolling here the second series around, boys.
And look at the gold lead right now. Already back to 1,500 gold. Hongq on this R. I mean, we look back at this play. One of the ways we've seen Nico get abused in a lot of these playoffs matches is just she is not a tank. Great charm from Hongq. Flashes in. All of the damage. The Orbit Deception hitting all 3 of the BLG members in the river here. So this was supposed to be a big power spike for them. Yes, you didn't have the Nico ultimate, but there was missing flashes on some of the carries here from JDG. You had a Trinity Force already completed here for Viper, and now you've lost out on this big timer and a big window for JDG or for BLG. So 2 dragons, a 1,500 gold lead, and we didn't see BLG do very much. They've been not really playing to the side lanes. They've just been grouping in front of an objective to try to make a pick happen.
And despite the nerfs that we talked about to Vi Ahri, this is where I think we can really see how potent this combination is, especially for JDG, who do rely a lot on the Hongq-Junja combination, specifically Junja, to be calling for when to take engagement. This easily another is On is positioned illegally.
So is Shun. I mean, he's got nowhere to run, no ultimate, no flash, no nothing.
Cease and desist comes down, and honestly, the Pantheon will go down as well. Hongq collects another kill, but it very quickly has become a terrifyingly large snowball for JDG in this mid-game.
And now JDG gonna reap the reward of having that Herald. This will allow them to, maybe use some tools against BLG in that side lane and be able to threaten them if BLG choose to overload a side at any point, which is a pretty common strategy now that we're kind of coasting toward that mid game. I think that BLG, one of the big things that they've done is have been or Knight push on a lane, and then with the space bought from that, you'll have things like Shun or On try to gain space and look for a pick while one of the JDG members goes to rotate. But here, when you've got this Herald, you don't need to necessarily be as reactive, and you can also look for a cross-map play with that Herald, because if BLG look to overload a side and index all of their numbers to one area, if you're smart enough, you can just go to the other area and use the Herald to get more gold.
I am just perplexed. I am in a really weird space right now. Just watching BLG essentially spend all of their time posturing, trying to aura farm for no reason. Like, we get it, bro. The fit's fire. Can we do some other stuff? Can we get an objective? Can we look for Dragon? I mean, Gala right now is 1,500 gold up on this Yunara, and it's not like you're going to get much stronger. There's going to be a Muramana completed soon for Viper, and that's kind of where I'm looking at this 2-item spike for BLG. That's where I think this composition is going to come alive.
Absolutely.
You gotta hope that this turns into proactivity for them as well, because like you talked about, the aura farming nature of their approach to objectives, not gonna get much done when it's JDG looking for picks more actively with Ari. But BLG, they've got a Pantheon, they've got an Ambessa, they've got Nico. It's not like they can't do anything.
And I like that restraint there actually coming out from Junjie. Even though Bin was in a position where he could maybe be attacked, or you could chunk at that health bar a little bit more, they didn't have any vision of the BLG members. I love what they're doing, which is having a gold lead and refusing to give BLG any opportunities to really claim it back. A better safe than sorry mentality that is serving them really, really well in this game so far, as now we're kind of around a minute until that Dragon. Both of these teams have postured heavily toward this top side. I imagine mid-wave control is going to be really important in the next couple of seconds as we try to veer that toward the bot side for this Drake.
If I'm JDG, this is literally like max comfort from where we're sitting. I'm going to have a 2-item Vi as soon as we hit this recall. We're talking about mid-waves, 40 seconds before this Dragon. We also still have Herald, and it's a 2-item Yunara. We have Kraken Slayer and PD. I don't think you win very many fights as BLG from this position, so I'm going to need to see incredible team fighting or some kind of pick happening right now, essentially. Maybe that goes over to Bin. He's the only one with a lead from BLG, and probably is going to have to be the big difference maker if we're going to see them have a real fighting chance at this third Dragon.
Here's the overloading sides that we talked about.
Xiaoshu underneath the tower, not going to save him. He goes down. Maybe a bit of this comfort from JDG wrenched away just now. Still the majority of vision in this side belonging to them, and Gala feels comfortable taking the fight with what he thought was Viper, but turns out to be on. Pot Blossom takes him down. Shun claims the kill, and now is a BLG favored fight as they get another teleport, matching Honkyu's in from Knight. Over the wall with the cease and desist. Bin gets aggressive, still hovering on low HP as Shun takes to the front lines with Knight. Viper claiming a kill, a double going to Knight, and BLG manufacture fights just in time for the Dragon.
Everyone, please say thank you On. An incredible bait onto Gala, tries to dash forward and just gives over the gold lead and the Dragon. Exactly what I wanted to see. A pick onto one side. Quacks was already talking about making these overload side plays, and once they pick out Xiaoshu, this almost feels like an over-index from JDG. They're saying, okay, maybe we can look for something more. Ezreal's not on vision. They don't know that this is the fake Ezreal here, so I can see why Gala went for it, but it turns into a massive punishment for BLG.
Yeah, they all pile on here. You can see that Junjie, we highlighted the tankiness of this Vi toward that earlier Dragon fight, but it just doesn't do him any favors. Both of your big damage dealers, it feels like, have been taken down, and you really have nothing left in the tank here for JDG, not to mention the Between Worlds from Knight, that big AoE dealing all of the damage that is necessary. So Dragon Soul Point denied for JDG, and like you said, that gold lead rightfully reclaimed in their eyes back for BLG. Almost 2,000. That pendulum swung in the snap of a finger.
I was watching Bin during that fight, and then again during the replay as well. Ambessa, despite not having a fantastic laning phase, really working out for Bin in these team fights as he's able to skirt the edges of danger, put a lot of threat out onto JDG, and stay alive. Crucially, himself. Now, like you mentioned, with the gold lead back in the favor of BLG, perhaps that gets a little bit more problematic. We'll see how they handle it. But I'm scared. I'm scared of what Bin brings to the table here.
And you can see how not having any tier 1s is kind of affecting Junji's ability to actually look for these picks now on the Vi. You can see he kind of cut a line on vision for Shun and Bin that said he is going to be maybe trying to advance toward the mid lane, look for a cease and desist if an opportunity opens up. But because these towers are all still standing, it's very difficult for you to look for these picks. It's very difficult for you to look for some of these plays that could maybe claw the gold lead back into a little bit more of a neutral position. And now, I think the big task is going to have to be JDG going onto the side lanes, looking for some of these low HP tier 1 towers and opening up the map in order to unlock things like the Vi's freedom to look for picks and the Ahri's ability to follow up on those.
But they don't have the pick potential, right? We talked about that. For JDG,
Yeah.
They are a little bit shorter range. The way that they start fights is either Junja sending an engage with the Vi or a stray Honkyu charm from this Ahri. So it's a very, very, I think, high skill capped or high skill floor kind of composition we're seeing from JDG here. And so with very little point and click or guarantee pieces of crowd control, you can see it's a lot more difficult for them to make picks on side lanes, for them to really squeeze. Maybe Bin will give them the gold and the respite that they're looking for.
Wait, hang on.
3 members
They
of
might-
JDG all piled in here for this pick. Junja starts it off, but doesn't connect with the Vault Breaker. Charm's going to land. Bin half HP, and Bin taken down. So a nice pick coordinated by JDG on the other side of the map. I'm not seeing the response from BLG. They've gotten a little bit of camp, but it's a free play for JDG.
Yeah, BLG don't really feel comfortable having the damage necessary to maybe threaten the Baron, and also Shun not being in the area means he can't respond with a Grand Starfall, so it's just a pick for free, and that's exactly what JDG want. That's exactly what we talked about, looking for these little picks, looking for these overextensions from the BLG members, and trying to put that gold lead back into a bit of a neutral position. We're going to have to see if that pays dividends, though, as we're about a minute and a half away from the next Dragon coming up. Again, the threat of Soul Point is still on BLG's mind. If they can deny this and put this into a neutral position on the Drake counters, they'll be in a really good spot to start scaling up champions like Viper and Bin, who are continuing to get these items.
I think they're super strong, though. You have 2 items. During that play, that was a flash onto Vampire. He no longer has that. That was on looking for. They're going to pick off Xiaoshu again, and this is perfect for the Dragon Timer.
See how much actually gets answered here as, while Xiaoshu does go down, JDG really don't have much to do bot side except secure a bit of vision. Like you mentioned, not having your top laner in the setup for Drake really going to impact JDG, especially as BLG start to make their own return into River, scouting out what's available, what's not, and hopefully setting up a little bit of better sight lines here.
And because of that pick, I mean, now you're seeing JDG play a bit more reactively. This is something that we kind of expected coming from the draft. It's something that you, Ulk, mentioned that JDG's comp was kind of have to do. The lack of proactivity really available for this composition is starting to show here, because now we put Honkyu on the top side to fix that wave. We're battling for mid lane priority, and it's not enough. They're not actually going to be looking for the dragon. Instead, they're going to be looking on a side lane to look for a pick, but Knight spots that out, so nothing available.
They're not. I hope they can get at least these plates, because right now BLG are nowhere near a Dragon Soul, right? Like we
Right.
Functionally speaking, we're not super close to getting to a soul at this point. So what are we gonna do? Let's get gold on side lane. Let's try to match some of this gold. Honkyu getting an entire turret and 2 plates is really nice, but the longer lanes are not helping JDG. It's really tough for them to go to sides and pick up these plates that are still sitting on some of these turrets. I mean, you still have, 1 plate in mid and 3 on bottom side. No one has been able to touch this bot turret in the last 10 minutes, mostly because of Bin playing on the side lane and just constantly being up. This is the apex, I think, of BLG's comp. You're sitting on 2 items across the board, and this is a super strong, like, Ezreal's going to have another one with his 3rd item, which looks to be Spear of Shojin, so that'll be another big boost of power alongside the GA that'll be completed for Shun. But after that, then we need to start looking at JDG and how they're going to be looking to bounce back in this game.
I want to highlight the play that we saw from Knight as well. You mentioned it, Quacks, but spotted Junja with the Scryer's Bloom, enabled the full Dragon take from BLG, and I know that I shouldn't be saying this, but, you know, played not greedily either, you know? Yeah. A lot of times we'll see somebody go, well, my team got the Dragon already, let's walk up. Knight's not giving away anything for free. He's playing safe, he's calming to the rest of his team what needs to be done, and coordinating likely with them around this next objective. I mean, we know that Baron is up 3 minutes left until the Dragon, and in the meantime, Knight gets to sit in the side lane and not be nearly as worried as he was just a minute ago. Collect a little bit more gold on the Aurora, another champion who's going to be hitting some pretty nice item timings in the next few minutes, hitting 3rd item soon, and just being even more of a nuisance to a JDG that already struggles to lock people down.
And you know, I think a lot of people might be saying that, ooh, hang on. All right, we're not going to look for it. We thought maybe it was a possibility. Junja not going to pull the trigger with that ultimate. Probably the wiser decision given that Knight has Flash and a ton of tools to just take you deeper and deeper into BLG territory. But Bin, I think, has been another player who, in this game, a lot of people see him pushing up in the side lanes. A lot of people also look back to that pick that we saw JDG make onto him just a few minutes ago and might assume that he's playing really greedily. But Shun, with this Grand Starfall, is there to respond. Knight has teleport. And one of the biggest differences between a early game Ambessa and a late game Ambessa is how damn durable they are. And if Bin is able to survive the damage and allow for the rest of his topside to join up, BLG can absolutely turn that fight with the gold lead that they have now allocated on that part of the map and on those members of BLG.
Them brothers is not killing Bin. Look at his items.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
who is killing the 3-item Ambessa with Merc Treads and Death Stance? GG.
Big gold lead going the way of Bin as well, and the side lane runs that and is getting backup from the rest of the team. We haven't even talked about Grand Starfall in the last little while, but it's another source of pressure that we aren't really seeing because it's not turning into huge ganks from Shun. It is something that JDG are constantly having to respect, however. Just playing a little aggressively right now.
Oh, we're
go.
going.
Position. Grand Starfall as we talk about it, however, as Shun does commit into Hongq, but gets tagged by the Charm, not allowing him to actually finish what he started. JDG back away into their jungle, avoiding that pretty darn well.
I don't know how you're supposed to play from this position as JDG. Like, there's so much mobility, and Shun is looking really aggressively. Even that mid lane play, if they can get Ezreal underneath that turret, take the turret alongside it, I think that's a massive bounce of gold there for JDG. But not only with the not getting the shutdown, but with Shun showing in on the mid wave, they completely call off the dive. So now you're gonna be missing some summoner spells. No flash for Shun going into this dragon.
Teleport.
This is a full pick as well with the teleport behind, like you mentioned.
Wow.
Bin has already almost solo killed Junja. Knight's here to finish the job. Junja flashes away, but it will not save him. Knight secures the kill, and it's numbers favored for BLG as Bin goes super deep and falls. Pop Blossom hits nothing, but BLG, they just keep going. Xiaoshu gonna escape, but it's a double kill for Knight as he flashes over the wall. Hongq gonna have to burn the Spirit Rush to get out of here, and JDG, they come up hands empty.
BLG are bloodthirsty in this fight, flashing forward, looking for more blood, looking for more kills. They're only going to be able to find 2, but those are plenty for them to gain control of this bot side river. They're going to reset with a little bit more gold in their pockets, redeploy onto the map with some shiny new items. Yeah, going back to a replay here, this is just BLG looking to punish Junja for extending what they feel was a bit too far.
We said he was unkillable. This guy's level 18. Nobody from JDG is matching him. He's 2 levels up over the next highest players, which is Hongq and Xiaoshu. And look, he only tags 1 member, but it's the most important one in this fight. It is Gala, instantly dead, no recompense. And now we're going to another dragon, which JDG want to fight.
Their old timings, especially Pop Blossom not being there, doesn't seem to actually keep them from this objective, as unfortunately JDG didn't quite have theirs either. You know what else JDG don't have? They don't have a whole lot of control in this jungle. You saw it right there, but Shun's just not even able to walk through his own side of the jungle to get back to lane. He has to go disengage, walk all the way around BLG. We're already hitting mid lane tier 2.
BLG looking to tighten their grip around this game now that the threat of Soul is there. Bin, Grand Star.
Whoa!
Also coming in. We're
guys.
just throwing out our ultimates for as BLG. It's target practice here.
Quacks, would you say using Grand Starfall to get the Evolve Scuttle is a worth trade? I think Evolve Scuttle is very OP, but I don't know if it's worth that.
I mean, there's not a dragon for 4 minutes.
All right, I'll take my 100 gold then. Good, nice business trade.
Yep. Truly a fantastic up.
Whoa,
One that
whoa.
apparently JDG feel comfortable punishing as they're just onto the Baron.
BLG do call that this is a possibility, but a little bit of damage from Honkyu does keep
It's gone!
Viper honest in his positioning. JDG, they get this Baron, and the punish on, we'll call it the Grand Starfall, works out real well for JDG.
I just don't know, though, like, how much are we actually going to get off this Baron? Because I think it's a really dangerous gambit. The Baron is going to last up until about a minute before this dragon spawns, and you have no waves to play for. Baron's not necessarily a team fighting buff either, so I think you can maybe make an argument that for BLG, the Cloud Soul is not really going to enhance their damage in these fights, but I don't know what a Baron is necessarily going to do for JDG, with especially how long these lanes are. I mean, look at where all of the members of JDG are right now. They're essentially at their tier 2 line. They're not pushing out these lanes very far, and even once they do, they're going to have to eventually see the territory, and BLG will then recollapse. So these next 2 minutes are going to basically make or break this game for JDG.
Man, I am so sick of people treating Cloud Soul like the Edward Norton of Souls. This man, this thing is so underrated, it's crazy. Why are we disrespecting my boy Cloud?
I love Cloud, just Sidki, not the dragon.
Yeah. I will say, you know, Alk, to your point, this, at the very least, is a denial from BLG, and can we not say that that is worth?
I mean, sure. I mean, taking the first 2 dragons was also a pretty big denial from JDG, but you don't see me raving over the moon for them. Sure, it saved them another 10 minutes in this game. Right now, they are getting turret plates, and that's what I want to see. We're pushing on 2 waves, mid and bottom lane, and I love that Honkyu and Jinja are bouncing between these waves in Fog of War. This is an important stretch of time where they're getting gold back for themselves. Wow.
Execution, though, I mean, Honkyu and Jinja just sit there watching it. Pop Blossom catches them both, but able to survive just long enough. Maybe JDG are able to turn this fight. Gala's here, and Gala's free firing popped into the GA. We've got another chance at life for Shun, but even that not going to save him as Junja collects the kill. JDG buy enough time to turn that fight around.
Yeah, JDG, really good response from the collapse there by the rest of BLG. Managed to break open that tier 2 as well. And now, it just feels like it is the work of this Baron being able to claim a lot of that territory between the mid and bot that you mentioned, Alk, and being able to set up around there. BLG look for a desperate play, and it gets thwarted now. With that tier 2 gone in mid, it means that it's just going to be that much more difficult for BLG to get control of that mid wave in time for this dragon coming up in a little over a minute. And the tables have kind of turned. We talked about the importance of JDG needing to have control of this dragon in order to get themselves to soul. But now BLG have essentially gotten all the dragons over the course of the last 10-15 minutes. So they're the ones that are on soul point here. And JDG, how are they going to respond? Bin is on the side lane. They could look to potentially punish, but he does have Guardian Angel. He is still so tanky.
Oh, Jinja's in a massive flank.
Oh boy.
But Bin feels comfortable just taking the fight to Gala on his own. Does find the public execution, but Gala is out of there with a flash. Vampire low and Pop Blossom will go down as now the fight refocuses on Xiaoshu. Shundo never lost his eyes on Gala, flashing on top of him and turned the fight for BLG. Viper now the only AD carry left standing, and he is standing tall, collecting the kill onto Honkyu. A double kill for him, a double kill for Viper and Shun. And it turns into a big team fight win for BLG.
And it was Junja looking for the long con, but Bin takes a shortcut right into the heart of Gala. BLG stab and strike first in the best of 5.
This is a big win for BLG, being able to turn this around from a game that JDG was reclaiming. The series may be close, but in the team fights, It wasn't that close. BLG, they find the win in game 1. It is a great start for them, but Alk, I'd say we're not out of the woods yet. That was a little too close for comfort.
I didn't like some of those mid-game fights, and I gotta say, Xiaoshu was probably the most useful 0 and 3 Jacks there for a little bit. That mid-play tanks up all the aggro. Yeah.
And if this game is any indication, we might be in it for the long haul, frankly. That was a really fun game number 1 where, you know, JDG initially, or BLG rather, initially are able to get the lead, then JDG reclaim it, then BLG reclaim it, and then it was looking neutral. BLG, though, with that last team fight, just completely dominated and managed to bring home that game number 1. Really good stuff all around, but I do have to give special flowers over to Bin. The side lane presence that he had on that Ambessa and the eye that he had for that last team fight is what allowed them to get it started, looking on to Gala and allowing for the rest of his team to follow up. That's what ended the game, and frankly, it felt like the rest of the match was building up to that point with how strong Bin managed to get on this Ambessa.
It's definitely terrifying. A lot of big difference-making moments in that last game, and to hear a little bit more about it from a different perspective, let's hear from the desk.
Thank you very much, Dia. BLG taking game number 1 of our grand finals. And K-Man, it was basically your typical BLG JDG series. I mean, we're going to get the post-game graphics, the replays and all that, but one team was ahead, then the other team was ahead. Back and forth they went until eventually a crucial team fight in the bottom lane ended up giving BLG that victory.
They were so close, guys. They were so close to figuring it out here in this game. It was a couple of minor mistakes that really come back to bite them, but overall, it's a really, really nice game from BLG. I think they showcase that not only are they still able to generate their own leads with a lot of really nice aggressive early game plays and, you know, keeping their foot on the gas as we continue to go throughout the rest of a game, but they showcase that they can just outplay JDG in some of these big pivotal fights where they're the ones that are stepping forward and being aggressive and not making the mistakes, and JDG unfortunately didn't really have a clean answer to that.
I'm going to say JDG start with their game plan that we've been talking about pretty frequently. This dragon setup, the bot prio that they didn't necessarily have in the early game, but they used some really great macro and decisions through mid lane and some vision pockets to get themselves into dragons. They got the 2. Cloud Soul with JDG's comp is ridiculous. You know, Vi with Ari, with Karma. It's really, really strong. Yunara as well. And then BLG essentially go, okay, I understand now. When you're not allowed another dragon the rest of the game. The setup is perfect from BLG. They do these really nice cross-map picks onto Xiaoshu. That was a really big top gap that game. Bin played exceptionally well. And then every time JDG tried to make a play, BLG were there ready to respond.
We were calling on Xiaoshu for having a pretty good playoffs up until the winners finals, but Bin, this game definitely had the upper hand, both in terms of laning phase and also just how he was able to snowball
good
that
gold
lead
graph.
once he ended up getting that advantage. This is hopefully a sign of what's to come here on our LPL gold graphs. JDG able to get that lead in the mid game. Then they end up sneaking that Baron, and all of a sudden we're like, wait, are they going to come back and win this game? But you know, K-Man, it felt like a bunch of crucial mistakes, particularly from Gala, who was one of the stronger players in terms of gold for JDG in that series, but all three of his deaths came in very crucial team fights at moments that ended up really costing his team.
That's the thing with this game, is that you look at the 2 drafts between these 2 teams, and you're looking at a team comp that is set up to play around this Yunara incredibly well. One of the most popular and common team comps in the entire game right now is Vi and mid lane roamer with Yunara on the bottom side of the map, and we got that here in game number 1. It's just the Yunara wasn't there to be able to step up in team fights, whether it was making positioning mistakes or just being too greedy in the fights that, you know, he felt comfortable taking. It really ended up putting his team into a bad spot, and unfortunately, you know, for JDG, they didn't really have anybody else that they could rely on. This comp is almost entirely dependent on Yunara being in a spot to be able to carry them late game. It just didn't happen in this one.
Yeah, we have a couple of, I mean, we're seeing the replays here, but we want to take a deep dive into some of the specific mistakes that happened around this area of the map, around the bottom side, when Gala did end up getting caught out. And so, K-Man, we're gonna roll those right now and just, you know, have you go through it, have him go through it.
Yeah. Javetta, would you like to kind of talk about what you saw on this first one?
Now,
so we get this clip going.
I'm an ADC player. Do not, your Pantheon's on vision and Bess is on vision, do not dash into a Nico. That's step 1. Step 2 is do not dash into a Nico with ult when her entire team is behind her. That's probably a good start. You have 2 dragons, you're up 1.5k gold. Don't dash into Nico. Melee range, thank you.
Yeah, definitely not a good way to start off this game, especially in the position that they were in. But really, when we take a look, it wasn't just one. It was 2 really egregious examples, in my opinion. You have the first one, which I think is just objectively worse. But when you look at this setup, this is one where I think you just cannot be making this kind of mistake. While Junja does get caught here, it actually is okay for JDG, and there's a chance they're able to turn it around. But it's this moment right here. Gala jumps over the wall and puts himself in a position where he is hopeful that Chun either goes in or On is too far behind the play to be able to make this happen. And so when we're in a spot now where Gala is far forward, this is the problem. Do you see anything noteworthy on the screen here that might be of relevance and importance to potentially what is happening on the screen at the current moment? Because I think there might be something really important and relevant that unfortunately just didn't quite come out at the right time here from Gala. He gets Nico ulted, bursted down, and then the fight is over. At this point, the game is entirely in favor of BLG. You know, JDG did a good job to try and pull themselves back, but these are the kinds of mistakes that you can't really be making in a grand finals against the best team in the league.
Yeah, I mean, we're typically used to those killer instincts from Gala, no pun intended, right, of being able to have those really quick mechanics, right, be able to press that flash button at the right time. And on a team where he's one of the more experienced players, you're kind of hoping that he's able to, with a gold lead on the Yunara, a pick that does scale so well into the late game. I think we talked about it, like, maybe at the 30-minute mark. He's the strongest player on the map. Getting caught out in those positions is certainly not ideal. On the flip side, Viper was able to play a very solid game, and on the top side of the map, Bin also doing a ton of work in the side lane. On the Mbessa, gets the player of the game, Jay Beto. And, I mean, across the map, the bot lane certainly was where we had our eyes, but Bin kind of was just dominating on the other side, so we didn't really have to think about it very much.
Yeah, the top lane matchup wasn't great. I was a bit, when we were watching the draft together, I was a bit curious about the Mbessa first pick. I said the line, is it this highly prioritized? Is this pick genuinely this? With the Renekton ban, yes, it seems that this champion is ridiculous. Bin is obviously one of the best top laners in the world. He's been that for multiple years now. I think last year, he had some iffies, but he's looked really good in 2026. A great lane against Xiaoshu, who, like you said, has been having a pretty decent playoffs. And even though it wasn't necessarily like Bin carried the entire game, but if he was down or out of the game at all, Gala had a lead. Maybe he still makes those mistakes and those big ints, but Bin being able to just do so much damage on the top side of the map made the team fights a lot easier for BLG.
Yeah, and let's not forget, I mean, he burned Flash, like, level 3. He was really put into a bad spot. To all the top laners out there that feel like your game is over the moment you get pushed out, Bin was up 35 CS at 20 minutes after. Yeah, if you run it down enough, eventually you will generate a CS lead.
Ended up working out for Bin, who really has taken it to another level here in the playoffs so far. When we take a look at what JDG need to do going into this next game, because it felt like the objective setups in general, at least towards the beginning, when they were able to, kind of get back into the lead, were pretty solid. It seemed like a lot of what we were talking about in the pre-show ended up carrying over, except BLG were able to win a couple of these crucial fights. How do they avoid being put in those disadvantageous situations again?
I think it's first about looking at what they did well, and that's the aggression. They were not afraid to pull the trigger on the Vi-Ahri duo, which you need to do in the mid-game, and that's something that Junja has been a lot better at over the past couple of series. He's kind of known as a more passive player, a more facilitative type of player. He was known for the Maokai and the Sejuani back in the day, and so for him to be so aggressive and to, be so willing to make those engages, that has to keep itself up. The problem is you need to make sure that you are taking those at the right time and prioritizing the right targets. To me, it really just came down to being in the wrong place on the map. It wasn't so much the decision on when or how to fight. We even saw when they were down in gold, they were winning fights after they, sneak this Baron and, get a small little exchange down and get that mid-tier 2 and, get the gold back to even. They won almost every fight that was actually set up from even, but almost every fight they lost was one of their main carries getting caught out and getting chunked to half before the fight even started. If you can eliminate that, they honestly looked okay in game 1.
Yeah, I think we see oftentimes there's like ebb and flow of a game, and sometimes it can be very close. The JDG vs Weibo series was very, very JDG favored. This game was, like, it felt very strong on both sides, right? When JDG was in the lead, when we were watching, like, they looked unstoppable. The game felt over just from, like, how it felt. You know, they're up 2 dragons, they're so aggressive, Junja is sending it with Honkyu flashing in, there's nothing BLG can do, and when BLG adapt, it all of a sudden feels like JDG never had a foot in the game at all.
Yeah, felt like a pretty close game, all things considered. Each side had moments where they shined, but only one team able to get that victory, and of course this one goes to BLG. They take an early lead and look en route to winning yet another LPL championship. We're going to head to a short break. Before we do so, we want to give a big shout out to all that are watching here that are also supporters of us here on Coffee. If you'd like to support LPL English, consider becoming a Coffee member. It's the best way to support the LPL English project, with the vast majority of your contributions going directly to the show. A lot of the initial payments go into upgrading the broadcast, but a huge bulk of it also pays on-air talent and content creators. So you can subscribe to the Coffee. It's linked in our chat right now to unlock perks like early access to content and the ability to ask interview questions for our unique on-site interviews. Coffee is such a great way for the community to get involved, get a little bit of an early access to things like our podcast that we've been uploading, as well as any other additional stuff that we're able to put through on LPL English. So thank you guys for keeping the lights on over here. When we come back, it'll be the draft of Game 2 of our LPL Grand Finals.
Welcome back, folks, to the LPL English broadcast, where we are about to go into Game 2 of the Grand Finals. BLG versus JDG, and BLG starting things off strong. Alk, that was a game that was over pretty quickly, given how back and forth it was.
Sure. I do think we got to see, like, individually, BLG, they made their big early climb. There was a random mid-game kerfuffle where JDG then got to, you know, live the experience of, oh, we're coming back in this game. But they never closed off what was Bin's big gold lead throughout the game. And he essentially just kind of gapped Xiaoshu in this matchup, which... not something we have said, like we saw him in their prior series. I remember that first game, the Kennen versus Renekton. Shun came up there and completely ruined the game for Xiaoshu. So I'm expecting to see a pretty big bounce back from a player that we've had fairly high hopes for, even without the experience that his counterpart has.
And I also think another part, kind of looking at JDG's gameplay, analyzing them a little bit from game number 1, is... we talked a lot and hyped up a lot of Gala and Vampire's 2v2s and being able to operate as a bot lane and potentially get a gold lead over Viper and On. And that was kind of thwarted right from the get-go. We saw the priority already being given over to BLG. They just constantly had Gala and Viper under their own turret. And the Yunara was able to... get a little bit of recompense with that mid-game kerfuffle that you put, Dimitri, but after that point, it didn't, in the grand scheme of things, matter too much, as once Gala was face-to-face with Bin, well, you can do the math and look at the replay.
I mean, that brother was getting hit with every pop blossom from on. Like, we saw multiple plays that the desk went over, so...
Yeah.
I mean, we talked about it in the draft as well, right? Like, they picked Yunara, which is fine. Like, Yunara is a good champion. But draft-wise, Gala was kind of on his own. Like, nobody else is really helping Gala. And when you have a Pantheon and an Ambessa and a Nico that all want to give Yunara a big hug, Gala's not going to have a great time. And I think we saw that, I mean, especially in the final team fight, where Gala's actually positioning pretty darn well considering the circumstances, and he just really can't play League of Legends.
AD carry. You're playing AD carry. That's just how it goes. I have lived this life for many years, and it's the only life I know, so...
Why do you think mages are taking over in solo queue? It's just the natural order of things at this point. I mean, I did see someone say that the ranged top laners for like bot lane are mages. Do you agree with that sentiment, Ulk? As the AD
yeah, it's like you're kind of cheating. Like, we're supposed to be like these AD carries, you know, or we're gonna be attacking each other. I don't know why we're using these stupid things called spells. I'm here to right click you. If you throw a Ziggs bomb at me, I'm just gonna get mad. If you throw a Syndra Q, or like if we're going old school, we're using Vladimir, I'm gonna get pissed. But we focus in on this game. That's the draft pan, so we're getting ready for game number 2 here. More mid bans. We were talking about Orianna and Azir, or Orianna and Ryze in that first game being taken away, so seems like that is going to be a consistent theme here throughout the series.
And it is worth noting that a lot of the pairings with Azir are still up and available, so if we want to see either of these teams be bold enough to pick up that champion, I do think that their respective junglers have decent enough pairings to shore up potentially some of the early game weaknesses that have been known for Azirs of the past. But beyond just looking at the mid jungle, I'm also really interested because we did highlight Bin in game number 1 as kind of that MVP, was also voted MVP of that game. What BLG are now going to be handing over to him, because like we said before game number 1, he's kind of been the guy who has put on some of these tanks, put on some of these side laners, but they gave him Ambessa in that game number 1, a lane dominant carry, and he was absolutely able to deliver. So maybe kind of throwing us off of what we expected here of Bin in the playoffs.
I do wonder what they'll pick up for Bin this time around, especially because Ambessa was such an early priority. Again, we mentioned it, but possibility of the flex pick for that also makes it a really good thing to grab early on in the draft. This time, however, first draw is going to belong to JDG, and Jarvan unbanned. Junja is 100% win rate on Jarvan across the regular season and the playoffs, so I'd pick it too.
5-0?
Yeah, and I also think that the Jarvan is really good at complementing the strengths of Junja as a player, simply because we saw it kind of at the end of game number 1. He was looking for a creative angle onto Bin before Bin inevitably just snap engaged onto Gala. But this has been something that I think Junja has been really, really good at, going for some of these more creative pathings, being able to find these little pockets of vision to sit in for a flank. And Jarvan absolutely unlocks that strength for anyone that pilots him.
Ooh, we are throwing down the gauntlet here. Yep. Gala and Vampire, they don't want to lose another laning phase. We're going to pick Korkinami and pray. So a lot of explosive measures here for JDG. The ability to make a snap engage, whether that's with Jarvan or even with the Nami wave later on. BLG, though, are going to kind of build out more of a slower front-to-back team fight. I'm kind of surprised to see Wukong get so much priority this early into the draft, just by way of we've kind of seen this champion fall out of the meta. I do love having Ashe Seraphine to kind of slow things down, and then in the mid game, mid to late, you just make picks on whatever side of the map you want to do, whether it is just on mid lane or even making the 5-on-5 standoffs when we're talking about objectives. Gnar for Bin is awesome. Now you can take away some of the even worse matchups. You already have things like Ambessa and Jax gone thanks to Fearless, and you can take away some of the more annoying matchups you might get later on. Things like even the Kennen that we have seen, or even things like Gwen, which Chanshu has piloted.
I really like the look that we're going to see from Gala here, the potential for it, though. Like we mentioned, the Ashe Seraphine, very frustrating to lane into, but Corki's turned that matchup around before in the playoffs. Sylas, however, an important takeaway already because you've got such big ultimates on BLG's side. I think this is a really nice just respect to Honkyu that he can likely pick it up, can likely pilot it pretty well, even into Knight, as Honkyu's job really has been not to style on Knight, but just to make sure that he doesn't do as much.
And it almost feels like a declaration here from BLG, because kind of going back a little bit, they picked the Ashe and the Seraphine into the Jarvan, which historically Jarvan has had a really good time into because both those champions are immobile. You get caught in the Cataclysm, and you're kind of just set up for death row. So now I think the rest of BLG kind of have to go just really hard on the disengage train for the remainder of their picks. We're seeing that with the Gnar. The shove is available to be able to disengage the Jarvan if he tries to flag and drag onto the backline. I wouldn't be surprised if Talia is something that Knight heavily prioritizes as another way to get Junja away from his backline, and just all of these picks trying to buy range for Viper and onto free hit in these fights, because so far JDG, even though they've got really good engage, are very short range and don't really have big answers to, I feel, this Ashe and Seraphine that aren't countered by BLG.
Man, I was getting really excited because in my head I was like, is this just a LeBlanc Kazakhscape? We've already seen this pairing from BLG before, and I think from what JDG are showing, Kazakhs would have been great. We're going to get the Poppy instead, though. This champion is, again, one of the most banned champions currently in the playoffs, and especially for BLG, you always have to be worried about either Shun or On playing it. But in this instance, it is going to be going over to the jungle of BLG, which will give them really good snapback, especially with the pairing with Seraphine.
This terrifies me because BLG are changing the style of their composition really drastically between games 1 and 2, and JDG already should feel like they have to play catch up to game 1. You can see them getting a lot more, I want to say, like, potential in this draft in terms of champions that can burst you down very quickly to answer what BLG had. A Mel lock-in for Honkyu certainly adds to that, though. The threat from his Mel was definitely felt in their Weibo series.
We have so much poke, we have no front line. This JDG comp is going to be going forward at all times. At any point in which BLG force you to take a step back, or you are not first on an objective, it'll be a little bit more tough for them. I mean, BLG, you ever find them in the river? There's going to be an Ashe ultimate, but you can reflect that. There's going to be a Poppy. No one's stopping this champion. And now we're getting Knight's Syndra, man. I just think that there are so many angles for BLG to play more flexibly around these 5v5s, and JDG are gonna really have to play a very strategic game of whittling their opponents down.
BLG have 5, I'm gonna call it 5, it could be more. They have at least 5 don't touch me buttons, and that's kind of crazy when JDG's whole job is to get on top of you, especially the top side of the map. Of course, Xiaoshu and Junja are going to be people that we're watching quite a bit. I will say, to add a little bit of cope to this whole thing, JDG, for as much as they have not a whole lot of frontline, they do have a lot of poke that BLG can't really answer.
And I think we're going to have to see maybe a bit of a story of opposites here. I mean, we remarked on the priority that BLG were able to get in the bot lane and how Shun was able to make use of that in game number 1. Now, though, you could potentially have a lot of shove in mid. You could potentially have a lot of shove in top lane. We'll have to see if Junja can make use of that and maybe try and bully out this Poppy early on this top side, because you're definitely not getting prio in that bot lane.
No.
And maybe that could also be an area where this Jarvan could attack.
Not this again. I don't want to see the cowbell, please.
How
How is this something that we paid for? This is a paid amenity for our Split 1 Grand Finals over in Suzhou. We've just decided, yeah, we're going to continue to have cowbells with both of the mascots of JDG and Billy.
It's Demacia themed too. Alistar's not even from... Like, what's our theme, guys? Just random cowbells. It truly is random.
Stop.
I love hearing it as we get into game, though. I mean, that...
All right, well, we'll see how these lanes go. We wanted to see an early bit of push here from the bottom lane. Again, when you have Tidecaller's Blessing plus Gatling Gun, very, very difficult combo to break. And Jace should be able to bully Gnar. I'm already seeing Xiaoshu's behind the Gnar and is chasing him off the wave due to the early damage that he got just walking into blue buff.
Xiaoshu gonna have to try his best, especially these early levels.
What?
This is what we wanted to
on the
see.
Early invade. I mean, this could very easily work out for him, but he'll actually not choose to flash over the wall, leaving Shun to walk the bot side. 200 HP and a few camps, I guess.
Really good stuff there from Junja. I mean, he must have watched some Kyrie videos on the 5-second rule. Bro goes from Raptors, waits in vision a little bit, and then immediately jumps onto the Poppy when he has the opportunity. This is what we wanted to see. Junja already stamping his foot on this top side, forcing a vertical on the Poppy, and that's what we want to see with these lanes constantly pushing. Junja can always be active around some of these more volatile matchups.
Oh, and this is just going to go from bad to worse for Shun here. I mean, even if he decides, Knight, just cancel the recall. Thank you, brother. I thought maybe we'd see an invade. I mean, last game we saw Shun take a bunch of invades, and it worked out for him at the end, but you know, towards the middle of the game didn't end up doing all that much. We saw Junja with a pretty big lead as we got into the mid game there. So instead of recalling, now we're just going to have even clears. There is a health pot here for Junja, so he's going to maybe just trade a single blue buff. I don't think that's going to really make or break this game early on. No way.
No, he's not fighting this, surely. He's going to slam Junja into the wall, but not a whole lot to come of this. Fortunately, BLG had push in bot side that enabled him to walk in at all, but this actually pushes Junja out of the bot side entirely and changes the game for Shun. It was bad. It's all right now.
It's two camps. It's two camps. We traded, basically. He's going to get blue buff. They're going to trade Scuttle. If Shun doesn't take the Gromp, then fine. That means that Junja is technically up one camp, but all in all, I think we're still seeing very similar game patterns. Bot lane has shove, move into bot side jungle, get the timers.
This has been a pretty common theme. Just with Ashe Seraphine alone, I feel like as a duo, you pick this to be able to unlock more aggressive pathways for your jungler to take. And it's more reactive in the case of Shun here in game number 2 because he did get invaded by Junja really early on, but still giving that possibility over, and we'll probably keep that door open for a good amount of time. We'll just have to see if Shun, with the weird, wonky respawn timers, if he's able to actually make use of that and start putting the pressure onto Junja.
Nice trade bot side. I am noticing as well, Honku's having a pretty good time in mid lane so far. I mean, I don't want to eat my words, but the Mel has been doing pretty well in this matchup.
Up 2 CS? I mean, the game's over. Can we just go game 3?
I mean, hey, he had priority in mid, and when his jungler was getting invaded, he did not move. He just stood there and took the CS. That's a true mid laner right there.
I
Don't
can't
assist
move,
your
bro.
jungler when they're getting invaded.
Yeah, like, this is a, you know, I scratch your back, you scratch mine. If you come to my lane and you get enemy mid flash, I'll come and invade with you. Shen, we have the timer on the Gromp. Let's go for it. But, yeah, the bot lane's backing off. So Shen's going to say, you know what, I'll take a little bit of a reprieve. Knight even drops into Fog of War, so probably going to just be a smite fight for the Gromp.
I think Junja wins it, and actually might win a whole lot more. Honku actually not going to be safe despite the reflect, and Junja gets to try and tank for him, but unfortunately, no flash on Mel means that Honku dies a very sorry death for First Blood.
We can see Junja just trying to reclaim control, but Knight was freed up. Finally a push on the Syndra, and immediately once he gets that, BLG take advantage of it, managed to get the First Blood, and this is a really good start for BLG. We talked about it in the draft, but we favor this comp in the mid to late game when they're able to group up. They're a lot more lethal than JDG. JDG really have to be proactive in these early levels, and so far, haven't really been able to do so, Alec.
Ooh, this is tight from Shun. Dodges out on the E route from the Mel. Also dodges out on the Nami bubble. Going back to live, it looks like Xiaoshu's probably gone.
And yet, yeah, he looks so good, and yet. Sometimes the mid laner just shows up in your lane and This is kind of what we talked about earlier, right? Honkyu had a little bit of wave priority, wasn't able to convert it. Knight, as soon as he gets any priority at all, he roams up to the top side and secures a kill for his top laner.
And this is a pretty common pattern I feel like we saw when Honkyu and Knight met the first time around in the playoffs, where usually Honkyu would be able to stay within relative proximity of Knight's goal. I think they were pretty band for band in the laning phase, but what really differentiated the players was Knight's ability to, when he gets gold and when he has these resources, he's able to move around the map and has just, I feel, way more impact than Honkyu, just being a proactive member on Summoner's Rift. So we saw that there with the roam, and Honkyu as well earlier, not able to roam toward that invade. Now Dragon is being started up, and Junja has no way to walk in here, Dia.
Unfortunately, he's going to have to solo mission this. And Honkyu's still battling things out. Junja's got no support on the way. Is he going to flag and drag for a smite steal?
Steal.
He could do it. I've seen it before.
Oh!
Push forward.
Oh, no!
Misses the smite. Flags and drags into the steadfast presence.
Wait.
Junja is suffering, but at least he gets an answering kill. Gala's here as well, and he picks up another. Despite not getting the dragon, 2 for 1, I will say is an acceptable amount of silly for JDG.
Look, he flashed over the Poppy ultimate. That's a fairly hard skill shot to get over with the flash, but the smite afterwards wasn't as tight. So far, Shun has been really on top of his smites this series alone, whereas Junja in their last bout was definitely the better in this department. But you got a really big win for yourself. That was multiple kills, the flash away from both Corki and Nami. So whether that is the grubs that are going to be spawning in just a moment here, or Shun, who is currently pathing down towards the bottom side, these are all things that we can revisit as BLG to open up even bigger leads and try to get more of those turret plates that they've been coveting.
And it's not being taken right off rip by BLG, despite Bin having Prio and Knight being deployed onto the map. They are not going to take that objective right out of the gate. And I feel like probably just waiting for that ultimate for Shun to come back up, or Mega for Bin, so just biding their time. And this opens up an opportunity for JDG to get some conditions on this top side favorable for themselves. We saw Junja, after that play, he was level 5, now he's level 6, has that Cataclysm available, and that is a big tool that you can use in some of these river skirmishes and these mid-game fights.
Just thinking, imagine how much better that could have gone for JDG if there was Cataclysm damage on top of it. In theory. In theory, of course. Still went all right.
Right now, BLG have done a lot of good damage early on, 9 minutes into this game, but I am worried for them that if they're not able to secure some kind of endgame condition, whether that is taking multiple turrets alongside a Baron or getting the soul for themselves, they're going to be in a really tough spot as this game goes on, because eventually what's going to happen, the play pattern we're going to see from JDG is they're going to walk as 4 and 5, they're going to have Jarvan move forward, and then you're going to have poke from Jace, Mel's going to be poking you out, Gala with 2-3 item Corki with big 1 missiles coming all the way down range. BLG do not tank these very well, so I need to see them continue this gold lead. It's 1,000 now, that's great. I want to see more. I want to see continued objective control when it comes to these dragons, so seeing that first dragon taken is a good sign.
Especially first couple of tier 1's going to be really important, because if JDG have that safety, it becomes all the more dire, so to say, for BLG. First Enchanter Crystal Arrow headed out towards the mid lane. No rebuttal left, and Knight gets a free stun off this as well. That was a nice arrow. That's all I got to say.
Yeah, Viper from downtown lands the arrow. Free kill over to Knight, and this will be the Syndra's second. So we talked about the lack of frontline here for JDG. When you've got a burst mage like Syndra at a 2-0-1 scoreline 10 minutes into the game, constantly stacking those splinters as well, making her more lethal as the match goes on. It's not a great trajectory. JDG are going to have to try and correct that. We can see Junja is going to try.
No.
Does have Cataclysm, uses it to dodge the Encore for now, but it's a 4v3 in the bot side, favoring JDG. Honkyu's teleported down, Knight unable to match. And Gala will collect yet another kill. 2 kills for Gala in this game. Definitely something to be worried about as BLG.
You could see we're getting a little bit of desperation, I think, already here. I mean, Junja misses a very easy flag and drag onto the Seraphine. The Poppy ult from Shun doesn't land, so at least both teams are partaking in the festivities here. But look at this. Knight fades into top side of the river. Jace has to be afraid. Another turret plate going over to BLG and Bin. And now we're going to be heading into a dragon in a minute. And now I'm looking at no TP from Mel. And still we're down this summoner spell from Gala. No cleanse could be a really big game changer once all of these other ultimates for Billy Billy come up.
And also, the flashes for the BLG bot lane are going to be up by the time this dragon spawns. So that extra little bit of safety for Viper and On to be able to get out of a Cataclysm, which they were unable to do, or On specifically was unable to do in that last fight, thus leading to his death. So JDG, when they go for that snap engage, they have to be very mindful of BLG's slipperiness with the summoners all up for themselves.
Look out for Chen and Crystal Arrow as well. That's a pretty short cooldown, and Viper's got it right now. Could fish for something new. Rebuttal cooldown in the mid lane, something that Honky will definitely be hanging on to a little bit more than he was so liberal with it in the lane phase. As Dragon comes up, Vision still belongs to BLG. Viper and On are able to fade up here, and for all JDG know, this objective's going down right now.
I mean, Jarvan's coming back now, so the best look for JDG is going to be them chasing them out of the pit, but I'm struggling to see that from them. So JDG gonna give it the first two dragons of the game.
Though.
Oh.
Junja doesn't get into the pit, and will secure dragon for BLG. Disengaged from JDG.
He's going!
Junja, however, does flash forward. Flag and drag not going to connect. Flash encore from On, though, catches two. Steadfast presence protects the back line. But Gala's walking forward. Shun in the back line does manage to collect a triple kill. And now Gala, who walked forward, is all alone. It is another kill to BLG. This one going to On, but it is disaster for JDG.
And that engage from Junja just reeked of desperation, trying to claw back something from BLG, getting that dragon, some type of advantage JDG wanted to gain, but they end up overplaying their hand. Junja, flash, flag, and drag. You're not coming out of that fight alive at this point. You have invested all of your disengage tools, or your ability to get out of the fight, into getting into the fight, and the rest of your team not able to follow up in time. BLG are able to rebound, and also, it's just the fact that Shun is really tanky here. He's able to take them all down on the back line. And Gala panics, tries to go for a return kill, but there's just nothing to be had. Really unnecessary play, it felt like there from JDG, going from bad to worse now.
I don't even think that BLG are really, like, kind of changing the game when it comes to what we've seen from them throughout playoffs. They've been a super dominant team in the early game. Mechanics, mechanics, mechanics. We talk about it all the time when we talk about this organization with this specification of the lineup. But this feels like all of the worst hits from JDG when we talk about playoffs. Junja being less effective when we talk about his impact in series until later on. Honkyu not getting more of these roam timers to help out and either get vision or apply pressure by going into Fog of War. And Gala, as legendary as this player is, we have seen even as far back as even last year when we had him on IG, there are big portions of the split where this guy was either invisible or just not making the good plays. And we saw it in game one, and I think we're also getting a glimpse of it here, the overreaching, the overstepping for this Corki. Now, again, another 2,500 gold lead. BLG have the two dragons. This is exactly what we wanted to see from this composition, from where they're at.
Oh, the overreach. Almost saw it again.
He won it this time.
All good, though. All good.
Warranted for the time being, but the BLG are just continuing to steamroll this game. You can see that Shun has already started up the Herald. Junja is on the bot side of the map. Maybe that's a good thing. Maybe we take Junja away from the neutral objectives so that he doesn't do anything silly.
I don't know how I'm feeling about
all right.
it.
Okay.
Yeah, good deal. We've got a dive going on top side. Bit disjointed from BLG,
don't have
if
a
I'm
win.
honest, but Xiaoshu's not feeling great about it either way. Still incredibly low on this
What
Jace,
the?
but
Whoa,
Bin
whoa,
walks through the
whoa.
tower, and we are a bit deep in the sauce right now, as is Junja, who cataclysms onto two completely isolated members as Knight collects the double kill. Things
Well,
Things could
they
be
just
going
made
better,
two
and I
plays.
think that's cope.
They just played two different sides of the map. They made a play on mid lane. Knight kills Gala, gets the second kill on the Vampire. They tried to squeeze on the Xiaoshu, and while it's not a kill immediately, it's just an entire turret there. So BLG now go up to almost 4,000 gold. This is the play that happened in mid. They're trying to play up Gala. You can't do this, man.
Yeah.
You have no flash, no cleanse into... Okay, fine, you don't know that Syndra's there, that's cool, but this is double ultimates up for Viper and On. That's a massive mistake from you.
And again, it just feels like JDG understand that in a 5v5 setting, their comp just isn't in a position to contest BLG, as now Xiaoshu's just dead on the side.
Yeah. No turret safety. And it's tough because, as you both had mentioned, this is a JDG that I think isn't respecting the fact that they don't have a front line. And unfortunately, Jace isn't going to live very long, doesn't have a lot of tools to get out. Same thing's true of Corki when he's got, like you said, no flash, no cleanse. It's tough.
It definitely is. And BLG even looking for a pick there, feels like they understand that with the time that they're sacrificing, with the room on the map that they're sacrificing on the bot side, JDG aren't even going to be able to retake some of that control with the window that BLG granted them by looking for that pick onto the top side. They understand how strong they are. Knight is not going to walk up because this guy has spider sense, so no pick possible for JDG. Bot side River is in control. They don't even have to sacrifice the Herald to gain the priority around this area.
Just gonna have to walk up, teleport for JDG. They're throwing everything into this fight, and Gala
Here goes On.
not even gonna be there. He gets yeeted right out.
Oh!
Hey, there we go.
And the Encore just sends a huge CC chain the way of Junja. You don't have an ADC, you don't have a jungler, you don't have a dragon, and somehow things are getting worse as Gala has to flash after the dragon take simply to survive.
Herald will get a Junja, and they get the turret mid, and they get the third dragon. And by the way, did I also mention that they got Herald and all three grubs? Every single objective here in this game number 2 is going over to BLG. We're seeing now, JDG, it is a hard comp to play. And still, if we can get to 25, 30 minutes, I still see some avenues that JDG can come back into this game, but a Hextech Soul is going to basically be the last nail in the coffin for them in 4.5 minutes. So you might not have the time to make it to 25. You're going to have to find some angle to bounce back or break this game where it is.
I appreciate your optimism, Hulk. To put it bluntly, I do think that we are going to have to be seeing Junja get tankier before we consider JDG being able to contest BLG at these fights, because simply, this is like the closest thing you have to frontline, and he's 0-4. He's been getting one shot in a lot of these
Ruby Crystal
exchanges. Yeah, double Ruby, it's truly saved.
That's
What's a
enough.
double
We were
Ruby
talking about the
Crystal
mid lane match. We were talking about the
What's
mid
a
lane
double
matchup
Ruby
being won
Crystal?
by 2 CS. This is basically the
Yeah.
same thing. Double Ruby Crystal.
Honky
I don't
with
see 2
amp
Ruby
tones.
Crystals.
We got doubles. Yeah, we're chilling. A double Ruby Crystal, a double Book. What's not to like?
A 2-0 lead for BLG, maybe. If we're talking about doubles.
Yeah.
Maybe double up in TFT is where we need to be seeing JDG's players after this.
Bit of a mental reset needs to be had, be it in this game, be it after this game. Junja is going for something on the bot side, and Bin, to Junja's credit, may very well go down. But Knight's here immediately afterwards, and JDG have to deal with the consequences of their actions. Xiaoshu does flash on top of Knight. Heal comes through, saving Knight's life, and now it's a 4v2 in the favor of BLG bot side. To their credit, as the double kill goes over to Shun, JDG do get a little bit of access to the mid lane. Grab another plate, if not the whole tower. I don't think it'll be the whole tower.
Oh, I like this.
Ult?
Q, execute. We're
Sure.
good.
Wait, if BLG get nothing else after this, we just got Knight's flash. On's not going to have flash for this dragon, and we just got ourselves a couple of kills as well as objective bounties. I'm going to take that. From the state in which JDG were in just a few moments ago, this is a much better spot to try to play, even if you have to spend 3 of your summoner spells.
It's pretty granular, but we also got plates in the mid lane. That tier 1 is very close to
Yeah.
falling, and we also saw the bot lane tier 1 get taken down by JDG as well. So if you can claim that mid lane tier 1 on top of that, it gives JDG maybe a little bit more room to work with in the vision department to set up for these future dragons, which they desperately are going to be needing. We got a little less than 2 minutes until Soul is up potentially for BLG. And everyone is going to be scrambling just to set up around these Phallites, around these pockets of vision to get that under control. And yeah, BLG, I think, understand the importance of that mid lane tier 1, and they have sent Viper and On to patrol the area, keep control of that mid lane priority, and not allow JDG to claim that turret.
You have to worry about JDG's front line as well. No flash on Junja, who's getting engaged on. Slammed into the wall and Enchanted Crystal arrowed. This Cataclysm is a Hail Mary to get out. Honkyu's here to try and save his jungler, but it's not going to work. A recall will fortunately keep Xiaoshu alive, but BLG,
Baron?
having picked off the jungler, they're already topside. You know what time it is.
Okay, teleport's coming in from Xiaoshu on the mid wave. He'll have the teleport shield, but aside from that, this is what JDG Comps wants to do. Trap them on the objective and just poke.
Bin's almost mega. He gets to play a huge front line right now. Xiaoshu's the only one with real access into the pit. 4K left on the Baron, and JDG have to give this one up for lost. The BLG play around Baron is too clean for them right now.
And you can see Knight as well is going to try and defend the turret here. Gala's going to walk up and just auto it. Good decision there. So they are going to get that space to work with around this dragon, as well as the resets coming through from BLG. It does mean that they can claim the empowered crab. So they've got control over this bot side river, but a question of, is it too late? You got 6,000 gold leads here for BLG. Can they just walk in?
Are they going to give this up? BLG, they might just be willing to play with the Baron, but a lot of flashes. Remember, no flash for Knight.
Oh! We're all good. We're all good. The battle comes out. Gala, however, very, very low. And gets caught by the Encore. Insta-cleanse, though. Tries to turn things around onto Bin, but he loses his support in the process. Vampire's down. Another 4v5 in the favor of BLG. They got a Seraphine in all this poke as well, which you're really starting to feel the impact of now with JDG behind and on, keeping BLG up. It's feeling rough.
Oh, he's going for it. Come on, Junja.
Nope.
Well, that's the game, folks. That's going to be a Hextech Soul. That's going to be BLG. Even with some of their members dying on the back end here, Honkyu's going to put some final fancy feet before BLG take care of him. What? Whoa!
Whoa! Whoa! It was cool, though. You got a kill.
It was cool. I agree. I totally agree. It looked cool. It made me feel like my blood pressure rose a little bit, but now I'm back down. I'm at resting heart rate right now. 8,000 gold lead, a bot turret, a mid turret. I gotta say, guys, I know we're only 2 games into this series, but I think Shun has been spectacular so far in these 2 games.
And especially from the response because of how this game started, right? He got cheesed level 1, or level 2 rather, on his top side, got zoned off from being able to participate in the top side at all, and then still managed to make the most of it, have way more impact than Junja. And on all of these team fights, he's been so good at being able to defend his backline. We talked about the difficulty of JDG being able to find access toward this Ashen Seraphine, and it is because of Shun being able to throw down that W, charge up that ultimate, and buy all of that space.
Also, Bin is being a pretty big terror in the backline. Like, this guy's walking forward as Mininar, building rage, and he's like, okay, well, I'm just going to keep auto-attacking you, and if you're not going to crowd control me or try to burst me, well, then now you're going to take multiple hyper procs, and I'm just going to run you down. So he is really putting the screws down onto JDG, and especially Xiaoshu, who, again, him, Honkyu, and Vampire, their very first LPL finals that we've seen from them, that it is looking dire for JDG as BLG continue to be the most dominant team here in the playoffs.
JDG just don't have a leash to put on anybody. Like, you try and throw the few engage and hard CC tools you have at anyone on BLG, and you are still left facing down an immense gold lead. Mikhail's keeping Vampire up from what was an Enchanted Crystal Arrow in base, something that BLG absolutely still could have taken, and that's the threat. BLG can engage anytime, anywhere. They don't have to worry about anything. And they've still got plenty of time to harass these last couple inhibitor towers that stand between them and a victory. Junja CC'd and once again sent right back to base. Just gives BLG even more time.
And we highlighted maybe the difficulty for this BLG comp to siege, but they make up for that with just the range that they have. JDG are trying to clear out these waves, but they're sacrificing a decent amount of their health bars in order to do so because BLG are hitting them from so far away with that Hextech Soul as well, making it just that much more worse. So yeah, they're going to be able to whittle down this turret slowly but surely.
All right.
They still have El Junja.
So if you're thinking, man, this is looking like a one-sided start to the finals. We're almost 2-0 basically at this point in the game. With the gold lead that they have, 10,000. You gotta ask, historically speaking, JDG are gonna have to break big mentals here. Never, ever has the team from the lower finals, after going into the uppers, ever won the LPL. This would be a massive turnaround, and with where it's looking, we might even have to get a reverse sweep here in the grand finals.
Yeah. It would mean, I think, a lot for these JDG members to be able to lift the trophy. I think a lot of people think to Hongq and Junja, the big star imports of the LPL, kind of coming in with a lot of expectations and being able to match those. I think getting to finals period on your first split is a really big achievement, but for Junja in particular, it would be 8 for 8 if he managed to win this one. The streak would be broken if BLG managed to take this series, and then Hongq, the only other time an import from the LCP, LMS, PCS region, whatever you want to call it, has won their first split importing into the LPL was, I believe, with Karsa on RNG in 2018. So it has been almost not like 10 years since that was the case. It's been 8 years basically since that was the case. Hongq would be the second player ever to do that. But BLG, these guys are the dominant factor in the LPL for a reason.
And by that same token, right, we're talking about what this series means for JDG and how great it would be for them. For BLG, it is not so much about, wow, how amazing would it be if we won the final. This roster is built to win in the finals. They are built to win every split. And while for JDG, it is about rising above expectations, BLG, to lose today would be to fall short of what they've set for themselves and what others have set for them. Engage on tonight is going to go out. Encore doesn't connect, but Knight still alive, just dealing with a Jarvan. Finally will get executed by Hongq. That not even the focus of BLG, though.
Elder!
They take the Baron in the meantime.
It's 50-second death timer, and it's also flash burned as well. JDG are in a 4v5 situation. They can look to maybe go for an Elder fight here. That's their best bet. That's their only bet.
Still 4v4. Still 4v4. BLG. Shun gets a double knock-up. Forward goes Viper. It is 1, 2. It is 3 and 4. Picked up. A double kill for Bin. And Xiaoshu shows up just in time to back to base.
I mean, you talked about it maybe being their best shot, but when you're down 12,000 gold and Hextech Soul, that's basically a pinhole when we're talking about any kind of choice there for JDG. This is going to be BLG continuing to end this game in dominant looks. 2-0 start here in the grand finals.
Another kind of cool moment as Xiaoshu does at least get to walk forward and claim a kill, but he'll have to watch as the Nexus goes down for the second time in a row this series, putting JDG down 0-2 in the face of BLG, a roster that, as we mentioned, is expected to win. And Alk, they are looking like a roster that expects that themselves. They're not just getting this from outside. BLG look polished and like they are just rising to the expectations that they've got.
Bringing in Viper was with the expectation that not only are they going to make multiple finals, that they're probably going to win a lot of those, and trying to deal damage internationally. Last year was the most disappointing split that we have gotten from BLG at an international level, but now with Viper and maybe a little bit more sauce, bringing in Shun, bringing him back onto the lineup, it is really apparent so far that, for now anyway, BLG are going to continue to kind of cut away at even JDG's one claim to fame, which is mid to late team fighting. If you never get there in the first place, you're never going to have a chance to win or play the game.
And it felt like that comp really wasn't tailor-made to play to JDG's strengths. We talk about the team fighting, and this was a comp that really couldn't team fight. They were really forced and kind of shoehorned into making proactive plays early on, and you could see them over-forcing in order to try and achieve that goal, but just adding fuel to the fire that is BLG, burning them down with every consecutive play that goes their way. But I want to take a look at some of the other players, I think, that the mainstays of BLG and how it would be a big deal for them to win this series now that they are up 2-0. I'm looking at On in particular. This is a player who has kind of been thought of as a match set relative to him and Elk being a bot lane that have basically been together for a lot of their tier 1 career. So On being able to win a championship without his partner in crime, Elk, in the AD carry role, I think would do a really good job and do a lot for him individually to separate himself and to really stand out as a player by his lonesome.
Stakes really rising, and it looks like BLG, at least with a 2-0 lead, are feeling comfortable. But let's see what our desk thought about that second game.
Now that is a BLG that looks ready for international competition. A dominating game number 2. And Jay Beto, your JDG prediction isn't looking great right now, I will say, but
it's still alive.
We have seen 5-game series played. Reverse sweeps, I don't think we've had one in this playoff specifically, but still definitely on the table. But they're going to need a lot of work right now in order to make that happen.
Yeah, I think BLG have done their homework. I think it was on the podcast, like, both of these teams are going to have a lot of prep, a lot of time as well, but BLG obviously have more time. It feels like they came tonight more prepared. Not that reverse sweeps are impossible, but BLG Game 2 felt like in Game 1, once they got into their stride, Game 2 picked right up where they left off, and that game was very easy for BLG.
Easy is a good word, I think, to use for them. I think that starts in draft for me in terms of talking about these two teams and where they ended up landing. I think one of these drafts is so much easier to play than the other in terms of just your win condition in the later part of the game. You're looking at an Ashe Seraphine that is going to have Prio in the 2v2 with Syndra that's going to be more than fine throughout a lot of this mid game, and a Poppy that shuts down the only engage on the side of JDG. You first pick this Jarvan into 4 poke champions and give him nothing to do unless he's like super far ahead. They're relying so much on snowballing this game, and it's just so difficult to end up playing this out. BLG, of course, end up executing incredibly well, but the moment they generate a gold lead for themselves in this one, there's basically no way for them to look back.
Yeah, I mean, the way that this game started out, BLG 100% needed to, or kept their foot on the gas after they had one small little victory. I mean, this Ashe arrow from Gala, or from Viper, I should say, really just the icing on top of the cake of what was already a very strong early game here for BLG. But on JDG's side, K-Man, as we go to another little clip segment that we're gonna show, some misplays in the team fights, specifically this one right here, but we're gonna take a deeper dive into it in our little Telestrator section.
Yeah, so there are a lot of things to talk about here, and I'm actually going to pass it over to Jay Beto here to kind of give a good breakdown, because I know you had a lot of thoughts on this one.
Yeah, so I think first, we have to highlight that BLG are not letting JDG stack the Drakes at all. It's been a massive part of them, and yeah, exactly. We can get into the clip here if you press play. I think who was it? Quarks said, or it was either Quarks or Alk that said JDG looked desperate here, and they do. It's very early in the game, and Junja sends it in incredibly aggressive. Dragon's already been taken. Junja alongside Honkyu as they connect up here, he just goes and misses, right? If we take a pause right here, the ult from On is so nice. The Nami ult does actually do a lot. And Honkyu on the top side does a ton of damage. So as we press play, Gala is full health and alive. The backline is really low after that ult. If you pause here, Gala is primed to take over the fight here. He could go bot, he could go up. And I think that he doesn't really commit to either side. He just flashed in, could have maybe dashed, but exactly. He's kind of getting his ankles broken a little bit here. And it ends up, Shun goes into fog, so he's not able to die either. Gala dashes forward, Viper flashes away, and it's not like Gala made any massive mistakes here, but because we're not seeing, like, hey, Gala's the one with the lead, because we're not seeing Gala really pop off in this fight and take over. BLG just get this massive lead, and the dragon stacking too.
Yeah, I know a lot of our criticisms for JDG in these telestration sections have been on Gala in the bottom lane, and it might seem a little bit unfair at times, but this guy has been the one to get a lot of these resources. He's been the big carry for JDG throughout a lot of their early seasons so far, and he's the most tenured player. Okay, man, that generally means that he should be the one in a grand finals to take that upper, that next step, and that just hasn't happened yet in these big moments.
And that's the problem, is they're drafting for that. They are prepping for Gala to be the player on their team that can carry them through a lot of these big moments, and it's just not happening. The mistakes on the Yunara in terms of the positioning in Game 1, the indecision on the Corki in Game number 2, despite being, again, probably the strongest player on the map for at least a period of time in terms of that second item power spike with Corki that we know can take over games. It's a problem right now for Gala. It is clear that one of these teams is more prepared to play around their stars than the other. And we definitely saw that, but what a game from the Poppy here. Pretty strong in draft, and I think Shun made it worthwhile.
I'm not going to lie. I did not realize he had 10 kills, probably because I started tuning out and just getting ready for the death segment about halfway through the game because I knew it was over at that point. But yeah, we were excited to see this phase rush on the Poppy here, Jay Beto, going a little bit more on the aggressive end. It started with that invade, or the counter invade, I guess we should say, and then kind of just went snowballing from there.
Yeah, it's an interesting pathing, I think. After getting invaded, I think we were talking about it, he did Gromp, got his blue invaded, then he did Raptors, and then went to enemy Wolves. So it was some pretty creative pathing there. I think that Shun has had a good series so far, but the Poppy pick, we were talking about this early Jarvan rotation, where the Poppy gets picked into it, and it was, at the time, like, just meant to shut down the Jarvan, but then there was nothing else picked that goes forward, right? Like, yes, you can move forward with your poke comp, and Jace can fight and brawl, and Corki can dash in with Nami, and that's fine, but there's no actual engage other than the Jarvan, so the Poppy completely counters that, and then Syndra does the same thing, so really good drafting from BLG. I agree with you, K-Man. I think it's a very tough draft to play from JDG, and backs against the wall here. This is it. One more loss from JDG, and they're out. BLG will win.
Yeah, reverse sweep is going to be necessary for JD Gaming to pull off the upset from the lower bracket. As we mentioned, something that has not happened since this double elimination bracket format took place starting in 2021. We're going to see the draft and everything for game number 3 shortly. We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we'll see if JD Gaming are able to stay alive here in the grand finals of the LPL. Back here at the analyst desk for the 2026 Split 1 LPL Grand Finals, getting ready for game number 3 between BLG and JDG. Grapes, J-Beto, and K-Man here. J-Beto, going into this matchup, we definitely were looking at a lot of different places. The mid lane specifically was an interesting one. But the top lane was also kind of the secondary narrative that we had. Bin being this legendary top laner, being the best top laner, I would say, throughout the split. Going up against Xiaoshu was having a really resurgent season going into the playoffs. But so far, it has not been good for our younger player on JDG.
Yeah, I think that game 1, Bin really took over. I mean, we saw multiple team fights. Like the gold lead from Bin was massive. I think this game as well, like the Jaces are counter into the Gnar. It's a pretty historic one. I think, like, yes, the kill that was helped by Shun in the early game did alleviate some of that gold, but there was so much of that game that Xiaoshu was under tower as Jace. I think that if we're going to see a gap in top with this, like, much one-sidedness towards Bin, we need to see something a bit more stable for Xiaoshu, whether that's a Scion or an Ornn or maybe something else that he's confident on if it's a carry style. But so far, we have had like very little agency out of Xiaoshu in the top lane.
And that's a real big problem for Xiaoshu in particular. When you think of him as a player and think of where he has come from in terms of his career up until this point, he is known as a lane-dominant player, but the Jace in particular has always been something that's been really inconsistent for him. It's funny, we went from what I would consider to be his most comfortable pick across his career in the Jax in Game 1 to one of the ones that he was kind of most known for not being quite as consistent on in the Jace in Game number 2. He needs to find something that can really stabilize that top lane matchup so he can at least try and get himself into a position where he can skirmish around some of these objectives.
We saw him have a great game on the Jax, the winners finals of this playoff against BLG, in one of those come from behind wins. And of course, going back to coming from behind, that is exactly what JDG are going to have to do here in the finals, down 0-2. But talking about Xiaoshu and focusing in on him a little bit more, just being this newer player from RNG, from one of these lower tiered rosters, making his way up to a big roster, or a group ascend team, I should say, going into Split 3. That's something that a lot of in terms of a lot of continuity between last year and this year. He's the only player from that 2025 team. It's been a while since JDG have made it to a grand finals, and last time that they were here, it was actually Knight on JD Gaming side came in, and that guy is now playing against JDG and doing pretty damn well.
I mean, it goes to show the Knight effect, right? It's just how good this guy can be and how much he can really elevate the players around him. But I think specifically when you look at the players on LNG's side, you see a name that should be pretty familiar in Gala on the other side of this as well, who this is the last time he was able to make a finals alongside the org of JD Gaming. Both of these players and a lot of the young guys on this team, they were really hoping that this was going to be their coming out party. It's not looked so good across the, series, obviously, with the 2-0 up until this point, but you never really can count anyone out in the LPL. I'd be remiss to say that there haven't been series that I thought were over that, you get one game, you get some momentum, and you can bring it back. JDG are a team that have shown their ability to fight back from bad situations in-game. See if they can do it from out of game here.
Real quick here, J-Beto, anything you're looking for in terms of drafting for JD Gaming to try to get back into this series?
Yes. I've been upset because I asked for a graphic the other night and I wasn't able to put it on because Rumble was banned every game. I want to see Rumble, guys. 12-3 in playoffs, 80% win rate, 100% pick and ban. It is a Xiaoshu pick, but I like it.
We'll see if JDG are going to be able to whip it out. Let's throw it over to our casters for the draft.
And we are back with the draft of game number 3. BLG are up 2-0 against JDG. Quacks, it is time for JDG to turn things around, and they got to get creative to do it.
Yeah, they got to get creative, and they got to return to their roots. I mean, this is something that we criticized in their Game 2 draft, where we have highlighted the mid to late game team fighting, the global ultimates from things like the Pantheon, things like the Galio, being able to circumvent some of BLG's side lane play. None of that has been present really in either of the drafts that we have seen so far, but it was really egregious in game number 2 where we felt like they just didn't have a presence past 14 minutes, and they knew it. They kept digging themselves a deeper hole, hoping that one of these picks, one of these forced plays they were trying to make would net them some positives.
First pick here on red side, JDG. We are the ones that are banning away the Rise. I understand that we might be afraid of the Anivia counter, but it is really, really surprising to me that we are deprioritizing Hongq a lot and trying to get some of these other matchups. It's going to be a Lulu, so expecting a big hyper carry. This could be a Jinx game here for Gala. Otherwise, other pairings that we might be looking for is going to be maybe an Aphelios coming on through.
Aphelios could be quite good for JDG. I mean, Gala has been their key to victory so far. We've talked about Hongq being a nice neutralizing matchup for Knight, Junja being their really active piece, and Xiaoshu having a tough time up against Bin, and that is not getting better with a Renekton first pickup for BLG. They at least know, Quacks, that they want to win the top side and are considering a takeaway on the Aphelios for Gala.
Yeah, and if they pick something else, I wouldn't be surprised if it was something like the Lucian just to try and exploit Aphelios early on. But they're going to deny it. The Aphelios locked in here for Viper. JDG now, I think the idea is kind of similar to what we saw in game number 2, where Aphelios is immobile. We're going to try and go for as much lockdown as we can to try and exploit that. Maybe force the Aphelios on that cleanse to limit what he can do in the laning phase and how far up he can actually step without getting punished.
Seeing the Xin Zhao hover. Great pairing with Lulu. Kind of gets talked about to death every time we see it, so not going to go too much further. If you know, you know. But again, an Enchantress with Bruiser, good enough. Now, what else are we going to get from JDG? A lot of times we've been talking about seeing an AD carry to finish off the pair. You know you're going into Aphelios. You can assume that you're probably going to be seeing a Thresh from On, although we haven't really seen it so far here in the playoffs. This could, in the most cursed timeline, we have seen BLG play Misfortune Lulu, but I was not happy about that draft, and it was up against NIP, which I know you two are both very partial to.
A lot of love toward NIP for us, for sure. Yep. But now, BLG up 2-0. I'm wondering if they're maybe feeling a little bit daring here. We can see the Nidalee being hovered by Knight here for Shun, and they do have a Renekton, so there is a fair amount of lockdown to be able to land those spears, but they're going to go a bit more safe, and this is definitely a good counter pick into the Scion. Subjugate, the quintessential, very typical counter toward any kind of comp that has a singular tank. So this is where I think JDG are going to have to maybe make a decision from here on out. Are they going to try and look for maybe another more tanky mid laner to try and force Shun to choose and still have that front line capable of guarding whatever AD carry they're looking to give Gala? Or are they going to try and index more into that early game damage department and sync up a little bit more with the Xin Zhao that we mentioned?
I'm getting a sinking feeling with each of these picks from BLG. The way that they've drafted so far is terrifying and exactly in counter to what JDG are trying to set themselves up for. Every time JDG go for something, BLG are shutting it down. And credit to JDG, their Thresh takeaway is big, but BLG just keep doing the same thing, taking the Jinx option away from a pairing with Lulu, following that up with the Sivir. These are, I mean, they're not death blows, but they are certainly nails to be put in somebody's coffin.
There's no hyper carry now in my mind. Like Aphelios, Sivir, and Jinx now all taken away. We couldn't even have like a Lulu Yunara pairing here. So I assume we're going to be seeing the support champion come on through for On. We've seen a lot of teasing of having the Anivia. I think it would be very fun to see a second game of Anivia support, especially I think very good into what JDG are showing. I just want to see some damage, and if we get to see maybe like a Galio mid from Hongq, I think it puts a lot of burden onto both Junja and Gala to get things going.
And it also is really difficult for Shun because you're then having to deal with 2 tanks, and it's just a lot more difficult to make full efficiency of that subjugate. But if they were to go for
Oh my god.
a Galio, it would have to be blind here. So that's a pretty big risk and probably not one that JDG are willing to take. I like the Kog'Maw. I was thinking like a Vayne could maybe be the answer, but something that is just capable of hyper carrying at this point. I mean,
He wants it.
He does, and he locks
Hey!
it! Ooh.
Desperate times call
I'm gonna
for
be
desperate
okay.
measures.
I'm gonna be okay. Ooh.
Wow.
I am a big Kog'Maw enjoyer. I did not expect to see it at all. That's not to say that I'm a Kog'Maw believer, mind you. Do not get those things mixed up on the stage. This is extremely risky.
Not a big fan? Not a big fan of the Coggers?
Big fan, not a big believer.
Okay. All right, so we have seen Kog'Maw kind of recently. It was picked almost a year ago by Awesome. It did end up in a loss versus Top Esports. But, I mean, you have enough frontline here. You have a Lulu behind you. I wonder if this is going to be the Dusk and Dawn variant. It will mean that they're leaning a little bit more magic damage heavy, but has a really good kind of spread going into a Renekton with a Lulu, with a Trundle on the opposite side. I like this position here. This is a protect the puppy comp now for JDG. Can they set Gala up for success?
It really is going to have to all be around this Kog'Maw, and for the early access to trying to get Gala ahead, really all of that rests on Junja in this game. We have also talked about the some of the picks from Hongq, ones that we think are good, ones that we think are, you know, not so bright. I think that the Taliyah Hongq has been really good in the laning phase with this champion, but as far as effectiveness with the Weaver's walls, I think that he has been lacking in that department. So this is going to be a game where he really has to shore up that, because his ability to use that ultimate to travel down bot lane and try and set this Kog'Maw up for success later is going to be a big indicator of how this JDG comp is able to rebound, and how JDG themselves are able to rebound 0-2 on this series so far.
Especially as last game, we talked about how Knight had so much more presence on the map than Hongq, who had Mel, who had lane push for so long. Knight this time has the victor and has the opportunity to shut down JDG for good in this series. Send BLG to a 3-0. On the other side, it is Gala, who has, I want to say, the keys to the kingdom, but if anything, it's his team's heart in his hands. They are built around Kog'Maw. If Gala wins, JDG live another day. And if not, that's it. Already starting things off with a little bit of skirmish in the mid lane. Hongq and Knight not taking any time, and Shun, I will say, over-positioning himself a little bit, takes a bit of poke.
This is good for Knight because Hongq has to burn through all of his pots early. The Victor in the lane is going to be really, really big of a bully, but I don't know. Feel like you're okay with that from JDG. You now kind of get like soft information to know that Trundle is going to be starting on the top side of the map. You both are going to be pathing down. I think this is an okay trade, but I think slightly, ever so slightly slanted towards BLG.
Yeah, just for allowing Knight that extra little bit of sustain in the lane, the ability to poke out Hongq with that laser on the Victor here is going to also allow maybe Shun to get some of that priority. And we've seen what Shun is capable of when he has his lanes pushing. Doesn't look like that's going to be the case, though, as not only is Knight struggling as he is under his tower, the lane is rather in a neutral position right now, but also JDG are getting push in bot, which is a good indicator, at least for, again, Gala being able to control and dictate the pace of this lane on this Kog.
Bot lane not looking particularly fun for Viper or On.
Nope.
As this is a great start if you're a JDG fan. This is gonna have to go a whole lot further, but Kog'Maw getting a good lane phase. As a Kog'Maw enjoyer myself, that's a win.
Yeah, the 2v2 is extremely difficult. Even when On gets all his spells up and available, you're still playing into Kog'Maw Lulu, and if you ever go in, boom, you're getting polymorphed. Junja.
He's alone. Nobody is really close to Shun. Junja could just continue this trade, but now On is on the way, and so is Viper. Flash heal from On keeps Shun alive, and Junja struggling for a way out. Does have Hongq on the way as well. JDG actually managed to collapse and save their jungler from Mission Impossible. On low. This could be first blood. This could be huge. Vampire collecting first blood. Bit odd, but it's big. It is big for JDG as they must win this game.
Yeah, Junja also going to be able to steal away the red. Not to mention, because BLG were forced to rotate Viper loses a decent amount of creeps under that turret. He was forced to abandon the crash. And so you can see that CS difference already starting to surmount in favor of Gala. So it's not only a really good start for the jungler of JDG being able to have that early game presence that we talked about in the draft that he desperately needed, but also Gala getting off to an early lead against the Cephalios.
And I think it's funny when we're talking about giving over gold to a support, but I think in the new season, especially when you have enchanters, giving gold to them, I think it sometimes trumps giving gold to either your mid laner or even your bottom laner in some instances. If Lulu gets to her enchantress items even sooner, I think this game is completely busted. What the hell, Bin? I mean, sure, you got the wave in, but Sion's going to get the next wave. It's going to push away. He's actually going to pull it so that it crashes underneath his turret. Still, I like this start for JDG. All of the lanes are starting to do very well off of what was a extremely questionable level 1 from Shun and Knight in the mid lane.
You can, I mean, for both teams, nobody wants to give an inch here, and that's really what you're feeling, especially with how the fight went in the jungle, with, as you mentioned, how we were in the mid lane in the first minute of the game. JDG, whatever it is that has changed between Game 2, where they were struggling to make plays, where they were feeling a bit desperate, and Game 3, where we're seeing that want to make plays translating to a little bit more coordination for them. That small change is going to have massive impacts in this game.
It's the Tabe effect. I mean, he gave him a stern talking maybe between games 2 and 3, and it seems like that stern talking has helped them out here. I am interested to see, as we kind of go back to the consequences of that earlier play, what Junja can actually do with that. We saw Knight was forced to burn his flash, so the Victor, I think, is going to have a really hard time being able to maneuver around the map. Knight in particular, we've highlighted his ability to be so proactive, and I think that's going to be significantly reduced.
Shun showing up in the bot lane.
Gala steps
Gala and
up.
Vampire stepped a bit too far forward and on. Bumps him under the tower. Gala's taken 2 turret shots and is gonna go down. Viper collects the kill, and BLG are back on the board, 2-2.
That's a huge wave, and you just got this kill on Nagala. I mean, he sees him in Tribrush, and he takes a step 2 forward immediately. BLG pounce on that, and that is cutting away again at the win condition. Right now, Junja's actually going to start up the Dragon. He recognizes that the enemy bot lane has to get this wave in. Probably is also expecting that Shun is going to have camps. I like this steal away. You gave up your AD carry, but still getting Dragons is kind of a win condition we've seen time and time again in this season.
Yep. JDG going to be able to claim that Drake despite the difficulties of bot lane. Gala, though, I guess a silver lining here is he is able to hold on to that flash, so still has that defensiveness in case Shun decides to revisit the area.
What?
Okay, never mind.
Oh, God. Oh, no.
Never mind. My bad.
This is your fault, Quacks. This is all you. This is all you.
He heard me. He's like, flash up? Okay, I'm going to pull up.
Job's done. So,
W reference.
You know, I'm sweating right now. Ooh, Knight actually sweating as well. Does deal a decent amount of damage back to Hongq, but importantly doesn't have teleport. So as he's forced to recall, as he is chunked out beyond the point of reasonably staying in lane. Knight feeling quite uncomfortable in this mid lane matchup is an option, but we need to see Hongq translate this into the rest of the map. So often he is used simply to shut down Knight, but he must do more than that this game.
Yeah, I think Hongq has done a good job at being able to punish the flashless Victor from that aggressive play that we saw from Junja in the enemy jungle earlier. But now, that flash is going to be coming back up, so Knight can play with a bit more impunity in the lane right around the time these grubs are coming. So I wonder if BLG are going to try and use that to get control of this topside river. Bin is also is beyond level 6, so that Dominus is kind of treated as a checkmate in a lot of these early game fights. It's just how strong Renekton is once he pops it.
it turns out getting free 350 HP at level 6 and anytime you press your R is fairly good. Who would have thought? We do have Grubs coming up, and I think Grubs continues to play into the conception that we have of BLG, where they really try to get as many plates as possible to pad their gold and make it so that they'll have an item advantage or some kind of put their enemies at a disadvantage. Junja's getting engaged.
Same thing's happening in the mid lane as Knight forced to flash away once again. Junja will manage to live, actually absorbs the wild growth, but Hongq's on the way, and the 2v1 becomes a 4v1 in the favor of JDG, as Hongq does manage to translate, turning a mid lane advantage into the river, does fall, but Junja manages to pick up the next kill, still an advantage trade for JDG, and something they desperately need.
I still love what we saw there. Didn't get to move. I mean, Viper, I'm pretty sure you
die.
lose this one.
Gala cannot afford to die right now. Viper flash, maybe after death, maybe Viper goes down, and he will. Gala collecting the kill in the 1-for-1, and Junja gets to keep pushing this wave.
All right, still, we saw our mid laners fighting. Knight trying to keep Hongq stuck in lane, but had to lose his flash, and eventually Hongq ends up getting to that play anyway. Again, we get to see the Xin Zhao with this Lulu be a terrifying 2v2 combo with jungle support, and they kind of dominate a lot of that fight. Again, with Gala going down, it equalizes some of that gold that we're seeing, but he has a 40 CS lead at 9.5 minutes. Like, that's incredible. We'll take a look at the 1v1. I thought that Gala was going to win this just because of, you know, just having how much damage he has, but...
The heal there for Viper gave him the HP necessary to just barely inch out ahead in that kill. But then he gets inevitably hit by the Kog'Maw with the passive. So it turns out to be a 1-for-1. Now, though, Grubs have been up for a decent amount of time. And because of that fight around the bot side, neither team was really there to start them right off rip. Shun is going to be the first, but Junja is in the area, though. No Weaver's Wall for Hongq and no Prio for Xiaoshu. It's very difficult for Xin to actually walk in here with inklings of safety.
Got
Will
one, that
be
counts.
likely another 3 Void Grubs going over to BLG, demonstrating remarkable priority on this objective, as you had mentioned, Alk.
Ooh. Viper, are you going to hit the recall button, brother? You got no barrier, no heal from your support either. It is Spellbook, so maybe on taps in, but only a fleet footwork and no refillable pots left. I think he is probably just going to wait for this wave to crash. You see Hongq is moving over. We have Dragon spawning in 30 seconds, and this is, I think, entirely a JDG favored bot side river right now. All of this vision, and with Junja now resetting here, I think this is perfect for them to be able to get the second Dragon of the game.
It should be illegal for BLG to approach the entirety of this bot side river. They fortunately got at least a control ward at the entrance to their own jungle, but with the way that bot lane is going, Gala has definitely been given space to run this game, to twist it to his advantage, and the rest of the team contorting around him, both JDG and BLG, forced to consider this Kog'Maw as the key to victory, or the very thing that could lead to their downfall. Vampire sticking around, making sure that Gala is safe as his team goes for the Dragon, and it's going to be a Dragon uncontested for JDG, their second one of the game.
Yeah, BLG just really don't have any way to answer how ahead Gala is at the current moment. That first item, Ginsu's going to be enough to dissuade them from even attempting to go for that Dragon. So, solid start for JDG. I definitely think the best 10-minute start that we've seen from them all series long. Though that isn't a very high bar to clear, as I think BLG have just been running over these early games. But it's not about the early game for JDG. I think as we get closer and closer to the mid to late game, we have to keep stock of the inventory and the conditions of this Kog'Maw and his ability to fight and play up with the rest of his team.
I'm looking at stats from before we entered into tonight's playoffs. BLG, on average, from all of their games in playoffs, were averaging a 2,600 gold lead. They were first in the league. JDG at 15, minus 400. So we're not quite at 15. We're 3 minutes away. There's a lot can happen. We have a Dragon spawning in 4. We have some of the Grubs actually still alive. So much is still up in the air here for BLG, but I think that they're just not having the same level of advantages just from their lane matchups alone so far here in this game 3.
Does mean they're going to have to translate that, which may be a bit of a foreign concept for JDG. It's not something that they haven't done against other teams, but perhaps a little bit more rarely, and certainly not against teams like BLG, who should be looking to manufacture plays. One of the awkward things about BLG compositionally is that they don't have a whole lot of tools with which to do so. They've got a lot of damage, but if On's not at the play, it's very difficult to lock people down. Any members of JDG very much included in that.
I see you've never been hit with a Trundle Pillar and not have Flash. that ability, I keep talking about it, but anytime I see Trundle, it's one of my favorite. It's, yeah, Trundle Pillar is, in my mind, one of the most broken basic abilities that does no damage. So, and I'm looking at items right now. We're still talking about the dragon spawning in 3, but Vampire's already about halfway through to his second item. On hasn't even finished his first right now, so this could be a really big spike when we're talking about not only in combination with his carries, but Vampire just having a really big performance on this Lulu.
For sure, and Vampire has to keep kind of his eyes on, we'll hang on.
Out, and unfortunately not much that he can do. On gonna pay for this positioning with his life. Does pop the Unbreakable Will before falling, but fall he must. JDG have complete control over the top side river, and this final Void Grub will belong to them.
And Viper, that is just a sad sight to see. It's gonna keep ballooning Gala ahead. He's not the guy that gets the kill, but now Junja is just going to be able to rotate up here. He's going to patrol this tri-bush, and I feel like with the item advantages that are present, they can go for these 3v3s.
The BLG want this engage. They've got to teleport far behind JDG, who are currently stuck in the tri-brush. Hongq is here.
Too, though.
It is a 4 pile-up on both sides. Everybody's trying to disengage from the grafting well that Knight laid down. Hongq in the front line, now Junja, but a teleport into the back line from Xiaoshu draws the ire of BLG and forces them to group up. Xiaoshu now flashing away. Junja alone in the front line. He's going to go down the bump back. Actually favoring JDG for now as Jun goes for the flank. Big flash pulverize from On. Does cost him his life, however, as Gala, untouched in the back line, strikes back for JDG.
They're not going to be able to contest for this Herald. I mean, it doesn't matter that you got 2 of the grubs here for JDG. How much more can they do? Gala is still full HP. You do not have wild growth.
Gala can do this. Polymorph is big. Bin is going to go down. Last auto will do it. It's another kill for Gala. And even without a jungler, Xiaoshu rockets forward. JDG are clawing their way back into this series.
Vampire turning BLG's carries into squirrels and buffing up his own carries to allow them to win the fight. JDG claw their way back, like you said, Dia, and they get themselves the Shelly. So that will be the buff for them. The end game, that will be their reward. But going back to this play, I'm not super perplexed on the earlier parts of this. I think that Xiaoshu, obviously, going for a teleport, he gets taken down a little bit, but the shield buys him some time. On, though, I think just a bit too hasty. All of BLG, it felt like they were on different pages, because we see On go for that engage. He isn't able to be followed up on. And then we see later, Bin does the same thing, but he's not able to be followed up on. And they just go down. They give over numbers to JDG granularly.
Yeah, and Sion takes no damage in this instance, right? Like, there's no subjugate available, so the TP shield, and you look at his items, Victor's not pushing any kind of real DPS into this guy at this time. So Dragon going over to JDG, and now even a mid-tier 1 with all this crystalline overgrowth and with the Herald spawned in, JDG find themselves in a massive advantage. Great stop with the pillar to cancel the crash there from the Herald. It's actually a pretty big save, I think, for BLG.
Does absorb a quick wild growth as BLG look for yet another play. On really wants this, but again, is going to be left alone. That Unbreakable Will is doing basically nothing in the face of JDG. And Xiaoshu arrives, I think, just to make sure that everything stays as calm as it was.
Cool. I mean, sure. The turret ends up not going down, at least on that wave. So a bit of relief for BLG fans. They can breathe a little bit easier. You have lost the last couple fights here, and I think having to face down a 21-minute Soul.
Wait, hang on.
Here, Gala.
Oh!
Oh, God, he's gone.
Yeah, I mean,
did he tank turret?
I believe he did. Yeah, he took a turret shot, but hey, the big thing is we were talking about the difficulty of BLG trying to front to back approach this Kog'Maw without having to run into the myriad and plethora of JDG tools to be able to buy space for Gala in a lot of these team fights. But what are you going to do with the empowered blast cone? That's the real kicker that allows Shun to cover the distance. So the map seems to be on BLG's side for the difficulties that their comp has presented itself with.
Could be the answer. I don't mind it. Let's take a look back at how this happened, though, because well, unfortunate.
What did brother do? Okay, so he auto attacks turret. He takes 2 turret shots here, and the subjugate, by the way, is doing a lot. So good job from Shun, and good shutdown going over to Viper, much needed, who has really struggled specifically in this game, not only with the individual matchup from the lane, but just having to operate as an Aphelios with very little peel versus, again, a Kog'Maw who's going to outrange you, and both this Taliyah and Xin Zhao who are essentially looking to force your flash at any given moment. 2 minutes before Dragon here, this feels like the big kind of last stop for BLG, whether or not they'll be able to have any kind of say here in this game.
Knight, his positioning still really good, however, for BLG. He's not taking undue risks, and even as we saw Hongq pressure his flash again and again, he's still sitting at a pretty comfortable 1-0-1. You know, it's not him carrying the game, but he is sitting back and letting Victor scale up, giving himself the opportunity to bring this back for BLG himself, something that he still very well could do. This Dragon Soul going to be pretty important for JDG, however, and they've got perma mid lane priority with Gala.
Yeah, and I really do have to quickly give flowers over to Gala, going for the Phantom Dancer second. This is a pretty unconventional item at the current moment. Not a lot of AD carries are super big on it, but when you look at BLG's comp, I mean, their lack of snap engage and the fact that they're just a comp that kind of has to run at you before being able to lock you up means that if you can get that extra little bit of movement speed, you can be out of their range and really out of their reach from being able to actually catch you. So just a quick little compliment on the build there. It's just going to make this Kog'Maw that much more slippery, and that kind of is the name of the game. JDG, not only do they need Gala to deal the damage, they have to make sure that he's safe while doing it. So having that self-sufficiency is going to be vital for these future fights.
What is the setup here from BLG? Because we're going to be walking into a Dragon in a minute's time with all of our summoner spells up, yes, but very little when it comes to being able to determine how and where we find fights. I need to see On and Shun sticking together. Otherwise, we're going to be seeing JDG not only have themselves a soul, but take themselves potentially their first game win of this series.
It'd be a welcome one for JDG, who for the first 2 games really have not had much autonomy. First game actually felt pretty good, but BLG did take control despite a bit of an awkward throw, and second game, you did not see BLG give even a single toss. JDG this time have definitely, of their own volition, managed to find a winning position in this game, though it is slight in terms of the gold overall, even in summoners, as you mentioned, and also even in terms of the economical access that both these teams do have. Teleport in. JDG know that they need this Dragon.
Here we
Vin
go.
can TP as well. Victor's going to TP. This is a really late start for them. If JDG don't immediately rip this, then we can maybe have some access coming on through, but they're completely cut off.
Weaver's wall. Shun and On are grouped up together, but they've got to pull the trigger immediately. Bin goes up the wall. Dominus already popped. He finds Junja. Gala still firing away at him from the back line, though completely untouched. On is finally going to flash and bump him forward, but Gala still has nobody else looking at him. Frontline has Xiaoshu and Hongq destroying Knight, and Gala picks up yet another kill. The Dragon, fortunately, does go the way of BLG. They stop the soul for now. But JDG win the team fight, and they immediately look to transition that up to the Baron.
You might say that they bought themselves 5 minutes of having to wait to the soul. I'm going to be honest here, guys. I do think that this is still not a great trade here for BLG. JDG now get to move into the Baron. They'll have that buff for 2.5 minutes. And unless there's some big heroics coming on through, there's still big questions.
No Dominus for Bin, who again gets polymorphed. Junja
Junja.
flashes on him this time, isolating himself from the Baron.
Junja,
but
you
still
are the
hasn't finished
jungler.
off either kill. Well, Shun is watching the Baron go down. Junja will collect the kill onto On, walk his way back to the Baron pit, but Shun has to be kept out of here, and you cannot risk going 50-50 on a smite.
You absolutely cannot. I mean, Shun doesn't have flash, so there's really no easy way for him to get into the pit, but he's going to try and maneuver his way. I don't think he's going to be able to do it, though. Baron should go to JDG. It was a little bit closer. I think Shun was maybe a bit too close for comfort, but still, JDG turning that fight into a worth it play. All 5 members going to be wearing purple, and this will just allow them. I think the Siege with the range on things like the Kog'Maw and the Taliyah is going to make this Baron buff very, very worthwhile for JDG, so long as they can start controlling these waves as soon as they redeploy.
I get the idea for this play. Send Bin in, let him tank up the polymorph, abuse his his Dominus and his shield he gets from his top lane quest, but no one else is there to really stop them. On sends all of his abilities to get Gala out of the fight, or put Gala into a position for his team to collapse, but by giving up all of the access to your front line, now it is allowed for Knight to fall at the beginning, halfway through that fight. And yes, you still get the Dragon. I like JDG's position. We've liked their draft throughout this game here, and it's not like it gets easier for a BLG to play. It's not like they have a hidden win condition. Clock hits 35, and suddenly we can start to play the game with 3-item Aphelios. Kog'Maw outranges you for the entire game, and there is not consistent enough lockdown from this BLG composition.
And you're seeing so much power come out of the early Lulu pick for JDG as well. As soon as Bin is in the back line, JDG get to continue creating space, not by collapsing onto Bin and peeling him off their AD carry, who does step pretty far forward. Who steps further forward.
Pillar.
Gala does tank a turret shot and is forced to flash. Still going pretty well for JDG, but Gala's got me sweating.
Yeah, Gala definitely not respecting the pillar from Shun, forced to burn that flash, but still, even with that flash burned, it is a very arduous task for BLG to make their way on to the Kog'Maw. The real big thing that I think has given BLG success to get onto the back line is, hold on. Okay.
Pillar, man!
Got him! Wait, Bin is on a
Junja
flank.
gets to engage for free. Bin, remember, no flash on Gala, so he gets on top of him, but again, polymorphed again. Another kill fed into Gala. BLG commit on this time while Xiaoshu zones off the entire team, kills Viper, and sets up a double kill for Gala. This puppy cannot be stopped. JDG have collected 3 kills so far and are looking for the inhibitor, perhaps even more.
All right, they're just going to go for the game. Please give this first pick, Lulu, MVP for this game. Vampire with an instantaneous cleanse from the Mikhails keeps Gala alive, and that's game number 3 going over to Jindong Gaming.
Nothing that Shun and Knight can do but watch as the Nexus Towers fall and as JDG start their way back into this series. Gala again steps up. It'll be the last time he does so in this game. Didn't go wrong for him this time, or at least not too much, because as you said, Vampire kept everything going. Quacks, this was a fantastic game, and I think exactly what we needed from JDG.
This was the display that we were hoping for right from the get-go on this series. We were hoping for Gala and Vampire to really link up as a duo and find these really nice 2v2s, but it wasn't present in games number 1 and 2. We were looking for Hongq to try and match Knight and affecting the rest of the map. I felt like those Weaver walls that we had questions about going into this game, he was really good about those, zoning off multiple members of BLG from key points and contesting areas that they tried to go for. Everybody on JDG did what they were supposed to do. And this is the result. Looking for a game, or looking for their first win, getting their first win, and doing it very convincingly, if I do say so myself.
Yeah, Hongq gave us a much better look at Taliyah this game. It was fantastic to see the draft around Gala. This game looked so good from so many angles for JDG. And it's their first glimpse of real success that they've had in this series. For more on how JDG found this win and perhaps how they can keep it going, let's hear from the desk.
Well, that is much more like it. JD Gaming making this a bit of a series, taking game number 3 and denying BLG their much desired sweep. Grapes, Beto, and K-Man here to break this one down. And this was basically the perfect storm for a good game for JD Gaming, K-Man. We're saying that Gala needs to be safer in these team fights, and you know, it's a little bit easier to be safer when you got a Lulu, a Sion all stacked on top of you. It ended up working out pretty well.
You know, I didn't think the first pick Lulu was going to be so valuable in this game, but oh my goodness, was that probably the most valuable pick we've seen throughout this entire series up until this point. Vampire with an unbelievably strong performance here, but the champion itself is able to shut down this Renekton, who's able to get a big lead on the top side, and now you have no more dive to be able to take out this Kog'Maw in fights. It really is a well-executed comp, and we knew they were going to have some sort of spice up their sleeve. I didn't really know it was going to be Kog'Maw Lulu in a do-or-die Game 3 in the finals.
Kind of crazy that we've seen, Anivia support, the Warwick jungle. I'll put the Olaf jungle in there too. Now we've seen some Kog'Maw, which is a real pick. It's a real AD carry pick, but not something that we were expecting when we were watching the draft. Like we were talking about, you know, maybe an MF, a Zeri, who's still in the pool and very likely to get picked up. We were talking about that too, but yeah, the Kog'Maw coming up. Kog'Maw Lulu did so much. The range, the lane was really good. I think this is the first lane of this series that JDG have actually had bot priority. Game 1, it was against the Nico. Game 2, they weren't able, that was a really tough lane as well against the Ashe Seraphim. In this game, they were able to get it, and the Dragon stacked, tick the box, they won.
The first competitive Kog'Maw of 2026 by a Tier 1 region here for Gala on JD Gaming. BLG, they kind of played, I feel like, a decent game, all things considered. It's just their bot lane, Beto, got so far behind. We're highlighting top lane and how Bin was able to get a big lead onto Xiaoshu. That happened again here in game number 3, but because of the composition that JDG drafted, it made it so hard for Bin or even Shun to run in and do anything meaningful.
Yeah, I think that Vampire had a ridiculous game. I mean, Alec was saying at the end of that game, if you don't give Vampire Pog, I would agree. I think we need to see Vampire player of the game this game because that was a ridiculous. The Lulu first pick as well, identifying that this is what we want to play. We want to pick the Lulu. We want to, play this style, providing for Gala. I think that Vampire he's been on Enchanter duty this entire series, but this is the first game I really feel like his value was felt.
Yeah, and this game really broke open at that big fight around the top side, and we're going to immediately dive into it because it was a long one. We weren't expecting it to turn into a full 5v5, but it eventually did, K-Man. So let's open this one up, really take us through. I mean, both of you guys are going to have to do this because this is a bit of an extended one. How exactly JDG went from this situation to ending up winning this game?
Yeah, this is already such a precarious situation for BLG before the fight even start because you brought Gala and Vampire up to the top side, and Viper is completely zoned out of all of this. This entire play starts out of desperation for BLG to try and get something from this, but they do look to be aggressive. You have Viper stepping up, and more importantly, you have Shun in the area trying to make his way down. The moment that the Trundle ends up showing up, you drop that Aphelios ultimate, you try and root them all down. The problem is the teleports are quite late coming in from Knight, and by the time that you have this pincer going on where you can drop the Victor ultimate down, you actually have a lot of this team able to really regroup and get away from the Renekton, which to me is kind of the most important part. And I think specifically once you get the Sion in here, I know Beto, you have a lot to say about the teleport taken here.
Yeah, the TP shield means that this Sion just doesn't die at all, but this still doesn't look great for JDG, right? On kind of sacrifices himself, but BLG are up. They can continue to fight here, but as we get further and further through this, Vampire with this polymorph, it's ridiculous. I know that it might be like, you press polymorph on the enemy, but it's a perfect time to allow Gala to live forever here. And then as soon as this happens, Xiaoshu just sends it in, and the fight is just over.
Yeah, I mean, that was the first of many instances of really, really good polymorphs from Vampire, effectively saving the game for JDG, because if Bin's able to just fully wreak havoc in there as the Renekton in the game state that he was currently in, which was having a massive lead over Xiaoshu in the top lane, could have been a very, very different situation. And so when you think about it, Beto, obviously we're not going to have the Lulu again in Fearless, but this kind of has to be what JDG need to do to continue to move forward here in this reverse sweep, finding ways to protect Gala on the backline, and Vampire did a great job of doing that here in this game.
Yeah, we're thinking about Pix potential for Vampire. I think that the Braum is an option if you want to play that that Peel style. You could go Braum, like Lucian Braum. There are obviously other things you can play with the Braum, but that's been the kind of premier Braum pairing. And I know that it's kind of a joke, but the Yuumi genuinely does do that. Not as much with CC, but so much shielding and healing. We've seen a little bit of the Zeri Yuumi getting played over in the LCK against like some of the Ash Seraphine sometimes, but that level 6 spike is so strong. I do really like that for this bot lane. Other than that, the biggest thing in draft for me is getting Xiaoshu on something like the Scion that he cannot lose the game on. That is massive for this series. Good.
There it is.
Good.
Come on, guys. I
Well
mean,
deserved.
anything else would have been an absolute travesty here. 87% kill participation for Vampire. I mean, this was the best game of the series I think we've seen from an individual player. I don't think that feels superfluous to say. This really was like the effort he needed to give. It's Vampire's first finals. I mean, this guy is in a pretty big spot right now for, you know, the pay grade that he's been around in his career, and he's really making it work it.
So Vampire keeps JDG alive in this series. The last time there was a reverse sweep in the LPL, it was between these two teams. JD Gaming in last summer's playoffs went out to a 2-0 lead against BLG. They ended up going for a reverse sweep. We'll see if the contrast can happen here, but there's going to be 2 more games still to go for JDG to try and achieve that. We're going to take a short break. We'll be right back to analyze things a little bit further here in the LPL Grand Finals after this. JD Gaming staying alive, trying to do what no other LPL team has done before, which is win the grand finals after losing the winners finals. And they've got some more work to do, Jay Beto, but the big piece behind them staying alive and taking Game 3 of this series was Vampire down to the bottom lane. And as K-Man mentioned earlier, this is his first finals appearance in the LPL in his second season. And when you take a look at who he's playing against in On, just a couple of years ago, his first finals came against JDG and missing. So a bit of a parallel here where On has kind of become the more experienced player, but Vampire definitely had the better hand and has been a really exciting player to watch here this split.
There's a conversation that Cubby really got me onto. I really like the way that he put it. I've said it a couple of times about how there are some really, really solid names on the support roster for the LPL. On is one of them, Kyle, but then some of them have, left, specifically Mako. Like, we don't have Mako in the league anymore right now. And over in the LCK, it's defined by some ridiculous support players. So having names step up like Vampire and play lights out like he did, mechanically, no, sure, it's a Lulu, but that's not the point, right? He was using his abilities perfectly at all the right times, and I feel like none of those teamfights would have looked anywhere similar if Vampire wasn't playing the way he was.
Yeah, I think the thing that is most impressive to me is we got to remember the roots of Vampire as a player coming into the league. Is this guy came in as an emergency option for EDG when Mako left to go to top esports. Like, he never got really a chance to play tier 2. He never really got a chance to build up his competitive, resume and repertoire before getting thrust right into one of the most historic organizations in the LPL. For him, within 2.5 years to be in the finals, it's ridiculously good development. He's paying it out already.
There were conversations this guy being the worst support in the league, even as early as a year ago. And so the amount of growth that he's been able to have now at his age 20 season, going up against one of the more legendary supports of the 2020s in On, is certainly very impressive, and hopefully we see more of this from Vampire, not only in this season, but for the rest of his, hopefully, very extended career. As we get ready for game number 4 of this best of 5 series, JD Gaming came in, have their back still against the wall, and now that we're getting to the later portions of this series, Fearless really starts to come into play. You talked about bot lanes really becoming a big focus and what exactly they can pick in the 2v2. Their options start to become limited now that some of these big options are now off the board.
That's the thing, right? Is like the Kog'Maw Lulu obviously really worked. You don't have that anymore. No more Lulu to just shut off and engage onto the back end in terms of, keeping your AD carry safe. You have to try and play something a little bit more aggro, as we can, potentially take a look at here when it comes to all of the champions that are off the board for JDG. But at the end of the day, it's just going to come down to comfort on who you feel like you can perform on. You have things like Sivir that are still available, but I'm specifically looking at the support pool for On, seeing Bard available as something that they could potentially be more aggressive on, or alternatively, all of the enchanters that Vampire has been unwilling to pick up over the course of this split. All of the ones he's played, they're gone. Like, his enchanter pool has been completely limited. Renata technically the only one still alive, and it's very conditional. I imagine this is going to be a more aggressive bot lane in terms of the 2v2, and then, as Jay Beto pointed out, the top side needs to be stable. Cassante is a big pick here. I think something like Ornn could also very much be in play.
Or you go completely the other way, right? Lock in the Kaisa that has been so popular here for Gala specifically. Another top pick I don't see on here, Jinx, potentially. And of course on the top side, you have that Rumble for Xiaoshu like we were talking about. Jay Beto, we're going to go over to BLG real quick as well. What exactly are you looking at for them in this game or the next in terms of pick ban?
Is that going to focus? There we go, nice. All right. That's how I feel right now. I think one of the biggest ones here is the Rise. I know you were talking about it with us, K-Man. I love that Anivia is here. That's so good. I'm glad we included that. This will obviously, if the series progresses more, this next game is really going to take a lot off the table for this game 5 if we do get there. But for right now, I think that BLG feel in a little bit better of a position. Like Wukong, Rise, still available. I think that Bin is the real part here that is going to kind of make a hole in JDG's game plan. If Xiaoshu doesn't get something comfortable and we see a massive gap like we saw in game 1 and 2 without a Lulu there or something that can really stop Bin from taking over the game, if he's on a Rumble, if he's on a Zehen, it's going to be really tough for JDG to play that game out.
Will it be JDG sending it to Silver Scrapes or BLG closing out this LPL Grand Final, sending on over to Dia and the casters to figure that out?
As Jay Beto highlighted, I'm really looking forward to seeing, especially what Bin picks in this game. There is a world here where BLG strike back with incredible ferocity, especially after a game that I'm sure took them and many of the fans at home by surprise after the first two. Alk, JDG managed to find a win for themselves last game. If they were to do it again, are we looking in the same place? Can we really look at bot lane at Vampire to bring this back?
Look, we're a couple champions deep into Fearless. I feel like this is exactly where a coach like Tabe, who really trusts and believe in the creativity of his own players to kind of get the most out of them. So this is kind of the comfort zone. What am I expecting? Maybe a Twisted Fate or a Zoe coming in for Mr. Hongq himself. I just want to see more of those weak side tanks. I think Cassante has such big priority going into this game number 4 for Xiaoshu.
And I do think JDG are most comfortable.
I do think that Xiaoshu in particular was a person who I think we looked at in game number 3 as kind of this person capable of neutralizing Bin. I feel like Bin on the Renekton was looking for a lot of these flank angles, was looking for a lot of these plays onto the backline, onto Gala, but wasn't as strong as he was in games 1 and 2, and so wasn't nearly able to tank up as much damage and get the plays that he was hoping for. So I'm actually completely in the camp with Alk here of if we just kind of throw Xiaoshu on a lane neutralizer capable of making it so that Bin doesn't get too many resources in the first 15 or so minutes of the game, then JDG will have a lot more opportunities to make plays elsewhere and not have to worry about Bin's masterful flanks that he was able to pull off in the first half of this series.
Side swap leaves us with Twisted Fate and Sivir taken out early by BLG. They are respecting and I'll say playing with the knowledge of Fearless. However, as we encounter some draft issues, we are going to take a quick breather and see how and where that draft was supposed to change, because it was probably supposed to change somewhere. Quacks, however, as I mentioned, this is exactly where JDG are most comfortable. We were talking about it just before we got back on stage, but this is a team that has played mostly best of 5s to their fullest.
It's the comfort zone. That's what Alk said, and I 100% agree. This is a team that has been through the ringer multiple times just in playoffs alone, needing to really dig deep in those champion pools, and I do think that this is a level of experience that could help them going forward into the series, especially if we do get to that fabled Game 5. It's always really exciting to see what kind of pocket picks will be brought up there. But still, game number 4 is where you really start to see the creativity shine. A lot of the meta picks, the perennial champions, have been Fearless away. And so this is where I think both Alk and I are really interested in seeing particularly what Junjia and Hongq do, because Junjia has been no stranger to picking things like the Kazakhs. He's been no stranger to picking things that are a little bit more unorthodox. And I think that Hongq on things like the Anivia has also kind of made a name for himself on some of those champions that aren't necessarily the norm for a lot of the other mid laners in the LPL.
I think right now what we're kind of seeing is that because BLG have played their only 5-game series was against JDG in the upper finals, we have very little data and tape on BLG in comparison to their opponents, where we have now seen what is 4 best of 5s or 3 best of 5s going into 4. Yeah, like you have a ton of experience and at least a lot of information as to what JDG's kind of prioritizations are going to be. Again, with Mel gone now, I'm really looking at TF and other bands kind of similarly in that vein. I'm also just surprised at how low the priority is for Rise. We've seen multiple times that teams with first pick here in this series have not at all looked towards this champion and are not even willing to kind of take the gambit of having to potentially play against something like Anivia.
Last time these teams played, I mean, Rise was... It showed up in the first game for BLG, and actually speaking of some of the champion pools that we really want to look at, I was noticing, especially with the Sivir ban that came in, just what 80 carries are left from the first time these teams played each other. By the time we got to game 4 where we are now, BLG had ended up going with the Ziggs. We got Misfortune out, we got Callista in the final game, and I think that the only 80 carry left that Gala played in that series at all, assuming that Sivir's banned, is Kai'Sa. And It takes a specific kind of composition to make Kai'Sa work. But Galio and Nocturne are both up. Nautilus up
Sure.
as well. All those things are played with it. I think there's a Kai'Sa world here.
I do think that Kai'Sa has a lot of value into full engage comps, but I think JDG have been inconsistent on the full engage comps. Vampire in particular has looked a lot better on enchanters and being able to beef up his backline rather than being a full frontal engage capable of starting up a fight. So I think that has maybe contributed to the lack of Kai'Sa that we have seen from Gala across the split so far, simply because his support isn't as well versed on the pairings capable of starting up fights that Kai'Sa can take advantage of. But I want to also look at the support pools a little bit. I think Bard has been a really big prio pick in this draft so far. Vampire and On are two of the best Bard players in the LPL, so the fact that they are respecting each other so much as to not let the other guy get their hands on it, I think speaks volumes to just how oppressive this champion can be in the right hands.
What would Zhuo say if he was here? Well, if he could hear you now, Quest.
Guys, they got knocked out already. We could stop talking about the ninjas in pajamas, please.
We get 3 series of them, you know, where they're gonna live rent free in our heads for a little while. However, as we really focus on the draft, Azir and Varus were taken out.
There it is.
Rise that you've been looking for, Alk, finally shows up. First pick for BLG.
Whoa.
Whoa,
This
whoa.
is an instant
Okay,
slam.
okay. My bad.
So, yeah, we're getting Renata and Kalista, a good pairing, especially if there's going to be low mobility from BLG, which we can see with the Rise. Range is not going to be the biggest factor. Potentially a Xayah and Rakan angle as a answer from Viper and On. And I think for JDG, I'm still looking at some of these other pairings. I mean, you have to be wondering, if you're going to play Xayah, do you really want to play into Anivia potentially? The short answer to that is no, but if you are BLG, we've seen them take bigger swings here in the draft.
And it's 2 very common pairings in the bot lane just immediately snagged up here. I think a lot of times when you get down to the nitty-gritty picks in a draft, particularly with the addition of Fearless, bot lane is really heavily prioritized simply because there are less viable champions in the AD carry role compared to everywhere else usually in Summoner's Rift, or just in the department of positions. So bot lane's going to be secured, and now when you've got things like the Xayah and the Rakan, I do think that having extra bits of lockdown is imperative for JDG. So picking up that Wukong, it's not the Kha'Zix that we were, silently hoping for, Ulk, but it does achieve the ability to at least get some disruption across in these team fights.
I'll give Dia some credit here. I do think Nocturne is really disgusting here for BLG. Not only just the interaction it has, but I think that if we're talking about jungle support pairings, which have become more and more important throughout the series, Nocturne Rakan is extremely annoying to deal with. Just the battle dance, being able to have Rakan leap across the screen alongside the Nocturne when they dive is always super deadly. So we're going to see a big focus from jungle, I think, here coming through from JDG, as I don't think there's very much worry about specifically Xiaoshu's pool from what we have seen so far. I think 3 games in a row now, Bin has completely handled him.
And the Fury taken away and the Cassante that you mentioned removed, but this time by BLG. They of course had the option were they to remove something else to take it first round, but given that they can't handle it, they don't want to give it over to JDG either. Malphite the ban. A Malphite also a pretty decent jungler to take out. You mentioned how powerful Nocturne can be. Malphite performs, it's going to sound troll, but a very similar function in terms of making JDG's life difficult.
Press R, go in. Same thing.
Yeah, pretty much. And I think also kind of jumping onto the Nocturne train that I am glad we are having that take off on the station is the fact that Rakan really, I feel, isn't the best champion when he is sole engage. Usually he works really well when he is able to bounce off of another person, is able to kind of latch on to another form of engage with all of that mobility and then throw down his CC as kind of a 1-2 punch. So Nocturne being able to ult him, Rakan being able to follow up, I think would be sufficient enough for BLG to get fights started and to really open up for the Xayah and this Rise to start dealing damage.
So I think a Yorick angle for JDG is kind of lights out. I mean, there's no Jax, there's no Mbessa or Gnar anymore. Sion's gone as well. I think Yorick is really well set up going in. And there's that Anivia. Again, classical matchup going into the Rise. I think it is a much better spread than the Cassiopeia that we've seen kind of rise and immediately fall back down in terms of win rate. So JDG, they have a really aggressive 2v2 bottom lane. We now have a lot of disruption, but I think this comp outside of the bottom lane is going to take a lot of time to end up kind of get things going, especially with Wukong in comparison. Gwen's the blind. I don't think Shun is playing Gwen jungle. I have seen very rare instances where they're going to give this guy an AP threat in the jungle, so makes sense.
Yeah, this definitely functions with Qiyana as an option here. I will say I'm scared when it comes to Bin's Gwen. Guy has the most solo kills in this split of the LPL so far. And Gwen is a champion that can and will solo kill you, especially the way that we've seen the matchup go already. I'm struggling for answers for JDG, and it looks like they are too. I mean, Kennon's an option, but I mean, anything's an option.
I think Kennon into Gwen is essentially like a knockout immediately, because that lane is not super fun. I think that they're maybe a bit more afraid of just stacking on top of potentially Rakan and having this Qiyana do the pushback with the supreme display of talent, but I think JDG have all the right tools when we talk about a later game instance in this game. 3 items is scary when you have a Rise on the opposite side, but Anivia, I think the wall, just, again, any piece of terrain that you can get from a basic ability, I'm going to take it any day of the week. This is super dangerous, I think, for BLG to play. And again, this is a composition where there's not a ton of front line, and the engage from BLG, I think, is a bit softer. It is point and click with the Rise Rune Prison, but it's Qiyana and it's Rakan. I don't like it.
Yeah, we didn't really get that 1-2 punch that we were kind of hoping for with things like the Nocturne that we were anticipating to maybe be the pickup here for Shun. If anything, this puts a lot more pressure on Shun to perform. Qiyana, a very high economy jungler, so we need to be seeing him have the proactive plays throughout this early game. I do think that both junglers have been very good at understanding their assignments, especially if they're on a timer to make things happen. We did see that from Junja in game number 3, which is what led to that Kog'Maw scaling up and allowing for that bridge to kind of be built from an early game threat to a late game threat. It's kind of have to be a similar thing coming through here for BLG, and I think that Shun has to be the guy building the bridge over toward the late game threats of the Rise and the Xayah.
We really got to look out for what Vampire is able to give us in this game as well. Gala so frequently leaps on forward, but one leap too far on Ballista could cost JDG this series.
Beautiful. Getting more Gyos. And real quickly before we get into this game, I will say, as a longtime fan of the LPL, and especially of BLG, this feels like sacrilege watching On play Xayah Rakan with someone else. Their duo with Elkanon, their 2v2 with Rakan Xayah, some of the scariest in the world. So to see it now sucks. This is their first Xayah Rakan of the season. So hopefully we'll get a little bit more of these 2v2. But yeah, we're already seeing a lot of strong pathing, and already Shun, not even doing his bot side camps, immediately crossing over because he knows Wukong. This clear is incredibly slow.
Yeah, and Wukong, a champion that isn't the greatest pre-level 6 or pre-Trinity Force, so just being able to stunt that a little bit is going to be a big deal for setting behind Junja's ability to be proactive around the map on this pick. And also splitting the map could give Shun potentially an angle to look for a bot lane gank here. We were anticipating that Gala and Vampire would have priority in this lane just because they're stronger in the 2v2, especially in the early levels. So that does give a very unique opportunity over to the Qiyana to maybe try and look for some type of a punish, though. Junja has already spotted out that his camps are taken.
What is Shun doing right now? Because it looks like he's waiting for their bot lane to show. He's maybe waiting for some more information. He doesn't know where Junja is. He knows maybe he's on his top side, but he hasn't crossed over.
Should be the recipient of a quick gank right now. Does still have egg available, so even as he gets popped into that underneath the tower, it's not too bad, but he did expend the flash, and so Shun does get money for his time. Yeah.
Egg is usually really good for Anivia, not just because it's a get-out-of-jail-free card a lot of time. Vampire might have to hold that. Seems like they're fine. but usually when you pop egg, you get a lot of HP back, so it kind of is like a mini recall in a lot of instances. I like the look there from Shun, but this is another instance where we're seeing him play for his lanes early on, give away some of his own individual lead that he might be able to gain if he continues to be really focused on his clear as Kiana, but setting up his lanes, again, you have Knight as your mid laner. A lot of the times that's going to be a free championship in the bag.
Oh yeah, Knight definitely going to be able to capitalize off of the no flash from Honkyu, but Shun using his flash I don't think is going to be very easily punishable by the side of JDG, just because they have a very stark lack of reliable crowd control. I think you've got like a knock-up from the... Hang on, speaking of Zahen.
Come on!
Well, that's just rude. Knight getting ganked in the mid lane as well, since we already know where the BLG jungler is. Bit of an awkward spot for him, and for Xiaoshu, things have not gotten a whole lot better. This is a full-on dive by BLG. Bin collects first blood, and this Gwen gets even scarier.
And that's just a really unfortunate flash timer there for Xiaoshu. Uses that summoner to try and get a little bit of space, but it's much too late, and he ends up expending that for really no reason. So BLG gonna maybe be able to punish that later down the line, especially with the wave now pushing back toward the side of BLG. Shun could look to revisit in the next few minutes, but does also want to get toward the bot side. We've got the first dragon coming up in less than a minute now, and we've talked about the importance of this objective all throughout the series, and the trend just keeps on setting itself, frankly, that whoever controls the dragon controls the universe.
I mean, you're playing Kalista Renata. We need to be taking this objective. I think on spawn, you see that Junja does have a fairly nice lead for himself. It isn't reflected in the gold difference between the two because of the assist that Shun does have, but just having access to more camps means that he's going to be a lot quicker on the play to get to level 6. Xiaoshu again.
This gets so much worse. There's no flash on this Zahen. He's just gone. It is another kill to Bin. This is going to get oppressive incredibly quickly, and flash forward for Knight. Remember, Honkyu's got no egg. This could be a big difference maker so low.
Oh, no, he's dead.
Knight
No.
steps one step out of line.
Knight walks up a little too far. Shun is going to get zoned off by the stun, flying his direction. He's not going to be able to get the return kill, but still going back to that top lane play. Bin now with a 2-0 start on the Gwen, a champion that historically isn't the strongest in the laning phase, now has 2 kills worth of gold into their back pocket, punishing that flash and that wave bouncing back after the initial kill on top side. Like we said, it's the return kill for JDG, but it feels like the impact of BLG getting 2 kills over to Bin is just so much more.
Gwen was definitely drafted to take over this game, and the nice thing is that Shun's playing around Bin like he can take over this game. This play in the jungle, though, does put Shun in a bit of an awkward position, as unfortunately the bot lane priority continues to go the way of JDG. Bin, again, caught in the top side. Can't do too much about it. Grim Deliverance does keep him up for now, though. He's actually, hold on, teleporting out of here.
That's expensive. I mean, he just loses all of the... Yes, he still has 1,000 gold. He still has his 2 kills. He's in the middle of using his ultimate. He survives, but now I kind of want to look at the play... where we're going to get into a replay. Okay. I wanted to see if Zahen was going to be able to hit this turret, because that is one way that we can see Xiaoshu get back into this. Really fancy feat coming in from Knight, but that slow, the last tick of it. He's looking for one last auto, and then you're in the middle of 4 minions, right? So... a really good play. Yep, Danny. Palm to forehead.
Yup.
It happens. Oh my. Come on.
You'd almost think this was another replay, but no, it's just the game plan for BLG.
Revive.
We'll see how much he's able to continue with this. It's not a huge revive for Xiaoshu in terms of the HP, so he still has to walk this one out, but he will actually be able to get the full walkout and survive. Drawing 2 people up to the top side, that's big.
Yeah, JDG, they still got a plate in top side, so it doesn't completely erase the gold, but at least gets some bit back here for Xiaoshu. And in the bottom lane, we're seeing another lead open up here for Gala and Vampire, who've now forced On and Viper off of another wave from this lane, already getting 2 plates early on. Really good looks, and a much different in consideration of what we saw from the early parts of this series.
And frankly, I think Gala, even in the first time these teams met in the playoffs, I think Gala has been so good at just being able to find CS leads over Viper. We haven't seen a ton of action befall the Rift so far, as I say that, and immediately On goes in, pops the barrier from Gala, but yeah, just slow CS leads have always been built up here for Gala, which has allowed those gold leads to balloon even further once we start getting a little bit more bloodthirsty around the map.
I'm really excited to see the first team fight around this Callista Renata. There's an opportunity for JDG to blow the game wide open with a good bailout and hostile takeover. Vampire can have Lulu-like impact in this game, perhaps even greater, but we're going to have to see it converted in a coordinated team fight, something that we have yet to receive the privilege of. Dragon up in 3 minutes, the possibility for a contest there.
And we talked about the breakpoint for Wukong being that level 6, and he's level 7 now, hasn't really been able to impact the map. I'm actually surprised that all of those top lane visits that Shun has paid toward Bin, the Wukong wasn't able to really react to any of them. Now, though, he might be able to, as he is on the top side, get some payback for his top laner, or just section off around these grubs. And 2 objectives in the hands of JDG this early on, I think, would be absolutely massive for allowing them to control the pace of this game.
A problem point that JDG will run into later on is because they are a little bit shorter range, they really want to try to take these grubs away, giving a Gwen and a Ryze the side lane. Oh.
Supreme Display of Talent just makes that unplayable, unfortunately. But on the Bryce side, we got all 3 grubs, so all good.
There we go. All right. I was going to say side laning is always a potential here for BLG. It was a strength that we saw them lean on during the playoffs, but here in this series, it has kind of just been roll over your opponents in the early game, and then everything else just kind of fixes itself at that point. So another kill there for Xiaoshu, onto Xiaoshu. Already a completed Rift Maker at 10 minutes here for Bin.
Yeah.
He has been so excellent here in this series.
Absolutely brutal for the continuation of the lane phase for Xiaoshu on this Zahen. Bro has a Phage and basically nothing else. That Null Magic Mantle is not going to do anything.
Nope.
But JDG, I do think to find a silver lining for them here, despite Xiaoshu having a really rough time in the laning phase, we still see Gala in control of bot lane. And also those grubs being secured by Junja does mean that even if Bin gets a solo kill, not having those grubs means that he's not going to be able to farm nearly as much plate gold off of them.
My concern here is we all remember the Gnar game from Bin, right?
Yeah.
I'm concerned we see that happen, but on a catastrophic scale. Because Gwen will do that to you. Gwen will do that to your entire team. And if there's no answer to Bin in the form of Junja or Xiaoshu in these fights. If they can't step up and deal with Gwen, Gala certainly can't.
Which one was scarier, Gwen or Gnar for Bin, or the Ambessa game in Game 1? Because that was a big clapping happening up from the lady up in top herself. So, I'm happy with where kind of both teams are. I think if you're BLG, you're excited about the fact that you have an 1100 golding, and a lot of that is on Bin. If you're JDG, you're saying, look, we picked some scaling lanes, especially on the top side of the map. Zahen is not the biggest laner in the world, and we got ourselves the first dragon of the game alongside those 3 grubs, which is going to help us blow open turrets later in the game. I am tentatively okay with this. They're now pulling Bin over because they want to fight for this dragon and stop any kind of stacking.
The teleport is going to have to get here. Vampire, however, uses the hostile takeover a bit too early, and it hits 0 people. That's not going to be available for this fight should it happen, and Shun wants to make it happen. Supreme Display of Talent comes out, chunks Junja to half health and forces the clone out of him. JDG aren't taking this dragon. I don't know if BLG are, but JDG ain't.
Now, Bin shows up, and they're like, nope, okay, guys, we're leaving. Bye-bye.
Not needed, but boy, this is bad.
Remember, no Supreme Display of Talent here is actually playable for the JDG bot lane. They deny Dragon for now and might be able to keep doing it. Gala's got a pretty healthy lead, and now there's no quickness on.
Yeah, so BLG not really there with the engaged shields, but that's not going to matter.
We just keep stepping up, and we keep going forward. Vampire will fall, but Gala answers that back, takes out Shun. And it's a quick reversal of fortunes for JDG. I mean, they do lose their support, but they took out the jungler, and we're all the way back at Dragon that JDG can absolutely snag.
Guys, and I hate to pull up an aside, but Gwen was literally fighting Xiaoshu underneath, in between the turrets here. He was completely proxy farming him as well.
Yeah, that's
tough.
That's pretty rough, buddy, but still, JDG going to be able to get the second Dragon of the game, so they keep that stacking alive. And really good, again, recognition there from Junja to start up that objective. After On, even though you lose your support, On is really the only way that you can start up a lot of these fights. This is something that we talked about in the draft where Rakan really is your big go button as BLG. So without that ultimate present, it's very hard for them to walk in to a lot of these contested spaces. So they have to surrender that second Drake, and JDG, despite having difficulties on the top side, are making up for it with their activities on the bot side.
Remember, this all started with them trying to find a pick on a Vampire. He uses his ultimate, and then there's no play there for JDG. But because BLG, instead of going for an objective, which we have seen in this series already, prioritizing the kill so that they can then try to play with a numbers advantage, they lose out on the Dragon. And that's kind of important, right? Like, we're talking about this JDG comp as something that's going to scale later on into the game. Sure, it's still a 1,500 gold lead here for Bin. It's basically almost an entire level between him and his opponent. I still like this JDG draft and kind of the options that it gets as the game goes on.
BLG definitely have threats, but yeah, JDG, they've got a perfectly functional composition of their own, as you highlight, perhaps even more than that. BLG are continuing to stay grouped up as three, though. Shun really benefiting from his combination with On, as we mentioned earlier. And Shun's been playing quite an aggressive Kiana game. He's got full vision on Junjia here and can go for a blue steal. Will go for it, but Junjia smites that away. And no harm, no foul.
Okay. Herald, maybe? Guys, are we just going to sit around this objective again like we did in Game 2 when we had the... Or Game 1 when we had the Pantheon? All right, finally.
We got to be really quick about starting this up. We've got priority. We've also got Bin moving yet again to reinforce the rest of his team in case this ends up being a scrap. Xiaoshu also no teleport, so this is a 4v5.
Bin's just clearing midway for right now. JDG are going to have to go for a smite steal. Junjia actually moves forward, but gets trumped by the quickness. Bin's come in on the side, and he's all over Gala right now. He is forced back into the river, but Rift Herald, meanwhile, will go down to BLG. No kills on either side yet, and JDG managed to back off. They don't get the Rift Herald, but they get bot lane tower. The first tower of the game going to Xiaoshu.
I think that's extremely expensive, and they're going to be able to hit this plate in mid. I think Honkyu should still be fine. He has flash.
Knight going to be able to get away from this as well. BLG, despite getting the objective, kind of feel like they're playing on a knife's edge.
Yeah, they are really trying to squeeze as much gold as they possibly can on this play, and yeah, credit over to JDG. I mean, even though they aren't the ones that end up getting the Herald, I still think the disengage, I thought that could have been a disastrous play for JDG if they played that disengage wrong and weren't able to all get themselves out, but they managed to escape, and like you said, Ulk, it's a really expensive play just for the Herald, though. This Herald will definitely buy them time in the next minute or so, because this will allow them to take control of mid or bot wherever they choose to place it. And JDG are going to have to surrender bot side river control because of that. So Soul Point going to be very difficult for JDG to come by unless a blunder from here, or unless a blunder comes from BLG with this Herald.
But now it comes into question with the patterns that we have seen from BLG this playoffs. Do we think that they are more than willing to drop this next Dragon to try to play for someone else's advantage? I mean, you still have Herald, like you're mentioning. If we blow up 2 turrets in topside here, that could potentially make Bin even stronger than he already is, or even the Rise if we decide to play for it. So I think BLG, in a perfect world, I would love for them to go for this Dragon and contest their opponents, but knowing them, it is more likely than not that they're just going to try to use this Herald and try to grab plates and smash some structures.
While Shun walks around with it, he's kind of at a loss for where exactly to go. Xiaoshu's been playing a whole lot safer top lane. Neither tower there has gone down yet. There's, of course, the option, but you'd love to crack mid-lane turret. Something that you actually could do as a distraction for the Dragon that's coming up.
Yep.
BLG could trade mid-lane tier 1 for Dragon if they want to.
And Honkyu not really able to step up here. Anivia is prided on being able to not only push waves really quickly, but also with that ultimate control space. And it seems like JDG are a little bit afraid to allow Honkyu to walk up here and use that ultimate offensively to zone control around this Dragon, simply because they don't know where Knight is, so they don't want to expose a lot of their damage dealers.
They see him now. Bin does have teleport. Xiaoshu is just going to walk. This is going to be a 5-on-5 for the game.
Jet backs off, and there goes the teleport from Bin. Nobody from JDG wanting to step up to that, but a little bit of an ultimate on top of it, just to make it a little uncomfortable for BLG. This scuttle belonging to BLG is a small victory, but they need a whole lot more. Gala needs room to step up, and Knight's going on the flank, making this sort of pincer onto the JDG backline. Dragon's at about half HP. We've got a Rift Herald out, and the knockup coming down from that. Out goes the Supreme Display of Talent. Dragon goes over to BLG. On is in the backline. Double knockup, and Bin is all over it. He's snapping up Gala and shutting down JDG. Xiaoshu does manage to find a big Bring Deliverance. Out comes the Blade Caller. But Bin, chasing him down now, should have no problem with his opposite number.
Okay. Yeah, that's a huge win here for BLG. Not only do they grab all of the kills on this play, they get the Dragon, and they'll continue to compound their gold lead. The Herald lives during all of this, so now it's going to be plates on the bottom side. We'll take a look at this fight. I think Honkyu, kind of to what Quacks has been mentioning, maybe feeling without the frontline requisite there, can't feel comfortable to stand forward, doesn't want to lose his flash. I feel like if he uses his wall in this game, it is so game-breaking, but not an available play for them. Bin gets right under the backline and completely destroys this Kalista Renata. And now it's, again, 3,000 gold. We're another 5 minutes away from a potential soul point coming on through for JDG. These are all good measures that BLG will be taking.
Absolutely. And BLG, I feel like it's just going to get worse with time for JDG when you're looking at the enemy team, because we're going to have the Gwen continuing to scale, we're going to have the Xayah continuing to get items and be more difficult to actually latch onto if JDG do decide to look for a flank. And then there's also Knight, right? I think now that we have gotten that Archangels, and now that we also have had that Roa, and we're at, I believe, 6 stacks, that Actualizer has to be a very big spike that we keep our eyes on. It is what makes Rise go from a little blue boy to Megamind incarnate. This man is just too strong at that point.
I don't know if Megamind is super threatening. He ends up being a big softie at the end.
We can't be Megamind slandering. That guy is the GOAT.
Yeah. What? Okay, Ulk. Do we have to have a discussion here?
Can we just get the L3? Just put the L3 on the screen, guys. Thank you. Okay. we're talking about Knight. We're already talking about the Rise. We might have to hold this as Jinja. Oh.
Does actually get away from the Supreme Display of Talent. That is big. Big cooldown out of BLG. JDG again looking for a fight, but they don't really have the right to start one. They're engaged without Junxia moving forward. A bit lackluster, even though Honkyu's doing his best.
They also have control of mid. BLG, though, they're going to look for a fight.
On. Does find Honkyu. We've still got the availability for Honkyu to live, and the hostile takeover actually buys a lot of space for JDG. Gala sends his support over the wall, finds a double knockup, but no follow-up on it. On's still getting out of this as well, and I cannot believe we trade those cooldowns and get nothing.
I love this, though. We have Dragon spawning in 2 minutes, and now look at BLG's timers. No flash on either Shun, Knight, or On. This opens up a big window for JDG to be able to play through, and a much-needed win here. They're on the precipice of trying to start a reverse sweep versus BLG here in the finals, and literally it's going to take every single win possible. I mean, Honkyu even ticks over to level, gets all 10 stacks of his Rod of Ages right before the start of that fight, too. So this Anivia is starting to pick up some steam.
Yeah, Anivia is starting to scale, but it kind of alludes back to what we said in the last fight. If Honkyu isn't able to be free in a lot of these fights, especially, he will actually, I think, have that flash by the time this next Dragon comes up. So we will have that defensive summoner spell but he still needs to be playing up with his team. He still needs to be throwing down these ultimates as zoning tools, making it difficult for BLG to test a lot of these spaces, because we didn't see that in the most recent Dragon fight, and it felt like it's what led to BLG being able to group up together and find that fight win last time.
His counter Knight has actually been pretty smart about the way that he's playing on Rise. He's able to find some nice flanks like we saw. Why are you laughing? Why are you laughing? Oh, it's the...
He's a blue boy.
It's the blue... Oh my god.
Yep.
Not even looking at the L3. He's like, is that crazy? I thought his Rise was good.
It is that good. It's so good. We're talking about Knight in the finals. This is his win rate in series. He has 11 LPL finals, 6 of them wins, and he has won 5 out of the last 6 finals he has been in. And there's a reason why we talk about this player as one of, if not potentially the best LPL player we have ever seen.
Yeah, and his lips were even a little bit more... Is that Euron Greyjoy? I don't know if there are any Game of Thrones readers in the chat, but I hope the few that there are in the chat appreciate the reference.
That last book's not coming out, bro. It's not.
He's got 2 books left. He's got 2 books left.
I can't even read, so that's why I do League of Legends. We got Dragon started here. BLG are first to the play.
Remember, on no flash for this. It's going to stymie his engage options a little bit, but suppose that if BLG just kill the dragon, it simply does not matter. JDG back right off. Dragons are evened up, and while JDG still have some decent scaling options, you had mentioned it, Quacks, this game does feel like BLG are just getting scarier and scarier, and JDG are definitely taking their foot off the pedal.
Yeah, they definitely are. It is also just going to be more difficult, I feel, for them to extend the leads of the lanes which were successful in the early game. We're already starting to see that really big lead that Gala had over Viper. That has shrunk down to less than 100 now. So it's very, I feel, difficult for this Kalista as the game goes on to maneuver around these fights with BLG just being that much more threatening and that gold mattering less and less from the laning phase.
This is where we do the little bit of a handoff, you know? Kalista, Renata, you've taken care of the early game. You did your job of checks, notes, getting the first 2 dragons, and then you get, what? Now it's Anivia has to kind of take over. But Anivia doesn't have the same 3-item power spike that Knight is going to have on this Rise. I mean, already has the Blasting Wand. I'm assuming, yeah, now has himself the Ludens, or the Lost Chapter, so is getting even closer to that actualizer, and that's more than likely going to be done on time for the next dragon spawning, the 5th one of the game. So this is where I want to see JDG start to pick up the pace. Anivia plus Kalista on top of something like Baron. This could be an easy rip for them to find.
And they've got an Anivia with mid lane tower up as well, which is, well, not an itemization power spike, definitely something that Anivia makes really good use of, being able to clear waves incredibly quickly. My fear is that that could change, and that could change in the next few minutes. BLG do shove another wave into this tower, and it is getting weaker by the second. As soon as Hongq loses this, JDG lose a lot of map presence.
They absolutely do, and JDG just really not able to find a lot of these picks. This is something that we actually haven't really touched on with the BLG comp, but on top of the Rakan, a lot of these other champions are super duper squishy, right? I mean, now that Knight has 2 items as well, he's very tanky, so he's very hard to actually burst down. But then you've also got Xayah with their ultimate. You've got Bin with the Hallowed Mist and their own little dash. You've got Shun with his little dash. So there's just so many different escape tools for the BLG champions to take in order to thwart JDG attempting to overload to try and get a pick that JDG just haven't really tried it.
Gets to walk up to this turret. Actually could see it fall right here. BLG managed to claim the mid lane tier 1 at 27 minutes, and that changes things for JDG in a huge way. Forced back into their own jungle, perhaps not theirs for very long, as Shun even gets to walk in here and lay down a bit of vision. Now it's BLG's control over the Baron pit.
Legendary stance there from Viper. He notices, oh!
On! Lock up from On, this is big! And following that up with the supreme display of talent, Hongq, even through the egg, does not get to come back. BLG pick the mid laner, and they look for more. They look for the Baron.
Yeah, Viper stood on the mid wave and forced Junja out, made him use his flash, and now JDG are going to have to answer. Baron almost gone.
Look at hostile takeover in the pit. That can be deadly, but look at Bin walking things out, taking Junja to half health. He's in the pit. Junja wants the Baron, but it's too high HP. He's going to go down. And we look at the rest of JDG. We look at Gala trying desperately to make something happen, and it is for nothing. He will fall. Vampire, last alive, will be run down, and BLG, they'll pick up a delayed ace and the Baron to boot.
The window was closing, it was slowly shutting in the faces of JDG, but at the last second, BLG take that window, they slam it onto their fingers, and this game just got a whole of a heck lot more difficult for JDG to come back in. Looking at the replay on with a beautiful angle, they get the pick on to Honkyu. It's still 4 members alive, but at this point, the zoning and the ability to, whittle them down with the Anivia ult just isn't there. You don't have the chip damage necessary without fully committing yourself. The range of this comp is the biggest kryptonite at this point without your Anivia present, and it forces JDG to fully index into trying to steal this Baron, to fully commit into this fight, and they get taken down.
Yeah, I said I was a fan of different things here from JDG's comp, but it's clear not only with Honkyu just having less influence in this game, and again, this Kalista Renata just not having the range or really the damage to deal with BLG's carries at this point. It's becoming ever more clear that kind of with every single moment, the game is getting further and further away from Jindong.
And a big...
Even now forced to give up that tier 2. I mean, the Baron is going to do some serious damage, especially into an Anivia composition.
And the big thing about Honkyu, the one that kind of set him behind, is hang on, is looking for an engage.
Uh-oh.
If they win a fight here, they win the game, and that's the threat that BLG have right now. Junja does rocket on forward, but it is just to get BLG out of their base. We have not seen the big cyclone engages that JDG need to buy space for Gala. Instead, BLG taking what they want every time.
And a big reason why Honkyu really didn't have the influence that we saw from him in game number 3 was because of Knight. Knight was doing a really good job at kind of going band for band with Honkyu in the laning phase, and a Knight, a player, one of the most accomplished in the LPL. A win here would be his 7th first place. An absolutely legendary stat for a legendary player that so many consider to be the GOAT of the LPL at this point in time, but still trying to reach those new heights that have never been reached before.
Wow, so cute. Using the Baron with the Realm Warp to get the last tier 1 or tier 2 out. A lot of gold here, 12,000 gold lead here for BLG.
And that's just as the Baron expires, plus 6k during the course of that play for BLG. Every lane suffered, and it is a game that, I'll be honest, this is BLG's final game if they play it right.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm just looking at this game and just the story of this series so far. We had some questions about whether or not JDG as the best team fighting team here in the league, about their objective setups, but if you are going to be down 5,000 to 8,000 gold in every early game, BLG have really cleaned up their act. And I gotta say, again, for JDG, they played a lot of 5-game series. I think maybe some of that fatigue is starting to catch up with them with the multiple back-to-back series that they've had to have with very little break in between.
Keep the hands warm. Absolutely.
This lower third just representing that from teams that were both in the upper finals, those that come back from the lower finals, they end up never winning a championship. At least historically has not been the case. And again, we haven't had a reverse sweep in the grand finals of the LPL since 2017. So I don't think history is really going to be made here today, except for putting another crown, another star on the BLG jersey when we're looking at LPL titles.
Knight just making sure to continue to apply the pressure to JDG. He's controlling 2 lanes and letting the rest of BLG sit in top, threaten this last inhibitor. This last bit of safety that JDG have between them and really the end of the game. Junja getting a little desperate, is going to force the Featherstorm out of Viper, the flash out of him as well. On goes on a peel journey, but the hostile takeover connects, and it's a big kill for Junja. Jun does come in to try and reverse things.
Knight is ending the
Supreme
game!
Talent buys time. Knight is just... He's just focused on the one thing, the win for BLG, and Bin is turning things around topside as well. Is there a place where BLG truly lose?
Maybe. They're getting the teleport back. They're going to try to end it. Gets canceled.
Wait, they canceled it!
Xiaoshu, please.
He can do this. And Honkyu can clear waves, surely. No!
Knight!
He can't
God.
step up to Knight! Knight is
gonna do it?
literally ending the game!
Honkyu, stop him!
There, literally do something, anything! Stop him! Knight!
Egg!
He pops the egg, and Knight, by force, will take his
my
next
God.
title. Xiaoshu and Vampire trying to stand in his way. One more auto will
Oh!
do it. And with the Realm Warp for style, Knight once again crowns himself king of the LPL.
What the hell was the end of that game, man? Like, come on. We're trying to get last-second autos on the Nexus. We're doing a long chase. We're even canceling TPs.
We got the fist bumps coming up from the other BLG. Give Knight a hug! That bro just ended the game. That guy just gave you your next trophy in the already extensive lineup that BLG have managed to collect as an organization, and all of it, or a large portion of it rather, in tribute to Knight as a player. One of the most storied, successful ones in the LPL, yet again, will raise the first place trophy.
This is, I mean, what an end to that game, especially with the way that we were talking about Knight coming into this. He literally just goes and ends the game by himself. But man, the journey there, I will say, this was definitely not a Knight by himself angle. We had an incredible amount of support and threat thrown out by the rest of the members of BLG, and they all worked their butts off for this victory.
And Wenbo's just standing there. I think the story of this team, this split, was so strange. I mean, we went from one of the undefeated teams very early on. Then there was that mid-split struggle. It seemed like parts of the team just weren't working. At a certain point, we had Bin literally leave the team for what was apparently 4 hours. We had a scare as to whether or not they were even going to be able to come back with Bin. They go through the playoffs. They go 3-0 in their first 2 series, 5 games versus JDG, and clap them 3-1 here in the finals. But now I want to see more. From here on out, the expectation has been set. You already have a super team. You've already won 1 split. I need to see more trophies from this team. I think if the LPL community and the international community are going to come to fear the BLG team yet again.
Yeah, and BLG just proving yet again that the hegemony of teams that have dominated the LPL in playoffs just cannot be broken. BLG have been on top as an org for so long, as one of the top dogs in the LPL for so long, and nothing is going to change that today. They reign supreme at the summit.
Yeah, this was, as you mentioned, Alk, with the caliber of this team, a must-win series for BLG. And despite the one game that JDG managed to take, I think we call this a convincing one as well, because you can drop a game and JDG can look really good, and we still have room for the rest of BLG to look incredibly dominant, especially as they did in that final game. We've seen huge improvements from the squad as well, especially around their objective control since the last time these teams faced each other. And I think BLG walk away from this very happy with the performance that they had today, but also with what they've said about themselves with today's games. The fact that we can have an all-star roster like this in the LPL and not just have it be a 50-50 as to whether they're going to win finals, because this was not a 50-50.
They lost 3 games across all the playoffs. Like,
Yeah.
sure, some of their drafts have not been great.
Yeah.
Sure, they lost with a surprising amount of a gold lead at 15, like 8,000, 9,000. But at the end of the day, they still won their series, and they've looked like the best early game team by far here in this league. So I'm not all surprised to see them kind of take this. I'm just more so kind of disappointed in the JDG that we got. We were building them up as this massive team fighter, really, really intelligent drafting, but I just think the first 2 games did not set themselves up for success, and I do think some of the big players, especially we're talking about Jinja, started off really cold here in this series. Another thing I do want to add, this is Coach Daney's first ever LPL title. He's had multiple legendary rosters. He was on that Weibo team that made it all the way to World Finals. He was on that IG team just last year, and finally gets his first title, getting to work with Bin and the rest of the guys.
Yeah, it's congratulations to him, and once again, congratulations to BLG on yet another first place finish. It's probably maybe gotten a little bit old for some of the, well, you know, I don't think winning ever gets old at this point. When you have to go through, you know, the struggles that you mentioned in the regular season, Ulk, of kind of that mid-season slump, and being able to kind of start from there and rise all the way to the top, I don't think the experience will ever get old when you have a journey like that.
If it did, we wouldn't have seen Knight coming back to do it for the 7th time. That is definitely something that does not wear off. You've got the hunger for even more in the hearts of BLG as they look towards their first international event of the year off the back of this, and another couple splits of LPL that they've got to replicate this performance with, perhaps take it to even higher highs. But to talk a little bit more about this series, what we've just seen, and what we can continue to expect from BLG, let's talk to the desk.
What a way to wrap up our grand finals, and who else but the king of the LPL to finish the game on his own. Knight wins his record-setting 7th LPL championship as BLG take the series 3-1. K-Man, this was a lot about Knight, a lot about Bin, a lot about everyone on BLG, and they are looking fierce heading into the first stand international event, looking to try to get some revenge after what happened to them last time they went international at Worlds last year.
I think there's been a lot of talk this year in a lot of communities about, oh, the LCK is just, it's really good. There are a lot of teams from the LCK that I think people feel really good about. This playoff run from BLG is just about the best you could possibly ask from them. We wanted to see this team step up and really showcase that they can represent the LPL as not only the best team, but a team that is good enough to be able to compete internationally. And I think so much of what we saw here today was a team that is good enough to at least give a lot of teams a run for their money, to at least have some hope going into this international tournament after, you know, a rocky regular season. They looked as good as advertised, and quite frankly, you know, the only times they were down in this series is when they themselves were making some mistakes. As long as they lock in, I mean, we just saw some fantastic gameplay from them today.
I think there was a lot of conversation as well last year about Bin specifically, how uncomfortable he looked. I used the term like had a lack of confidence last year. That is at all not what we've seen so far in 2026. I think this series specifically is a massive step for Bin in his career, and to take steps like this deep in your career as well. This is a finals split one against one of the best teams in the LPL, and he is miles ahead in terms of his gameplay. His laning was outstanding. I think Knight, who is, you know, like has been mentioned, the most winningest player in the LPL, again, looks awesome. His laning against Honkyu, not the strongest. Honkyu is, you know, we had a thing set up for the amount of times that Honkyu has solo killed Knight, but the team fights and the way that Knight plays around his team in general is also ridiculously good. I am very excited to see how this team does internationally, and to be honest, it is only up from last year because BLG have a lot to make up for from last year internationally.
You know, the crazy thing is that, you know, we didn't even really talk much this series about Viper, who was the most hyped up acquisition of the entire LoL esports offseason going into 2026. He played admirably, he did his job, but he hasn't had to do too much, all things considered, so far with BLG. It's been play safe, play the Ashes, play the Sivers, and just make sure that you are impactful enough to allow for Bin and for Knight to carry, and that's exactly what happened here today. As for Bin, he wins his title number 5, tying him with 369 for the most titles in LPL history by a top laner. On wins number 4, he ties Mako and Ming for the most by a single support. So this BLG dynasty came in, continuing to grow, not just Knight, but now Bin and On also getting in on the fun.
I mean, it's everybody, right? Like, and there have been times where all of these players have been doubted, and all of them have kind of gotten their, their reputations a little bit lower. We can even talk. You didn't even mention Shun there in the jungle, another kind of acquisition from this team going against the team he played for last year in the jungle. All of this team's biggest success, BLG's that is, has come with Shun playing with Knight in the middle of the map. And I think what we saw here, and I give a lot of credit to Bin. Bin was unbelievable. We'll talk about a potential finals MVP and a favorite for player of the series, all of that stuff. But I mean, when we're talking about the early lead in this game, the Kiana was constantly top lane, constantly generating resources, a 10-kill Poppy game in game number 2. I mean, this was a fantastic series from the players that needed to step up. I think the thing with Viper that makes him so interesting, and the reason I think this team could be even scarier than they were last year internationally, is that what Elk is very aggressive. What Viper is very flexible in the way that he can play the game, and I think that gives everybody else more options, as we saw in a series like this where he was more willing to take a backseat.
I completely agree. I think one of the things I remember when, right at the beginning of this year, even before Demacia Cup, when we started having conversations about Viper joining this team and is this going to be enough? I was very much of the opinion of what you just said, K-Man, where I think Viper provides a rock in the bot lane that allows resources to go top lane like we saw in this series. They go towards Bim, allow him to get gold, be confident in the top lane, and play really well. On as well, a player that last time at Worlds we saw had some mistakes, did not have good job. I agree. Bin...
Yes.
Finals MVP. But On looks confident with Viper. They look comfortable. I don't feel like they need to be playing the Caitlyn Elise, we dive tower at 5 minutes and win the game or lose. It looks a lot more stable.
And there you have it, Bin winning the finals MVP as we were mostly expecting. Even the game that they lost, he was ahead 2,000 gold of his lane opponent by the time the game came to a close. Congratulations to Bin. Obviously, source of a lot of drama at the start of the season here for Billy Gaming, but very good of him to be able to come back here and really look his strongest that we've seen from him in potentially over a year. Jay Beto, Bin in 2025 was a good top laner, but not the great top laner that we know him as. He's back to being great here this split.
Yeah, I think that at this level of play, you need to be a competitor, and they're all emotional. All of these players are emotional. I'm thinking 2022 Carrier, and even looking at this BLG roster that is one player different after losing to T1 in the finals in 2024. They're emotional players, right? So to have things happen like the drama that has happened with BLG, it happens. I'm glad to see that it clearly did not affect them at all negatively. If so, it affected them positively, right? BLG look like a unit. They look very cohesive. Their fighting is good. But mostly I think that their laning is really, really strong. BLG are a team that have in the past been terrifying to lane against. And I think that in 2025, especially in that Worlds run, they didn't really have that. It felt like this team was not scary, and right now they are.
I completely agree with you, Jay Beto. I am in a spot now where, while we've questioned BLG's macro, I think throughout a lot of this year in terms of the way they play their late games, what you can't question is their decisiveness, as we see them raising the trophy once again here in the finals. But this is a team that has decidedly picked a style of play that they want to go towards, and it is working for them. They're not going to be scared. They're going to pick a part of the map that they can just fully invest in and get them get themselves excited and pushed forward into. When I think of the way that this team has been able to play around someone like Shun more than they were able to play around, Beichuan or Shadow last year, it's the fact that Shun is not afraid to flash in and just try and start the play because they know they can follow with their mechanical talent. So BLG, as scary as I think they could have looked, this is the best they've looked so far in 2026. It's a great time for that to happen.
Vipers return to the LPL, lifting up that trophy once again. Did it about 4.5 years ago in 2021 summer, and now we'll be headed back to First Stand in Brazil to get an opportunity to play against some of the world's best. Now, also still going there is JDG, and although today was not their best, lot of promise still left on this roster. Still excited to see what they can potentially bring on the international stage, but they'll have to, of course, do it against Gen G in the first round. Speaking of the rest of things, though, here in First Stand, we've got a draw show that'll be happening at the conclusion of coverage here of this matchup, or whatever is done here with the highlights. So we're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we're going to bring the whole crew back in here. We're going to react to exactly where the group stages will be set for the first international for LoL Esports in 2026. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody. We got some post-game highlights to break down here of game number 4 between BLG and JDG. Billy, of course, winning their second consecutive championship. We're going to go through some of these highlights, talk about the series as a whole, and get you guys all ready for that inevitable draw for the first stand tournament. As BLG, we already know who they're going to be playing. They'll be playing up against Fearex, and we'll have JDG. A bit of a tougher matchup against Gen G, I think many people would say. But going through this game here, J Beto, pretty dominant, all things considered. The draft for JDG never got off and running. It started, I think, in the bottom. I guess it started everywhere, but the bottom lane here with Gala on the Kalista never really had a good opportunity to get in.
Yeah, I think that JDG, like, they had a really good performance against BLG in the upper finals. They played really well against Weibo. I just think that BLG were prepared. I said on last night's cast that against Weibo, JDG, didn't have to bring anything out. They didn't have to show anything. And it felt like they didn't have anything to show, though. We saw the Kog'Maw Lulu that had been obviously getting cooked up a little bit, but other than that, I really expected something a little more in the drafting. We've been seeing some crazy drafts happening in the LPL, but there wasn't anything like, oh my god, that is crazy. I think BLG did really well on the prep. It felt like they always had an advantage in draft. A large portion of that is due to the top lane that we've been talking about, but I am really excited to see this team in first stand. They should be one of the favorites. B&K Fearex will obviously be their first match, but we know who's on the other side in the LCK waiting for them at some point.
And that's the hope. The hope is that we can finally start to get some of these big international matchups going, because BLG proved today that I think that they are good enough to be able to, at the very least, hang in the conversation. I don't think a lot of people are going to sit here and say that, you know, they're the #1 team in the world or that they're favorited to win, but I do think that they showed that they have gotten better, and you're right about the prep and about, I think specifically for me, understanding what they want to be as a team. So many teams that are kind of super team-esque, that bring in a lot of other players from, you know, high-profile organizations elsewhere. You know, a player like Viper, Shun coming back. You know, when you have a lot of high-profile players like this, can sometimes lack an identity in terms of the way they want to play games early in the year. I don't think BLG has that at all. I think they are very clear with who they want to be and where they want to put their resources on the map, and I think that's really helped them be able to establish more consistency in the playoffs than maybe some of the other teams we've seen who kind of want to be do-it-all. BLG don't want to do it all. They just want to do what they do really well, and I think that has really worked out in their favor.
This is ridiculous, by the way. One order. A question. If Hongq lives there after the flash, he gets through the minions, I don't think the game is over, because I think that Knight dies to the damage from Hongq. He's very low, and the Nexus is like one order away.
Yeah.
Slow and stun from Hongq might have been enough, but Knight gets it done.
Game would have effectively been over, but not over by the definition of, you know, the Nexus exploding, I suppose. Knight, yeah, really able to take advantage and scale it up to his 7th LPL title. Again, most by any player in the league's history. We had that graphic of the big kings, the big 4, or the big 5, like when you include Junja as well, that are all going to be at first stand as well. Cubby put it best. You know, the LCS runs through Inspired, the LEC runs through Caps, the LCK runs through Chovy, the LPL runs through Knight. Swap that 5 out for a 6 since 2021. Most of anybody from the region across the board. And it's going to be a real treat, K-Man, to see all these guys play against each other internationally in just a few short days.
Yeah, you can make an argument that his 6 on this sheet is arguably the most impressive against Caps. Had a couple of extra splits in there, a couple of extra winters that some other regions didn't necessarily have before that became regular, and then of course Junja obviously doing a good job coming back here to the LPL. To even get to the finals in your first split back is insane. I know that they touched upon it in the cast. I think Quax was the one who ended up bringing this up. Karsa, the only other player from the LCP or, you know, PCS, LMS to have ever won the LPL. For, you know, Junja and for Hongq to have been in that spot is already such a big accomplishment. But Knight really is playing arguably the best he's played in a while. Like, we've been giving him MVPs, and he's deserved it for, you know, LPL English and just for a long time. Like, we've been all in on Knight. I think watching him play over the course of this playoff run and watching him play throughout the regular season as well, I don't think there is a question on who the second best player in the world is right now. Like, Chovy, I understand, is just, kind of different. I think Knight is the closest we've seen a player get to that level in quite a long time. And if he's going to continue to play the way that he has so far this year, I mean, we're looking at a version of him that's maybe even more dangerous than he's been recently.
Chovy is really good. When is the last time we've seen these two play against each other? Knight and Chovy. It's been a while.
Would have been MSI, I believe. Right? Last year?
I believe so. Either way, hopefully we're going to see some of that soon at First Stand, which will be happening in Brazil next week. And looks like we're about ready for the draw. And to do that, we're going to bring everybody in. It's a big party here as we get BLG and JDG set. Although they were adversaries today on the Rift, they will be allies heading into Sao Paulo as they get up here, have a nice little ceremony. And we'll have the draw show in just a little bit as well. Now, gentlemen on my left, I know that we have had, of course, the matchup set. It'll be BLG against Fearx. It'll be JDG up against Gen G. But the rest of the matchups still left to be determined. We don't know exactly where Secret Whales are going, where G2 are going, where Lion are going. So still a lot left to be decided. And that's exactly what this upcoming draw show will be for.
I mean, I'm happy that we're having a kind of an automatic seeding of the first versus the second seed on both sides. I am a little bit afraid, however, not only of that, of what our LPL teams are going to look like versus some of these other squads, because I think B&K Fearx, you have potentially a top 4 AD carry in the world with Diablo right now, and depending on what the other... this is going to sound like sacrilege, right? But I do think that CBLOL and especially the LCP, maybe less so Team Secret Whales now that I think about it for more than 10 seconds. I am kind of excited for CBLOL and what they could do against the non-LCK LPL teams.
I mean, given what they're doing against us over here in
let's
North
not
America,
talk about it.
we got to be excited about CBLOL.
No, let's talk about it. Let's say.
Okay,
Actually, that's a great point. So we were saying we have some of our NA representatives here. We have our LCP representative down here in JBeto. I guess Dia, you're our honorary EU and CBLOL rep. Are you willing to take that up for us?
Yeah. I'm.
Okay.
I mean, I do CBLOL.
Yeah. So we're gonna be able to root for a lot of different things
another
here.
5 minutes.
Okay, so we're kind of flying by the seat of our pants here, clearly, to see when exactly this draw show will be taking place.
Just put the Lodal on the screen, man.
I think we can head to a short break and come back when this is all ready, just to make sure things are all set up.
Okay with that.
It's been a long night. We
down
want to
to
make
do
sure we're all
Lodal.
rested for that. So we'll see you in a few short minutes. Or do you want to stay around?
I'm okay with doing Lodal, if anything.
Hey, here we go. Here we go.
Let's do it.
All right,
Yes.
low stakes.
Yes,
We're
God,
gonna
I'm
get
pretty
low.
sure he's setting it up right
all in
now.
on this.
Okay.
But yeah, but either way, wrap on Split number 1. It was an awesome time to get to go through this abbreviated but still very entertaining split with all of you guys, new talent and old, all coming back here for what's going to be an awesome 2026 season. And once this first stand is over, we're all going to be back here once again for Split 2, send some teams to MSI, some new formats and everything like that. It's going to be good.
Guys, we're gonna be back in less than 3 weeks.
What's our first
it's not
champion?
really it's not really a long break when the international is that
Nope.
short. All right.
I
Gotta be a
will
bin
say,
champion, right?
once you get used to making room for the LPL in your life, when it goes away, you're like, oh, well, what do I even do with this time? So
Yeah.
I, for one, am happy that
Yeah.
it's only 3
Yeah.
weeks is too long, bro.
Yeah. Okay, real quick. So let's establish some ground rules, mostly so it doesn't sound like 6 people are talking over each other. Everybody gets 1 guest, and we'll go in clockwise order following this. So we'll start with our host Grapes, and we'll go that way.
Okay.
Great.
All right. Well, I gotta go with the champion that won the championship for the LPL. I gotta go Rise first.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
That was a tasteful beginning.
Okay.
Didn't get much.
All right. Look, that doesn't give me much
Male
to
mana.
work off. Not in the middle lane.
What do you
Dude,
mean?
Male
mana.
mana, but not range. So this has got to be a top laner most likely, unless we're really cooking here. And later than 2009 doesn't give me a ton to work off of either. So to make it a little nicer, we're gonna say Ornn.
Ooh, that's not bad. I like that
Ornn
guess.
is actually kind of
Oh.
goated.
Okay.
Not top lane, but
Melee,
is
and
melee.
it's much
after
earlier.
20.
Okay.
Okay, much earlier?
No,
later.
sorry.
Later.
We have a lot
Much
Later.
Later.
Yeah. It's after 2017. So it's
Jungler?
yeah, a jungler. Okay, so male jungler with mana after 2017.
Not a human,
the-
not magically altered, which I think are two very big keywords.
now,
Yes,
it
yes.
how is Viego classified in these? Is
doesn't
he
have
Diego's
mana.
definitely
He's
human magically
undead.
altered, right?
Okay.
He doesn't have
Yeah.
mana.
Yeah.
Yeah, that too.
Melee is tough. Is it? It's not tough. It can't be Zehen. Man, I can't believe I'm the one who's gonna hold this up. I'm usually so good at
Come on, K-Man. You
I
got a
know.
draw show to get to.
Oh gosh. Jungler. That's Nefiri is coming to
girl.
mind.
Woman.
Not a bad one.
A woman. That's awesome. I knew that.
Okay, it's a support, I guess.
Okay.
Or melee bot
So
lane.
between
This is a-
23,
okay.
between 17.
This is
Oh.
okay. So are we going to Dia and then Alk, or is it
No,
me?
it's
No,
clockwise.
it's you.
It's clockwise.
No,
it's you.
it's you. I'm not getting
Okay,
involved in that.
so hang on. So mid, jungle, top. Mid, so okay, so it has to be a support
It's a
because
bot
unless no, what?
But it's melee.
The melee.
Yeah.
Okay, melee between 2023 and 20.
Oh, I think I know what it is.
Yeah, I think I
It's
think we
it's
got it.
either and it's not. It's either Pike or Rakan. I'm gonna go Pike.
Rakan is considered ranged, just letting you know.
Is he really?
Nice.
Yeah.
Yes.
Let's
yes.
go.
Okay. What is a revenant, bro? What is that?
Because he's a vengeful spirit. He's coming back from the dead to get vengeance.
Dude,
On, he's
that
like
guy
Callisto.
has little fingers. He's a human.
No way I'm getting this.
Is this Zed? I feel like Zed would say something corny like this.
I'm
Oh,
terrible. at
yeah.
Wow.
this.
That was
Wow.
insane.
Wow, one of two
Hey.
champions that
Wow.
talk. One of like 3 champions that talk about shadows.
Okay,
Oh,
well,
wow.
this is Nocturne.
That's
Sorry.
Nocturne.
Nocturne W. Yeah.
We have to put it on
color
challenger
on it.
mode, so
Exactly,
it's
no
not colored.
color.
Yeah, that's tough.
It's the W.
Can we beat?
It's
Can we beat
W,
all the
it's
puzzles
spell
before
shield.
the
Yeah, before we
before
have
the
to go
draw
back.
show starts? Yeah.
All right,
I
give
suck
Dia
at
the
the
chance for
splashes,
this. Give
guys.
Dia the chance for this.
Okay,
Yeah,
this-
my
this
first
one's
guess
easy.
is Ash.
Good guess.
Good fair guess.
Here we go.
There we go.
All right, Grapes. Finish it off.
Oh
I know
God.
this one.
Oh, I know.
This
what this
is-
You know this one?
Yes.
How do you
Zach?
know this?
Is this Zach? T1 Zach?
Quacks, I'm gonna message you. I'm pretty sure it's.
Okay,
it's,
okay.
It's
Okay, I think the draw show's starting. So if you know it, just shout it out.
Drash.
Okay.
Okay, this is either the Darius or the corrupted Garen skin.
This is
I
Garen.
think it's I think it's the corrupted Garen.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Alright.
that was fun. We almost got there, and here we go. Group stage pools. Genji and BLG as your first seeds from the LPL and LCK. BFX and JDG, those guys will be playing each other, as we have mentioned already. Then you have Loud, Team Secret Wales, Lion, and G2. This is the most interesting part, guys, because we could get LCS LEC round 1. We could get an LTA rematch round 1.
I don't want
We could
that.
get
I
a
don't
lot
want
of
that.
different combinations.
Did you
go
just say
through
LTA?
here. Yeah, like a little reunion.
Yeah, an
The
LTA
North
rematch,
versus
you know, from when it was
North versus
LTA.
LTA South.
Yeah.
Yeah, CBLOL
Okay,
versus
fine.
LCS.
All right, my bad. I misheard.
Yeah.
So
And
yeah,
also the
pull
interesting
1,
thing-
So
okay.
face pull 3,
Crisp and
and you
TN.
can't have region
Yeah.
kill in the bracket. So yeah, we already know again who the first and second seeds are going to be playing from both LCK and LPL. That's been kind of just the big discussion point for us. I personally do not want to see Lion versus G2 just on the off chance that we lose to LEC again. I
That's-
don't need Inspired. I don't need
No.
Inspired in March to already hate his mid laner.
Yeah.
So you're trying to avoid that happening for as long as possible. Delay,
Yes,
I mean,
I would like to
delay
kick
to
that
the
can down the
semifinals.
road.
Gotcha.
I don't know if K-Man shares the sentiment. I think that G2 look worse now than they did at Worlds last year by like a pretty noticeable margin. I don't think Lion looked great either, but
I would say generally everyone kind of looks worse than they did last year. I will say going into
for
Worlds,
Gen G.
I think G2 looked the same going into Worlds that they look going into First Stand right now. They just showed up. They showed up at Worlds. They figured it out. They got there and they figured a meta and it worked out. The team
so
I don't want to
funny.
see is Loud. I don't want to see like Loud. It might
What
be
is
the
he
best
doing?
team in Pool 2.
Wait, is this going to be Gen G?
Yes, this is
So
Gen G.
they,
Gen
they
G's gonna
didn't
be
even
the-
decide to put four balls together. They
Whoa.
just had
Yep.
the
Yep.
specific
They just had the
matchups already
matchups.
written out. So
Did we
Gen G
have any-
versus JDG, that'll be in
He's-
Group B. BLG BFX will be in Group A. Now we're gonna fill in the rest of things here.
He swirled his little hand like there was a different ball in there.
Yes,
but
yes,
he knows
yeah.
there's no other ball.
Dia has
By
not
the
seen
way,
this
shout out
before. That's how I
Tien
know.
and Crisp, both here repping the LPL. Not playing this split, but now being able to at least send some of our guys out to the international stage. Let's see who Tien
G2.
draws here for this first team. It is
G2.
G2.
Mm.
So they will be in, I believe that's the BLG group.
Oh my
Yep.
God, we're gonna farm them again.
Yeah,
Let's go.
So this is
Now we'll
is
see
this
their opponent.
Is
This
this
is
the
a
same
big
group?
deal. This is it right here.
I think this is
believe.
different
Okay.
group.
This is different group?
It
think
might
so.
be different. I guess we'll see. I think
We'll
they're
see. We'll
drawn
see where they place
specifically
them.
into each other.
TSW.
Secret Rails.
Whales.
Please don't give this to G2. Please don't give this to G2. Please don't give this to G2. I don't need to see Hitso and Punt.
No!
We're getting
Ah.
CB Low versus LCS.
So we have our LTA reunion over in Pool 2
Okay,
in
big.
Group B alongside JDG and Gen G. Meanwhile, Team Secret Whales from the LCP able to take the mantle of CFO when Junja and Honkyu have left. They were the 2 seed at Worlds, now taking that 1 seed going into First Stand. They have a tough task against G2, and now looks like we have our tournament set, fellas. So a double elimination GSL to start things off. 2 teams will advance into a single elimination 4-team semifinals and then finals bracket. So a very abbreviated format, but should be fun to see some best of 5s between some of the best teams in the world.
I will say, this means that we will not get NAEU until the later half of the tournament. You guys will have to
That's
wait.
if we get there, man. I don't know.
Dude, honestly,
Man,
like,
I'm worried.
dude, we can't even get past CB Lil's 2nd seed, apparently. So, I like, how
Well,
much
that's
better
just
is Loud than the rest of them?
They were very good.
Well, it was also
I
a
will
surprise
say
win,
that.
wasn't it? Because Red Knids were smurfing apparently, and then Loud came in and kind of clapped them up.
You know, Loud had some roster changes mid playoffs that I think were maybe
true.
a bit surprising, and I think that maybe affected some of the reputation of maybe what people were expecting going
What
into
is
the
this guy
tournament for
Faker?
them. Yeah. But I will talk about the jungle bot lane as much as I need. I mean, they got Young Jae, who I think has always been an underrated player in the LCK. Bull, who's had a couple of moments. This is a Loud team that I think can be pretty scary.
Well, there you have it.
CBLCK is coming for you.
So, okay, just show us the bracket, LPL. Don't do this to me.
Are we gonna end the
Just
show?
show me the bracket.
Nope.
Show me the bracket. Okay, I love all of our ads. Thank you, Durex. Best lower third in all
Big
of
fan.
LoL esports.
Yeah, not even close.
Nope.
Okay, we're just getting the credits.
End
okay.
credits.
Well, there we go.
I gotta say, guys, I'm really excited for JDG to maybe instantly lose to Gen G, but then, you know, I get to see my boys, Gala, clap up some Berserker Isles, free win, some Bull and Redbert, free win.
I will say,
Yeah.
BLG, with how they've been looking in this finals, I'm glad that we have to wait for the Gen G match. That's a matchup that I'm super excited to see. I think it's going to dictate a lot about how this year goes, because there is a lot of conversation. I was watching an I Will Dominate clip, and he was saying that realistically, everyone kind of looks not the best except for Gen G.
Yeah.
So is Gen G that much better than everyone else? Can BLG contest them? I think it's gonna be a really fun matchup.
New match as well. They'll be on a new patch. I think they're playing on 25.6.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, they're playing on
6
25.
or 7 maybe?
26. They're playing on 26.5, according to the rule set. So they're gonna play on 26.5. I do want to say I just noticed this thanks to one of our resident Shun lovers, 1010. She's gonna have Shun versus Clear for the first match at First Stand. Which, if you don't know, those are two of two players that she's very big fans of. So I kind of feel bad that she's been waiting to see Clear and some of the BFX boys to make it to an international, and then it's, all right, first up, you're playing against my first true love. All right, cool, bro. Nice.
Well, stage has been set for first stand. That'll be starting up next week. That's it for us, Split 1 of LPL English 2026. Our second year, first go around here this time around. And it was a fun one. As we had said, bring in some new faces, bring back some of the old guys as well. Big shout out to our entire leadership crew, all right there in the middle, at the head of a lot of the stuff that makes this show rollin'. Kai behind the desk as well on production. Kelsey Moser, Mazel, all the people behind the scenes that help us all do such incredible work here and bring an English LPL product to you guys every single day. Also, big shout out to our coffee supporters, Aaron Soup and Mung, our elite tier. Their pledged financial contributions help level up the broadcast and give back the cast and crew who strive to give you an English LPL product every day. Final score here once again in the grand finals of Split 1. BLG take it 3-1 over JD Gaming. On behalf of all of us here on the LPL English crew, thank you so much for tuning in to another Split, and we'll see you after first stand for Split 2.